A 7-year-old boy held a bow for the first time. And yet he could achieve feats like hitting every shot without even drawing. But such talent was dismissed by his grandfather, because he was the #1 sword god in the martial world. His swordsmanship was so masterful, no one could rival him. He could take a man's head from 1,000 miles away. And even created an auto-tracking sword technique. This technique guided arrows with chi to lock onto the enemy's aura. No matter how the opponent dodged, they couldn't escape being pierced through the heart. And to train in swordsmanship, one must overcome the fear of sharpness. The grandfather made him shoot through a stake 10 jang away in a storm. So he shouted at his grandfather to move away. Unexpectedly, he was scolded harshly by his grandfather. If you don't even have this much confidence, how can you inherit my legacy? You must consider wind direction and overcome mental obstacles. Which was like reaching the heavens for a beginner. Ultimately, under double pressure, he gave up. His grandfather glanced at him with hidden meaning, saying no more. To become strong, great confidence is essential. The next day, the boy found an injured hawk at the foot of the mountain. It was a brave and loyal falcon. Once it acknowledged its master, it would follow them to death. His grandfather told him to treat the hawk. A divine swordsman with a hawk's aid could achieve twice the result with half the effort. So the boy started making herbal medicine. He applied healing herbs to the wound deep in the wing. After months of careful care, the hawk finally soared through the sky again. The boy gave it a good name, Ironblood, because it was covered in blood when he found it. At this point, he had completely mastered archery. His grandfather brought him to an open field to teach him a skill called wolf step. It was a movement technique inspired by wolves hunting. It greatly enhanced movement speed, enabling agile and unpredictable motion. But the boy showed an awkward expression. To him, his grandfather looked like a frog hopping around. Seeing this, his grandfather was furious. He roared, "Brat, watch carefully." With a thud, the ground cracked with a loud sound. His grandfather moved like lightning and appeared before him in a blink. A fierce, wolf-like aura came crashing in. The boy froze in place, terrified. A warm stream ran down his pants and stained the ground. His grandfather looked disappointed. Peeing yourself at such a small scene? Such cowardice will get you nowhere. He then calmly said, "Wolf step isn't just mimicking wolves' movements. You must also embody their aura. When wolves hunt, they emit such powerful aura that prey becomes immobilized. Then they go for a fatal bite. Just like how you were suppressed by my aura. If this were a real fight, you'd already be dead." He then asked the boy how far apart they were just now. The boy measured and replied, "About 10 jang." Then his expression turned shocked. His grandfather had jumped 10 jang in a single bound. For an archer, wolf step's main use is creating distance from enemies. You must etch this footwork into your bones. Then he demonstrated wolf step, leaving footprints in the ground. Practice according to the sequence of my prints. From then on, the boy trained day and night, and mastered the technique in just 7 days. But even that earned him a scolding from Grandpa. 7 days just to learn such simple footwork? You're wasting my life. But in his heart, he was shocked. Even his father, once called a prodigy, took 2 months to master it. And this boy did it in only 7 days. After months of training, the boy's skills improved by leaps and bounds. But to become truly strong, one must have great courage and unique tactics. So Grandpa brought him to a cave and threw him inside. Just as the door closed, a fierce wolf with glowing red eyes lunged at him. The boy had been cruelly thrown into the cave to battle a savage wolf day and night. No matter how he pounded or shouted, it was no use. His grandfather stood outside, looking grim. "Kid, from here on, it's up to you." Inside, the boy could only dodge frantically. He knew continuing like this meant certain death. He had to find a way to subdue the wolf. While thinking, the wolf lunged again from the air. And a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Just as the fangs were about to sink into his shoulder, he used all his strength to strike the wolf's snout hard. A sharp, pained howl suddenly rang out. The wolf tucked its tail and foamed at the mouth, fleeing to the side. The boy was excited to have landed a hit. In the days that followed, his grandfather would toss food through the window each day. But every time, he could only watch the wolf snatch it away. 4 full days passed like that. Cold and starving, he licked water dripping from the cave ceiling. He realized he had to be faster than the wolf to survive. So he studied the wolf step his grandfather had taught him, thinking about how to apply it in battle. He soon grasped the essence, able to instantly distance himself under the wolf's attacks. Now the wolf could only watch as he took the food. He proudly chewed his meal with gusto. After eating, he used the rope that tied the food to subdue the wolf. At that moment, his grandfather opened the door. The boy was clearly upset with his grandfather's methods. But his grandfather said sternly, "This is only the beginning. You've only scratched the surface of wolf step. The essence lies in aura. Fighting wolves helps cultivate your killing intent." Then he tossed the boy a short sword and locked him back in the wolf den. But this time, it wasn't just one wolf. It was a pack. For the next 100 days, one more wolf would be added each day. And his grandfather would no longer provide food. He had to survive on his own. Until all the wolves were killed. And became his food. 4 days later, the boy's eyes were full of resolve. The original 4 wolves were still hesitant to move. But hunger eventually drove them to attack the weakest among them. They even gruesomely devoured the corpse. Seeing this, the boy understood. This was nature's law of survival. Even the last bit of pity in his eyes vanished. He shouted and charged at the wolf pack. One of them lunged forward in response. But the boy no longer held back. The short sword stabbed into the wolf's throat like lightning. The wolf let out a wail and fell silent. He glared fiercely at the remaining 2 and shouted, "Come at me if you want to die." The 2 wolves were startled and fled to a corner with their tails between their legs. The boy then turned and sliced a piece of wolf meat and chewed it. The bloody taste was hard to swallow, and he spat it out. But to survive, he had no choice. In the days that followed, he kept fighting the wolves over food. His mastery of wolf step reached its peak. As time went on, his aura of bloodlust grew stronger. His body was covered in wolf blood like a demon from hell. The boy was trapped in a den of wolves, fighting them to the death every day. Wolf meat was his only food. If he wanted to leave alive, he had to kill all the wolves within 100 days. Sharp fangs left countless wounds on his body. But he never gave up on surviving. With strong will, he pinned a fierce wolf underfoot. 3 months passed in this blood-drenched life. Through constant slaughter, his murderous aura became overwhelming. Only 2 wolves remained. Under his terrifying aura, they no longer had the courage to attack. The boy's gaze was merciless and sharp. He charged like a cannonball toward the wolves. A loud boom erupted. And with a chorus of howls, the wolves were destroyed. That marked the end of the training. At that moment, his grandfather opened the door. The boy was covered in wounds and exhaustion. But the killing aura he exuded was terrifying. Seeing this, his grandfather wept with joy. "Child, you finally succeeded." The boy walked out of the cave, gazing at the long-lost sky. Ironblood soared overhead, crying out in joy upon seeing his master. He raised his hand to summon him. But midway, Ironblood turned and flew away, as if sensing a terrifying aura. While the boy stood puzzled, his grandfather explained, "It's because your killing aura is too strong. Ironblood doesn't dare come near." After 4 days of recovery, his injuries were mostly healed. But his grandfather didn't allow much rest. He said it was time to begin training to control his killing aura. And once again, he threw the boy into an icy waterfall. A bone-chilling cold struck him to the core. He felt even his bones were about to freeze. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, his grandfather shouted from outside, "Hurry, circulate the Heart Sutra to control your inner power." The boy's mind lit up at the words. The Heart Sutra was created by the 6th Zen patriarch Master Huakang. With breathing techniques alone, one could greatly enhance internal strength. The moment he activated the sutra, the biting cold immediately faded. A refreshing warmth surged through his body. From then on, he used the Heart Sutra to push past his limits. A few days later, a powerful aura erupted from the waterfall. The three flowers converged. Countless bolts of lightning flashed above his head. Even his experienced grandfather was shocked. Suddenly, a blinding golden light flashed. A tremendous wave of energy burst from the boy's body. The 5 Chi soared. A realm most martial artists could never reach in a lifetime. His grandfather's eyes welled with tears. His grandson reaching such heights, he could die without regret. Thus, the grandfather's training came to an end. At this point, he had nothing more to teach. At that moment, iron blood soared through the sky. The boy raised his hand to summon him again. Now able to fully control his killing aura, Ironblood was no longer afraid. 5 years flew by in a flash. Through relentless practice, he mastered all the techniques his grandfather taught. His tracking arrow technique even surpassed the original. But his grandfather said this was just the basics. The boy protested. With wolf step and aura-guided arrows, his aim was flawless. But his grandfather said sternly, turning aura into arrows is the pinnacle of archery. Invisible shooting is the peak of technique. The boy was confused. If there's no arrow, aren't you just firing air? He then demanded a demonstration. But his grandfather waved him off. He explained his old internal injuries made it impossible. Tomorrow morning, you'll head to the ancestral land, Shenhe Shadow Village. There, you'll find supreme ancestral techniques. The infinite divine skill and the hidden arrow technique. To master them, the boy even dug up his family's ancestral tomb. But what greeted him were 3 archery murals. And an old wooden box on the ground. Inside was an iron bow and a family chronicle. As a devoted archer, he was overjoyed. But in the next second, his expression turned shocked. The bow weighed nearly 200 jin, 100 kilogram. Let alone firing. Even lifting it was difficult. So he began reading the family chronicle carefully. He found the 3 murals. They depicted the hidden arrow technique of the 14th ancestor. Though it only had 3 moves, it was considered the pinnacle of archery in the martial world. But powerful techniques always had flaws. This one drained the user's internal power at a rapid rate. So the ancestor also created the infinite divine skill, which boosted inner strength through breathing techniques. The boy marveled at his ancestor's brilliance. Further in, he found a different set of notes. From the 16th ancestor, the one who created aura arrow conversion. He was obsessed with archery, yet couldn't fully comprehend the 14th ancestor's techniques. So he fused the hidden arrow style into archery, creating the ultimate art of aura arrow fusion. After reading, the boy had an epiphany. So the foundation of aura arrow fusion was the hidden arrow style. If he could master both, he could shoot from afar or strike up close with a single arrow. So he began studying the infinite divine skill. Using the Heart Sutra taught by his grandfather as aid, he boosted his power several times in just 10 days. The 200 jin iron bow now felt light as a feather. He returned to the mural, but didn't know where to begin. He had never trained in visual archery techniques. So he carved a wooden sword with a small knife, and mimicked the mural's postures. Just as he completed the form, a burst of arrow aura shot from the first mural. The sudden event made him cry out. He ducked just in time to dodge the deadly blow. But he stood dazed, stunned. What just happened? He tried again with the same move. Sure enough, the arrow aura surged like wind. Dodging it, he let out a laugh. He had a bold guess in his heart. Next, he targeted the second mural. Whoosh! This arrow aura was as fast as lightning. Even though he was prepared, it nearly hit him. After a series of tests, he finally confirmed his suspicions. The first mural represented the power of the arrow. The second represented its speed. So he turned his focus to the third mural. As his movements synchronized with the image, a deafening arrow whistle suddenly rang out. Arrow energy erupted with a piercing whoosh and violent force. crashing forth. It was a fusion of the first two moves. The powerful impact was hard for Woody to withstand. He clashed with it for an entire incense stick's time. Only then did the arrow energy dissipate. Just the aura hidden in the mural was already this strong. If fully mastered, it could shake mountains and rivers. From then on, Woody trained day and night. He wouldn't stop until he practiced each move 10,000 times. 2 years flew by in a blink. By now, Woody was no longer who he once was. With just a wooden arrow, he could split mountains. He realized it was time to leave. His aura surged violently. All his inner power condensed into the wooden arrow. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The entire ancestral hall collapsed instantly. He knelt and bowed 3 times to his ancestors in farewell. Then left, carrying the 200 Jin iron bow. The path of a peerless expert had officially begun. To master ultimate martial arts. He slashed with his sword 10,000 times a day. And practiced archery thousands of times. At 15, he mastered the strongest technique left by the 14th ancestor. The infinite divine skill. In just 10 days, he gained the power of 3 cycles, 180 years. At 17, aided by the technique, he fully mastered the top-tier hidden sword technique, eventually integrating it into his archery, reaching the pinnacle of bow-based martial arts, the realm of aura arrow fusion. From afar he could shoot, up close he could slash with one arrow. He dreamed of a life of heroic wandering, living freely like clouds and cranes. But his grandfather said that when he was 4, he had already found him a wife. Then tossed him half a jade pendant. This is your fate as the Tang family's son-in-law in Chuanshu. The other half is with your bride. He then took out the Prajnaparamita Sutra, and told him to return it when passing by Shaolin. Scene change. A group dressed in frontier attire was about to execute a young boy. At the critical moment, a sharp sword silently pierced through someone's shoulder. The one who acted was none other than Woody, fresh off the mountain. Seeing he was alone yet so arrogant, the crowd drew weapons and charged. But how could brute force match Woody? In a blink, he loosed 10 arrows from his bow. Fresh from training, he had no intent to kill, only targeting non-lethal spots to disable them. After subduing the whole group, the boy bowed and thanked Woody, saying they were from the Jurchen tribe. Tribal wars had been frequent lately. Woody didn't want to get involved, and asked for directions to Shaolin and Chuanshu. The boy was stunned, then said, Shaolin is in the Central Plains, while Chuanshu lies to the southwest. The journey would take 5 to 6 months. Hearing this, Woody cursed internally. His grandfather had told him it was just a month's journey. The boy then invited him to their tribe, to stock up on food and supplies just in case. Soon, they arrived at the military camp of the Duko tribe. Wanyan Guyu assigned a servant to care for Woody. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The servant told Woody that the Central Plains were now ruled by the Ming dynasty. Then Guyu entered with a serious face, and told Woody the Cuckoo tribe army was 20 li away. They were about to launch a full assault. He came to say farewell to Woody. As Guyu left, Woody asked the servant about the Cuckoo tribe. The servant said they were 3 times stronger. Woody frowned. He couldn't help but worry. The war drum sounded. With battle cries, war broke out. The 2 tribes clashed fiercely. Cuckoo tribe, despite their strength, suffered heavy losses. Woody stood at a high vantage point, watching the brutal war. Then asked his servant to fetch branches. The Cuckoo tribe was soon in disarray from the arrow storm. The Duko tribe, morale soaring, pressed the attack. They pushed the enemy lines back relentlessly. The Cuckoo tribe leader sensed disaster looming. Who knew such swordsmanship could exist in the world? He immediately ordered his men to sound the retreat horn. Thus, the Cuckoo tribe won the war. The warriors returned to camp for a grand victory feast. Guyu ran excitedly toward Woody, and knelt to perform the tribe's highest courtesy. At the same time, the Cuckoo tribe army had arrived 20 li from Woody. At the same time, the warriors returned to camp for a grand victory feast. Guyu ran excitedly toward Wudi. And again knelt, expressing deep gratitude. He invited him to join his father's banquet. But Wudi wasn't interested, and declined using punishment as an excuse. When he returned to his quarters, he saw flames lighting up the sky. Guyu's tribe was slaughtering captured Cuckoo warriors. Wudi burned with rage. Why continue the killing after victory? He stormed into the victory banquet with a dark expression. The chief greeted him with a beaming smile. But Wudi didn't mince words. He directly requested the captives be spared. The chief laughed loudly, saying, "You may be strong, but you're too soft." Wudi ignored him and repeated the request. Suddenly, a burly man roared. "Who do you think you are? You have no right to interfere here." He pulled out a dagger and charged at Wudi. Wudi looked grim and was ready to act. But his servant suddenly jumped in to shield him. The unexpected scene filled Wudi with fury. Is this what the martial world thinks of human life? He drew his dagger, eyes filled with killing intent. In a flash, lightning burst in front of him. The dagger gleamed red as it cleaved the man in two. All his suppressed killing aura erupted. He raged like a primeval beast. The violent energy shook everything around him. Just as he was about to go on a rampage, Guyu knelt, crying, and apologized. He couldn't change his father's mind, but didn't want to lose Wudi as a friend. Wudi's murderous aura faded. "I won't forget you as a friend. And thank your father for showing me the cruelty of the world." He left alone, heading toward the Central Plains. The youth arrived in the capital carrying a tiger. Drawing curious onlookers, he began hawking it loudly on the street. Such a rare item attracted eager wealthy buyers. An old man eventually bought it for 200 gold coins. Wudi never expected a random prey could fetch such a high price. He pocketed the fortune and headed to the famous Jude restaurant to enjoy the capital's renowned roast duck. But he hadn't forgotten his true mission. He asked the waiter for directions to Shaolin. The waiter said the journey to Zhangzhou was long and dangerous, and suggested joining a caravan for safety. The southern outskirts were a must-pass to reach Zhangzhou. Wudi joined the Qianli escort agency to head to Shaolin. As they passed through Tiger's Mouth Mountain, all the guards were on high alert. The area was known for frequent bandit attacks. Sure enough, Wudi sensed at least 50 men hidden 20 meters ahead. Suddenly, the caravan leader stopped everyone. A group of bandits charged toward them with weapons. The guards quickly drew their weapons and stood ready. "This mountain's mine. Leave a toll." "Can't stand this nonsense." The two sides clashed fiercely. The bandits had the numbers, and were seasoned fighters. The guards were quickly overwhelmed with heavy losses. Wudi sighed in frustration. This would only delay his journey. So he climbed atop a cart and drew his bow. He showed no mercy toward the bandits. Arrows rained down like a storm. The air filled with the sounds of arrows hitting flesh, and the bandits' screams. The sudden attack shocked the bandit leader. He instinctively turned toward the archer. The caravan leader seized the opportunity and sliced through the distracted leader with one strike. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The remaining bandits fled in panic. The leader looked grim at the sight of his fallen comrades, then approached Wudi to thank him for saving their lives. "Our entire Qianli escort agency owes you a life." He invited Wudi to serve as deputy escort chief. Wudi politely declined, saying he preferred a free and unrestrained life. After a short rest, the caravan resumed its journey. After a long and arduous trek, they finally arrived at Zhangzhou's Taihe Bank. Wudi told the caravan leader he needed to visit Shaolin Temple, and that he'd be back soon. The leader gladly agreed. He said they'd wait for his return to continue the journey. Wudi then dashed off toward Mount Song like the wind. All martial arts under heaven come from Shaolin. Looking at the ancient temple, Wudi felt amazed. No wonder it's the sacred land of martial arts for 1,000 years. But as soon as he entered, he was stopped by two warrior monks. They told him the temple was closed at this hour. Wudi explained he was there to return the Prajna Sutra. The two monks led him to meet the guest elder. Upon learning Wudi came to return the scripture, the elder was thrilled. It's been 50 years since it was stolen. This is wonderful. He immediately ordered monks to notify the abbot. Hearing the word, stolen, Woody broke into a cold sweat. Didn't Grandpa say he borrowed it? That sly old man tricked me. The abbot gathered all the elders. Woody grew more anxious. If they knew his grandpa stole it, he might never make it out of Shaolin alive. Left with no choice, he brought out the scripture. And lied, saying he found it in a mountain cave. The elders folded their hands and chanted, thanking Buddha. Just then, a short old monk slowly approached. He was also overjoyed to see the scripture returned. Woody could sense a powerful aura emanating from him. The monk asked to speak to Woody alone. His gaze suddenly grew sharp. What is Wazun to you? Woody was startled. So he knew everything. No point playing dumb anymore. He's my grandfather. The monk sighed upon hearing this. Back then, your grandfather dodged all my attacks with just footwork. He promised to return the sutra one day before escaping. Woody realized his grandfather had used wolf steps. Just then, a warrior monk approached. The old monk introduced him to Woody. His name is Mumu. He's the next guardian of Shaolin. But this kid's arrogance has stalled his martial progress. I hope you can defeat him and humble him. Woody's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. The title, Shaolin Guardian, reminded him of a legendary tale. Rumor has it Shaolin has an undefeated army. The 108 Arhat formation, formed by 108 warrior monks in intricate patterns, with illusions and traps, real and false indistinguishable. 400 years ago, the demon army invaded the Central Plains. Even with the top martial experts resisting, they couldn't stop it. But that powerful demon leader was ultimately slain by the Arhats. He didn't even land a single blow. Since then, the Arhat's reputation spread across the land. Until 40 years ago, when one man appeared. He single-handedly defeated 4 demon elites. And killed them all. In the next 3 years, he traveled the land, wiping out every top demon sect master. Over 500 battles, undefeated. He became a demon-slaying legend. His name was Blade Sovereign Gu Yongpeng. He and his followers then founded the Batiangang sect to unify martial arts in the Central Plains. He challenged Shaolin Temple and defeated the 108 Arhats, breaking their undefeated legend. Just as he claimed he'd conquer the martial world, the Shaolin Guardian appeared with a staff technique beyond mastery. He defeated Gu Yongpeng in just 3 moves, making him realize there's always someone stronger. That Shaolin Guardian was this short old monk, now elderly and frail. He planned to pass the title to Mumu. But Mumu's talent led to arrogance, stalling his progress. The monk hoped Woody could humble him in battle, strike down his pride. Woody waved his hands in refusal. If I go too hard, I'll be in trouble. But the monk suddenly revealed a sinister smile. If you refuse, I'll tell the abbot your grandpa stole the scripture. Woody was speechless. This old monk is just as cunning as grandpa. Left with no choice, he agreed. Mumu stood there with a pure smile. No one's ever lasted 3 moves against me. But Woody thought, I'll let him hit once and finish this quickly. Unexpectedly, Mumu struck with the advanced martial art, Thousand Night Hands. The sudden lethal move stunned Woody for a moment. The next second, palm strikes rained down on him like a storm. With a loud bang, a large hole was blasted in the temple wall. Mumu was startled. Did I go too far and kill him? As the smoke cleared, Woody lay on the ground in a sorry state. Anger surged in his heart. Why did that brat hit so hard? He wiped the blood from his nose, and his aura began to rise steadily. Time to teach you a lesson. Boom! Woody charged at a blinding speed, landing a punch on Mumu's chest. The blow knocked Mumu back several steps. His face was full of shock. He had never seen such speed. Quickly, he took a defensive stance. Golden Bell Shield. But with Woody's lightning-fast attacks, he could barely defend himself. Suddenly, Mumu switched tactics, thrusting a straight strike forward. Luckily, Woody dodged in time. only losing a piece of his robe. Seeing the long-range attack, Woody stopped holding back. Sword energy was his specialty. Boom! An invisible sword pierced through Mumu's chest. Just as Woody was about to strike again, the old monk shouted for them to stop. He sternly said to Mumu, "Now do you understand there's always someone stronger?" But Mumu stubbornly insisted he hadn't used his ultimate move. The old monk immediately saw through him. The Damo staff technique? You haven't fully grasped it yet. Even if you had, you're still no match for Woody. He can tell Woody hasn't used his full strength. Woody admitted he also had the divine concealment sword technique. He picked up the old monk's staff to demonstrate. The first and third forms contain killing aura, so he wouldn't show them in a sacred Buddhist temple. He demonstrated the second form, invisible sword. Afterward, the old monk was stunned. He had never seen such exquisite swordsmanship. Mumu looked confused. At his level, he couldn't grasp the essence at all. By nightfall, Woody bid them farewell and descended the mountain. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Song, 3 people were fleeing desperately. One of them was gravely wounded, on the brink of death. It was none other than Baishandeo. Gu Yongpeng, the demon slayer of 40 years ago. Gu Yongpeng, once a godlike figure feared by the demon sect. He had swept through the martial world in 3 years, slaughtering every top demon expert. Later, to reform the demon sect, he founded Beishan Palace. He made a pact with the Central Plains to avoid conflict. But now, at the age of 60, he had been betrayed by his own disciple, reduced to a dog on the run, fleeing toward Shaolin. After endless pursuit, only 2 loyal followers remained by his side. They finally saw a glimmer of hope near Shaolin. But suddenly, several figures appeared and blocked the road. It was the Blood Shadow Corps led by Huang Dao. The 3 gritted their teeth in fury. Even the princess's Blood Shadow Corps had turned traitor. Chen Jing knew they stood no chance in their current state. Take the princess to Shaolin. I'll hold them off. Hua Ba charged at the enemies, ready to die. Watching his brother sacrifice himself, Chen Jing felt heartbroken. But protecting the princess was the priority. He carried Gu Yongpeng up the mountain path. They ran through the night until dawn. In the forest, they stumbled upon Woody resting. Seeing Woody, Chen Jing tensed up. But he kindly warned him to leave quickly. The Blood Shadow Corps would kill anyone who saw them. Woody sighed helplessly. Why does trouble always find me? At that moment, the Blood Shadow Corps descended from above. Chen Jing cursed under his breath. Just one more incense stick's time and they'd reach Shaolin. Now he knew there was no escape. He laid Gu Yongpeng under a tree and prepared to fight to the death. He coldly said to Huang Dao, "That boy has nothing to do with this. I hope you'll spare him." But Huang Dao let out a cold laugh. The moment he saw us, his fate was sealed. Woody listened to their conversation calmly. He hesitated. This guy wasn't bad, should he save him? Before he could decide, Chen Jing attacked first. His aura surged outward continuously. With a swing of his sword, a whirlwind of sword energy formed. This was his ultimate move, Hurricane Slash. He charged at Huang Dao with a death or glory intent. Huang Dao narrowed his eyes. Trying to die together with me? He burst out with full power. With a slicing sound, a flash of his blade slid past Chen Jing's body. Chen Jing staggered unsteadily, then knelt before Gu Yongpeng. "Forgive me, princess. I'll go ahead first." Then collapsed, breath fading away. Gu Yongpeng shut his eyes in pain. He silently awaited death. Huang Dao raised his weapon high. "Forgive me, princess. I'll send you off now." Woody finally understood the whole situation. So these bastards were traitors. In his view, all traitors deserve to die. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out, startling Huang Dao. He couldn't believe it. That this seemingly ordinary kid had such power. Swish! Woody's invisible sword burst forth violently. So fast that Huang Dao couldn't dodge in time. It pierced his shoulder clean through. The Blood Shadow members rushed in with a murderous glare. But Woody stayed calm, firing arrows in succession. His terrifying power even uprooted trees. In moments, the Blood Shadow group suffered heavy losses. The sight made Huang Dao's heart tremble. Since when did such a powerful figure emerge in the martial world? Thinking Jiyu Yongpeng wouldn't last much longer, he immediately fled with his remaining men. Young hero, please head to Shaolin to get medicine to stop the bleeding. Whether he lives or dies is up to fate. Woody was silent for a moment, but ultimately decided to help to the end. His figure flashed like the wind. Jiyu Yongpeng was startled by his speed. This youth's strength might rival top-tier experts. Inside Shaolin Temple, a shadow silently passed the monk guards. Woody explained the situation to the old monk. Moved with compassion, the old monk ordered Mumu to fetch the life-saving elixir. Soon, Woody returned to Jiyu Yongpeng's side. He handed over the medicine. Jiyu Yongpeng was stunned. This was Shaolin's sacred pill, Great Return Pellet. And this kid obtained it so easily. This was a Great Return Pellet, rumored to restore life and enhance strength. After taking it, the near-dead Jiyu Yongpeng felt as if he had come back from the brink. Later, Woody brought him back to the escort bureau. Thanks to his fame, the merchant group took him in. Meanwhile, Huang Dao returned to Beishan Palace to report on Jiyu Yongpeng. The new palace master was Jiyu Yongpeng's top disciple, the appointed heir. Upon hearing his master still lived, he merely smiled. That old man is nothing more than a defeated dog, no threat. Spread word of his fate throughout Wulin. When chaos erupts, the demon sect will rise. And when all of Wulin falls into turmoil, that will be the day Beishan Palace unifies the Central Plains. Soon, news of Jiyu Yongpeng's condition spread across the martial world. Meanwhile, beyond the frontier, tens of thousands of troops galloped toward the Central Plains. They were the demon legions once sheltered by Jiyu Yongpeng. Each one raised their fists and shouted, to flatten the Central Plains and avenge their benefactor. The widespread rumors caused panic across the martial world. The 9 major sects gathered at Shaolin to discuss a strategy. The abbot raised a question. Beishan Palace lies in the southern frontier. Why did Jiyu Yongpeng die in faraway Mount Song? Jiyu Yongpeng had contributed greatly in suppressing the demon sect. If he is truly dead, the demon sect will surely invade in the name of vengeance. But what's puzzling is, the demon sect has gathered at Beishan Palace without making a move. There are only 2 possibilities. 1. They're plotting something. 2. There's internal discord. The head of Huishan sect, Zhenren Shenyang, said, if the demon sect attacks, the first target will be the Nangong family, one of the 5 great clans in the south. We must act quickly and send reinforcements. He proposed forming a Wulin alliance to resist together. This idea was unanimously agreed upon by the sect leaders. The abbot sent messenger pigeons to announce the alliance across Wulin. News quickly reached the 5 great clans. Storm clouds gathered. Wulin was in crisis. The Peng and Wangfu families were the first to dispatch troops to the Nangong family. Meanwhile, small southern clans were assassinated by Beishan Palace's shadow demon unit. They either submitted to Beishan Palace or were doomed to die. In just 10 days, aside from the Nangong clan in Zhongnan, all other factions had fallen under their control. The designated heir was overjoyed. Their earlier inaction during the demon sect assembly was to allow the shadow demon elites to move in secret. They lay in ambush near all the southern factions. In the end, they could deal a heavy blow to the Wulin alliance. Meanwhile, the 5 great families gathered at the Nangong estate. The heads all wore grave expressions. The Nangong patriarch spoke sternly. The demon sect is advancing toward Zhongnan. Before they gather fully, we must ambush and weaken them. To lessen their strength, the Zug patriarch proposed forming elite teams to ambush them on Beijing Path. Meanwhile, at the 1,000-mile escort bureau, Woody clutched his head and roared in anger. The Southern Chaos had cancelled their Sichuan-bound mission. For someone desperate to find his wife, this was a huge blow. With no choice, he bid farewell and set off alone. Jiu Yangpeng then advised him to head to Shaolin. The Tang and Nangong families were both among the 5 great clans. With Nangong in trouble now, the Tang family would surely send reinforcements. Your bride might be among them. Plus, the Wulin Alliance is sending disciples too. You could go along with them. Wu Di found that quite reasonable. So the two headed back to Shaolin Temple. The old monk was shocked to see Jiu Yangpeng still alive. From him, he learned that his own disciples had surpassed him in strength, and were now ruthless in their ambitions. Jiu Yangpeng hoped to still offer his help in this war. The next day, at the abbot's call, disciples of the 9 major sects gathered for departure. Danjing Lake, always a strategic location, was now the gathering point for the alliance. They headed toward the Nangong family to resist the invasion. Along the way, Wu Di suddenly heard a familiar eagle cry. Looking up, it was Ironblood, long unseen. Wu Di guessed Ironblood was bored on the mountain, and followed him down. Just as he was about to call out, he saw Ironblood scanning all around ahead. Wu Di realized something was wrong up front. He immediately ordered the boatmen to stop, and rallied everyone toward the bow. The sight before them left them shocked. Countless corpses floated on the water. Clearly the aftermath of battle between Zhongnan forces and the demon sect. Could the Nangong clan have already fallen? Scene shifts. Inside a demon sect base by the Yangtze River. Top leaders of the sect discussed their next move. Beishan Palace's Grand Elder Li Shishen was troubled. The elite strike teams of the 5 great families had cost them hundreds of elites. At this rate, troop morale would plummet. Commander Guo Jia wore a grim face. He didn't expect them to use ambush tactics. He requested to launch a left flank assault on the Nangong clan that night. If they love ambushes so much, I'll use that against them. We'll lure them into our trap. Guo Jia reminded them to be extra cautious. According to scouts, a strong camp had appeared near the Nangong estate, likely belonging to the Zug family. They were masters of formation tactics. Attacking wouldn't be easy. Li Shishen was startled by this. Does the commander have a plan to break their formation? Guo Jia smirked wickedly. I've got a secret plan. He then ordered a box to be brought in. Inside was a large stash of explosives. With these bombs, in no time at all, we'll obliterate the Zug camp completely. Scene shifts. A demon sect unit rushed toward their HQ. They had to regroup before the assault on the Nangong clan. Suddenly, sharp whooshes rang out ahead. Countless hidden weapons pierced dozens of men. Several figures slowly emerged from the darkness. The one who arrived was Nangong Jing, the young master of the Nangong clan. His ambush team had been lying in wait for a long time. No words were wasted. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Wang Fuzhong's thunderpalm was powerful and overbearing. As his inner force gathered, it glowed a dazzling blue. The violent impact instantly killed several demon sect members. Poison Hand realized something was wrong. Their small squad was no match for the enemy. He immediately ordered his men to break out from the left. But the 5 great clans were clearly prepared. A valiant figure appeared, and with a flurry of sword shadows, several enemies were slain. She was Wang Fu Ying, daughter of the Wang Fu family. At the same time, the Peng brothers arrived just in time. They charged into the crowd like ferocious beasts, their broadswords reaping lives non-stop. After a one-sided slaughter, only Poison Hand remained from the demon team. Nangong Jing stared at him intently. Scum of the demon sect deserve death. But Poison Hand wasn't ready to die yet. He let out a roar and charged straight at Nangong Jing. He slashed forward with full force and a tricky step. As Nangong Jing dodged, Poison Hand revealed a sly grin. He shamelessly tried to escape sideways. But Nangong Jing had already seen through his intent. He instantly spun and decapitated him with a single strike. Just as everyone was preparing to return to the Nangong clan, a thunderous laugh rang out from nearby, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. A large demon sect force blocked their path. Leading them was Beishan Palace's undefeated master, Yan Wangjian. Everyone's hearts sank at the sight. This man's strength was insurmountable. Even all of them combined couldn't match him. He was Beishan Palace's most powerful general. His Yan Wang swordsmanship was unmatched and peerless. He once fought beside Princess Jiyu Yongpeng across countless battles. His strength and loyalty to Beishan Palace were admired by martial artists across Wulin. Now, as a guardian of Beishan Palace, he had joined the demon sect's invasion of the Central Plains. His presence deeply unsettled the younger generation of the 5 great families. Yan Wangjian calmly addressed them. I don't want to hurt you. Surrender. Nangang Jing's gaze was unshakable. Even in death, we won't surrender. Nangang Jing, eldest son of the Nangang clan, seeks your guidance. Yan Wangjian was momentarily surprised. So you're Nangang Cheng's grandson? I admired him greatly. Let me see how strong his descendant is. Facing such a formidable foe, Nangang Jing dared not be careless. His body launched forward like a gust of wind. He used the first form of the Sky Sword art, Sky Wind Slash. Yan Wangjian simply sidestepped and easily dodged. Nangang Jing wasn't surprised. After the probing strike, he prepared the second form. His inner power gathered at the tip of his sword, aimed straight at Yan Wangjian's throat. Yan Wangjian remained calm. You're still too weak. He gently swung his saber forward. 2 violent internal forces collided instantly. Boom! Nangang Jing was knocked back midair, sliding across the ground before crashing into a tree. A sense of powerlessness surged within him. Is the gap really this vast? He then raised his energy to its peak and prepared his most powerful Sky Sword move. Though he hadn't fully mastered it, he had no other choice now. Man and sword as one. A violent wave of energy surged forward at high speed. Yan Wangjian smirked. Interesting. He slashed his saber down with force. A storm-like burst of saber energy shattered the sword energy instantly. The remaining shockwave overwhelmed Nangang Jing. When the dust settled, blood spilled uncontrollably from Nangang Jing's mouth. Clearly, he had suffered severe internal injuries. Wang Fuzhang rushed to support him. He secretly transmitted a message to the others. He's too powerful. We're no match for him. I'll hold him off. You take brother Nangang and retreat first. His sister Wang Fuying tried to help, but he stopped her with a glance. You must go. Don't sacrifice yourselves for nothing. Then he cupped his fists toward Yan Wangjian. Wang Fuzhang of the Wangfu clan, ready for a lesson. Boom! His aura exploded violently in all directions. He shouted to his companions. Go, now! The others took the chance to scatter and flee in all directions. The demon sect disciples quickly reacted and gave chase. Wang Fuzhang let out a breath of relief seeing Yan Wangjian didn't pursue. But the latter's face remained calm and cold. You think they can really escape? Wang Fuzhang's eyes remained resolute. As long as I can stall you, it's enough. Yan Wangjian chuckled lightly. Then let me see how you plan to stall me. Wang Fuzhang said nothing more. He began focusing all his inner strength into his palms. He knew full well he couldn't withstand even one blow from the enemy. His only chance was to use his strongest move to buy time. He let out a fierce roar. Thunderous fierce mountain palm. A deafening explosion rang out. The palm wind stirred countless fallen leaves toward Yan Wangjian. The latter let out a light snort in response. With a violent swing, his horse-slaying blade came crashing down. Like breaking dry twigs, the powerful slash shattered the attack. The remaining force then slammed into Wang Fuzhang. He skidded dozens of meters along the ground before losing consciousness. Yan Wangjian had no intention to kill him. Take him back to headquarters. I'll deal with him personally. Meanwhile, back at the Nangang clan, the clan head received a report from the guards. A demon sect envoy had arrived seeking negotiations. He immediately went to the courtyard to meet him. But the envoy came under the guise of peace to demand surrender. He demanded the Nangang clan surrender and seal its gates for 3 years. Otherwise, the demon sect would wipe them out. The clan head laughed coldly upon hearing this. The Nangang clan would rather perish with honor than live in disgrace. Go back and tell your master. Your bluff is worthless. The envoy of the demonic sect let out a cold snort and turned away. You will regret this. Rumor has it there's a mysterious clan in the martial world. The Zug family. They're skilled in using the elemental interactions of the 5 elements to set up illusionary arrays within confined spaces. Anyone who enters these formations gets lost in illusions. Now that the demonic sect is attacking the Nangang family, hundreds of their vanguard squads have been trapped in the array. Just as people praised the Zug family's formations, a series of deafening explosions shattered the peace. Turns out the demonic sect used explosives to blow open a breach. A massive force charged through the opening. The heads of the 5 great clans were stunned. They didn't expect the enemy to use forbidden gunpowder. The imperial court has long turned a blind eye to sect conflicts. But aren't they afraid the court will intervene over gunpowder? There's no choice now but to fight. Thousands of demonic troops launched an all-out assault from the east gate. The clan leaders led their elites into battle. Clashing blades and screams filled the air. The clan disciples had only one thought. Kill 1 to break even, kill 2 to profit in blood. Their ferocity helped turn the tide of battle. But the demonic sect's 2 grand protectors were formidable. Like tigers among wolves, they slaughtered freely. Dozens of clan disciples fell to them instantly. The slaughter lasted an entire night. In the end, with the 5 great clans united, the demonic sect suffered heavy losses and had to retreat. The scene shifts. Disciples from 9 major sects travel along Donjing Lake toward the Nangang family. A homing pigeon brings uplifting news. The 5 clans repelled the demonic sect's first wave. Though 400 elite fighters perished, they left behind 2,000 demonic corpses. Everyone sighed in relief at the news. They decided to rest for a bit. Then a beggar gang scout arrived, reporting that they had rescued members of 3 clan strike teams. The injured Nangang Jing was supported by 2 companions. The beggar gang elder quickly ordered treatment for them. After recovery, everyone set out again. As they passed through a mountain valley, Wu Di sensed intense danger. He noticed a large group above the cliffs. He ordered Tai Shui to scout from above. Tai Shui screeched and flew toward the cliff top. Guo Yang, elder of Huashan's sect, reacted quickly. He led the group into a cliffside cave. Seeing his comrade in a pool of blood, he cursed, "Damn it!" This blood-red sword came from the Blood Princess of Beishan Palace. Archers in red robes lined the cliffs above. Chen He, elder of Beishan Palace, shouted down, "You have no escape. Surrender and you'll be spared." Guo Yang shouted back, "We, sons of the Central Plains, are made of iron and pride. We'll never bow to your demonic sect." As he finished, a hail of arrows rained down. The elders quickly discussed how to escape this crisis. To break out, they'd have to charge the cliff in a desperate fight. But with archery masters above, escaping the cave was impossible. As despair settled in, Wu Di cursed from behind a boulder. "Daring to shoot me with arrows? I'm your archery ancestor." He picked up a blood-red enemy arrow. "Looks like I need to teach you some manners today." His archery was unmatched, hitting every shot. At just 17, he had already mastered Qi-infused archery. But now he was pinned under a cliff by the blood archer's assault. "Daring to shoot me with arrows? I'm the ancestor of archers." He knocked an arrow and aimed to teach them a lesson. Guo Rong sneered from the side. "The cliff is dozens of zhang above. Shooting upward is useless from down here. Have you gone mad?" But Wu Di ignored the arrogant young lady's words. His arrow was already loosed. Just as Guo Rong expected to laugh at him, the arrow flew faster than the eye could follow. With a thud, it pierced an archer's throat. The others looked on in shock. Did he fall on his own? As they spoke, another arrow flew down and pierced someone's skull. Before they could react, dozens of red streaks shot skyward from the cliff base. Everyone was utterly confused. The next moment, the arrows suddenly turned midair, homing in on the blood archers like they had eyes. Even with shields, they couldn't block Wu Di's tracking arrows. Dozens more fell dead in an instant. Chen He was shocked by what he saw. He never imagined someone with such masterful archery still existed. Guo Rong was stunned by Wu Di's incredible moves. Wu Di snapped impatiently. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and fetch me some arrows." Guo Rong had no choice but to collect the arrows awkwardly, secretly thinking, "This idiot's got some skill after all." At that moment, the blood archers spotted Wu Di. A sharp volley of arrows flew toward him. Wu Di ducked behind a rock, blocking every arrow. Seeing their normal attacks fail, they called several comrades to channel internal force into one shot. With a whoosh, an arrow powered by their combined energy blasted out. The giant rock exploded into pieces. Wu Di's figure was now fully exposed. Kill him now. With no cover left, Wu Di walked forward instead. Everyone was stunned by his move. That was practically suicide. Guo Rong cried out in panic. "Idiot, come back!" But Wu Di ignored her. In the blink of an eye, countless arrows flew at him. Explosions boomed around him. When the dust settled, Wu Di stood there holding arrows, eyes full of provocation. What he did next left everyone speechless. He darted through the arrow storm like a frog dancing through reeds. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. What kind of mystical footwork is that? They couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The blood archers once again pooled their power. A volley of arrows whistled toward Wu Di. He drew an invisible bow and fired arrows formed from chi. His formless arrows collided with the blood arrows with crushing force. In an instant, the arrows turned to ash. Several blood archers were killed in the process. Then he turned to the elders. "I'll hold off the blood archers. Everyone else, charge the cliff and break the stalemate." With a loud cry, Wu Di unleashed 6 arrows toward the cliff top. On cue, everyone climbed the cliff face toward the top. As the blood archers drew their bows, Wu Di's arrows already pierced their bodies. The sect disciples reached the top and started slaughtering. Close combat was the archers' biggest weakness. Almost effortlessly, they were completely wiped out. Chen He's face darkened. He didn't expect a single man could turn the tide of the battle. He immediately ordered an elite unit to support them. But at that moment, Wu Di had already arrived before him. "Since I came down the mountain, you're the strongest opponent I've faced. Care to play with me?" Faced with a fierce attack, Wu Di used his strange footwork to retreat and fired chi arrows. The invisible arrow shot at Chen He like lightning. But to a true expert, it was a bit lacking. As long as he could predict the trajectory, he could dodge the invisible arrow easily. Wu Di clearly realized the flaw of the chi arrow. He infused internal force to launch a tracking arrow. But Chen Yi's arrow energy deflected it. He immediately saw that the tracking arrow was just sword control applied to archery. With a loud roar, he fired a deadly arrow at Wu Di. Wu Di tilted his body and dodged easily. But he wondered why Chen He had thrown the arrow. Suddenly, the arrow turned midair toward his head. Wu Di ducked just in time to dodge the strike. But before he could react, a red flash slashed across his waist like lightning. Chen He caught the returning arrow. "Your archery is useless against me. Draw your sword instead." Wu Di looked at his torn robe and fell into thought. That arrow could have left a wound. But he had only sliced the fabric. This was a worthy and honorable opponent. Wu Di let out a soft laugh. "Then let's have a fair duel." He casually picked up a longsword from the ground. "Let's settle it in one move." Chen He's face turned solemn. "As you wish." He suddenly let out a furious roar. His sword shot out like a bolt of thunder. It was his ultimate move, unleashing flame slash with sword control. The raging sword energy surged at Wu Di like a dragon. Wu Di raised his sword high, internal force gathering around the blade. Phantom sword technique, second form. Heartless sword. The clash of two forces caused a deafening boom, followed by the sound of Chen He's treasured sword shattering. Chen He was shaken to the core. That sword was forged from millennium black iron. Yet it was broken with ease by a regular blade. Wu Di calmly said, "That was just one of my defensive styles. You lost." At this point, Chen He had nothing to say. "Kill or spare me, as you see fit." But Wu Di suddenly changed his mind. This man fights with honor and integrity. He may be useful in the future. I heard your sect captured the Wangfu clan's heir. Let him go. With that, he leapt off the cliff and vanished. Chen He was left completely confused by his actions. But he silently made a note. I owe you my life. Meanwhile, the martial alliance had won a great victory. Upon Wu Di's return, everyone expressed their thanks. They lost only around 30 fighters in this battle, but left over 200 enemy corpses behind. After a long journey, they finally reached the Nangang clan. The Nangang patriarch welcomed them in person, overwhelmed with emotion. Naturally, Wu Di was treated as an honored guest. When Nangang Cheng and Tang Tianhao heard of his deeds, they looked at him with admiration. Seeing the Tang family present, Wu Di stated his purpose. My grandfather told me to come find my bride at the Tang family. When I was 4, he arranged a marriage with the Tang clan. Tang Tianhao was surprised. His son had never mentioned it before. Then a sly grin appeared on his face. This boy's martial arts are unfathomable. And he carries himself like a great general. The more I look, the more I like him. But Nangang Cheng protested. The Tang family has strict standards for sons-in-law. My granddaughters are all stunning beauties. Why don't you let him pick one instead? Tang Tianhao laughed loudly. You old coot trying to steal my grandson-in-law? Right in front of me? He turned to Wu Di and whispered. Child. I'm your bride-to-be's grandfather. Wu Di was stunned. He quickly knelt down. Grandson-in-law Wu Di greets you. Not until nightfall did the guests disperse. Tang Tianhao still had a joyous smile on his face. Then the second son of the Tang family said, Wu Di's sword skills are renowned. But we don't know much about his martial strength. Isn't it a bit rash to confirm Su Su's engagement? Tang Tianhao scoffed. His skills far surpass yours. He possesses inner strength even I can't comprehend. Nangang Cheng chimed in. Even more shocking. He hides that massive power perfectly. The two men were left deeply astonished. What kind of monster is he? Even two legends like them are impressed. After the fierce battle with the demonic cult, the Nangang clan enjoyed a brief peace. Wu Di's godlike feats quickly spread among the younger generation. Since ancient times, beauties love heroes. Many stunning women admired Wu Di from afar. Their longing gazes gave Wu Di a headache. To escape, he climbed a tree to nap. But Tai Shui suddenly brought shocking news in bird language. Ka, cuckoo croak. What? The demonic army is heading this way? Chirp, 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 chirp. What? Thousands of troops? Dust clouds rose outside the Nangang estate. This time, Elder Li Shishen of Beishan Palace led the attack. Almost all of their elites had been mobilized. Their eyes gleamed with bloodlust, shouting to wipe out the Nangang clan. The Martial Alliance disciples weren't cowards. They fought back with divine techniques and fierce courage. Wu Di stood on high and muttered. They outnumber us 3-1. This will be a tough fight. Suddenly, Captain Wang Yuan of the Blood Archers gave an order for a fierce volley from the Blood Archers. The surprise attack left the Martial Alliance off guard. Someone shouted at the top of their lungs. No one knows who suddenly shouted. Take out their archers first. The crowd fearlessly charged straight toward the Blood Bow Squad. But before they could close in, they were pierced by sharp swords. Wu Di could wait no longer. He instantly drew his iron bow. Whoosh! The green branch bolt shot out like lightning. With a single strike, it pierced through 3 Blood Bow members. Guo Jia and Wang Yuan were both shocked. Such a powerful archer actually exists. They pointed at Woody from above and roared, "Kill him now!" With that command, countless blades surged toward Woody. But Woody's footwork was extremely strange. He weaved through the rain of arrows with ease. Then he drew his bow wide like a full moon. "Try out my new ultimate move." Buzz! 6 invisible swords shot out like lightning. Yan Wangjian and Chen He were both startled. At this rate, the Blood Bow Squad would be annihilated. They rushed forward to intercept the invisible swords. But the swords curved around them, slaughtering the Blood Bow Squad in chaos. Even witnessing it with their own eyes was unbelievable. Woody grinned. He had succeeded with one move. He had improved this technique after dueling Chen He. While launching 6 invisible swords, he also used tracking guidance. But it consumed 6 times more inner energy. Meanwhile, as more elites from Beishan Palace flooded in, Wuling Alliance began to lose ground. War is merciless, only the strong survive. Regular disciples of the sects couldn't hold back the assault. As time passed, their disadvantage became increasingly obvious. Woody realized defeat was inevitable at this pace. Just as he prepared to unleash all his strength, he noticed the enemy suddenly retreating. This move completely puzzled him. Then Mad Blade pointed at the Wuling Alliance and shouted, "Next time will be the final battle. The elite Blood Shadow Squad will uproot the Nangong clan entirely." This battle was a heavy loss for Wuling Alliance. Nangong Cheng could only sigh in grief. The Blood Shadow experts were overwhelmingly strong. With their current forces, they could hardly resist. Meanwhile, an elder from Beishan Palace asked the commander, "Why not send in the Blood Shadow Squad to wipe out the Nangong clan?" But Guo Jia replied, "Now is not the time to destroy the Nangong clan. Our main goal is to draw the Wuling Alliance's attention from the north. The princess is setting the stage to weaken Wuling's power." Meanwhile, the Nangong clan held an emergency meeting. The current situation was extremely unfavorable. Tang Tianhao thought deeply and said, "We only have 2 choices now. Fight to the death with honor, or retreat north to preserve our future." The Nangong patriarch looked despondent. To abandon the ancestral land is a great disgrace. But for the clan's survival, there's no other way. That night, the Nangong clan quietly set out north. To avoid enemy ambushes, they chose a mountain path around Dongjing Lake. Their destination was Julong Mountain in the northwest. Its rugged terrain made it ideal for ambushes. Beishan Palace would surely send forces to intercept. This time, they must exact some revenge. Meanwhile, Beishan Palace received news of the retreat. Li Shishen burst into laughter. Just as expected. They'll surely set an ambush at Julong Mountain for revenge, waiting for us to walk into their trap. But no need to worry. Our Xie Ying squad will arrive there ahead of them. We just have to pretend to pursue. So they think we've fallen into their trap. He has unmatched sword techniques. Became a supreme expert by age 20. And now, seeking a wife he's never even met. He's caught in a war between Demon Sect and the Central Plains. The Nangong clan heads to Julong Mountain to set up an ambush. They await the Demon Sect's pursuit to strike back. But what they didn't know, the Demon Sect had already seen through their plan. Xie Ying squad's leader, Mad Blade, led elite assassins, determined to arrive at Julong Mountain first. But every time he thought of Woody, he grew serious. He recognized him as the one who saved the old princess on Mount Song. Could it be the old princess is still alive? If she truly lives, her loyal followers must never discover the truth. The Nangong clan must be destroyed at Julong Mountain. Only then can the truth be buried forever. Julong Mountain's terrain is treacherous. The Demon Sect has laid a massive trap there. By the time the Nangong clan arrives, there will be no escape. Ambushed from the front, pursued from the rear. They had no choice but to break through one side in a bloodbath. Nangong Cheng and Tang Tianhao immediately decided to pave the way for their clan. They were once renowned, peerless masters. Their mere presence sent chills down spines. Even Huang Dao tensed instinctively. The Blood Shadow Squad instantly moved to intercept. Nangong Cheng's heavenly sword technique had reached perfection. With each flashing blade, he slew several enemies. Tang Tianhao calmly faced dozens of attackers. With one sweep, countless hidden weapons exploded outward. Before the Blood Shadow Squad could react, they were pierced through. Huang Dao knew he couldn't waste too many men on the two elders. He ordered the squad to attack the younger generation instead. Just then, Wudi suddenly appeared in front of them. With an ordinary-looking sword slash, he sent enemies flying in all directions. He didn't use his divine concealment sword technique. Just slashed wildly without form. But each strike carried an unstoppable force. The disciples were all stunned by the sight. This guy's sword skills are terrifying too? Both sides were now killing with red eyes. Nangong Cheng slashed continuously through enemies. They knew they couldn't drag this out any longer. It had to end quickly. Tang Tianhao roared loudly. His inner power surged violently. Storm of pear blossom needles. Buzz! Countless hidden weapons exploded in every direction. So dense that the Blood Shadow Squad had no room to dodge. In moments, all surrounding assassins were wiped out. The path ahead was cleared for the Nangong clan. They rushed into the valley at full speed. But Wudi had fallen to the rear of the group. Just then, Yan Wangjian led reinforcements to the scene. Wudi calmly drew his iron bow. Several invisible swords shot out instantly. Though Yan Wangjian quickly countered. Several men still fell to the hidden swords. His comrades called for Wudi to retreat into the valley. Wudi no longer lingered. He rushed quickly to catch up. But at the valley entrance, the Nangong brothers stood guard. Go! We'll catch up later. Wudi didn't question it. And ran toward his comrades. But the further he ran, the more uneasy he felt. They were sacrificing themselves to buy time for the disciples. By then, all Baishan Palace elites had gathered at the valley mouth. The Nangong brothers stood silently with swords drawn. You can't stop us. Stand aside. The Nangong patriarch coldly replied. Then step over our corpses. Guo Jia urged urgently. Elder, if we delay any longer, we'll lose them. Li Shishen scowled in anger. Even in war, we must show respect to worthy foes. He ordered Yan Wangjian and Chen He to engage. Guo Jia scoffed at such righteous conduct. The clash began with the ringing of steel. The patriarch knew Yan Wangjian was powerful. He had to use his ultimate technique to match him. He gathered all his inner power into his sword. With a shout, man and sword became one. A fierce sword aura exploded forth. Yan Wangjian tensed. This was a life or death moment. Yan Luo's sword technique, third form, infernal flame slash. A thunderous explosion shook the mountains. As the dust settled, the Nangong patriarch fell to his knees, blood gushing. His younger brother fared worse. Chen He struck him down with a single sword. The patriarch weakly whispered, Finish me. Yan Luo's sword raised his massive saber. You are a worthy opponent. I'm sorry. Just then, a whistling shot pierced the air like lightning. So fast he couldn't react. An invisible sword pierced straight through his abdomen. Wudi walked over slowly, holding his iron bow. He glanced coldly at everyone. Then gently lifted the patriarch and said, I'll take you home. Li Shishen spoke darkly. You think you can just leave? Wudi's gaze turned razor sharp. Move aside yourselves. Or I'll carve a path through. He alone could hold off thousands. Surrounded by over 1,000 assassins, he showed no fear. With every sword swing, dozens were torn apart. He only used the simplest strikes, slashes and thrusts. But each one carried overwhelming force. It was a one-sided slaughter. All that could be heard were the sounds of flesh-tearing and agonized screams. It filled the hearts of the demon sect leaders with dread. What kind of monster is this guy? Suddenly, Quang Dao and Chen He launched a fierce joint attack on Wudi. But under Wudi's wild offense, they couldn't even get close. The more Chen He fought, the more terrified he became. He had been using sword aura for half an hour. Yet Wudi's inner power showed no signs of fading. Wudi looked at Chen He coldly and said, Are you sure you want to stop me? I didn't want to kill you. Chen He stayed silent. Woody said no more. His figure shot forward like lightning. Wolf step. So fast that Chen He could barely see him. With a whoosh, the two figures passed by in an instant. Chen He's pupils shrank in disbelief. Impossible. I clearly blocked his sword. The next second, a stream of blood spurted from his chest. He looked solemnly at Woody and asked, "Can you tell me, what sword technique was that?" A warrior shouted in fury. His blade unsheathed and charged at Woody. He was Beishan Palace's Grand Elder, not to be underestimated. He had followed Jiyu Yongpeng through countless battles. Facing such a master, Woody was alarmed. His inner power was nearly depleted from the long battle. If he wanted to survive, he had to finish this fast. Li Shishen's aura was terrifying. He raised his sword and let out a long howl. With a hum, a thunderous sword aura blasted forth. Woody instantly became extremely cautious. He gathered all his remaining inner power into his blade. The collision of their forces created a deafening shockwave. The wild energy storm shattered Li Shishen's strike. The remaining force surged toward him. Before the blast ended, Woody appeared in front of Li Shishen. Their weapons clashed as they crossed paths. Woody was wounded at the waist, blood gushing out. He couldn't afford to stop now. He carried the Nangong Patriarch and ran toward the valley. Guo Jia quickly ordered the Blood Shadow Squad to give chase. Li Shishen clutched his chest and muttered resentfully, "I never thought I'd fall to a brat like him." Guo Jia shouted furiously, "Hurry! Tend to the wounded!" Scene change. Woody was now in danger, pursued by the Blood Shadow Squad. His wound continued to bleed profusely. His inner power was nearly drained. Suddenly, a one-armed old man appeared before everyone. It was Jiyu Yongpeng, the former princess of Beishan Palace. Woody smirked and teased. "You old geezer, you finally showed up." Jiyu Yongpeng proudly replied, "You go on ahead. I'll reason with them and send them packing." The Blood Shadow members were furious at their chatter. "Whoever you are, none of you are leaving today." Jiyu Yongpeng gave them a casual glance. "What? You don't even recognize the old princess?" Elsewhere, the Wulin Alliance had reached the Yangtze River. They needed boats to cross safely to the other side. Everyone was worried about Woody's safety. They argued about going back to check on him. Just then, three figures slowly emerged from the forest. Woody was carrying the Nangong Patriarch, cursing Jiyu Yongpeng. "Damn old man. You knew I was injured and still didn't help." Though Tang Susu would arrive in a few months, she insisted on heading to the Tang clan now. Meanwhile, in Beishan Palace, Guo Jia was reporting to the new palace lord. Hearing that several generals had died in battle, he was shocked. Since when did such a young master appear in the martial world? Guo Jia gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, we must kill him. I'll arrange an assassination." The Yangtze River had long been a vital trade route. Woody reached the pier, seeking a ship to Sichuan. But little did he know, an ambush awaited aboard. At dawn the next day, several ships approached with waterway banners. They were the Shui Long Gang, tyrants of the Yangtze. The captain of the Silver Horse Caravan remained calm. There was an unwritten rule with river pirates. Pay a toll and you'd pass safely. As the pirate boats neared, several grappling hooks latched onto their guardrails and firmly anchored to the merchant ship. The Water Dragon gang leader walked up grinning broadly. "Oh, it's the Silver Horse Caravan. What a pleasure, what a pleasure." The captain cut straight to the point, pulling out hundreds of silver coins. "Here's the toll for this passage. Please, grant us safe passage, chief. Why is it that trouble follows me everywhere I go?" He strode forward, ready to take out the river gang. Just then, a figure suddenly turned and stabbed a sword into his chest. The sudden move left Woody in shock. He glared coldly at the attacker. "Why?" The boatman grinned maliciously. "Did you really think you could escape Beishan Palace's pursuit?" It turned out the boatman and the Water Dragon gang had set a trap, aimed at lulling Woody into letting his guard down for an assassination. Thankfully, he narrowly dodged a fatal blow. Seeing that he wasn't dead, the boatman ordered the water dragon gang to finish him off. As Woody was about to draw his dagger and fight, a large hand stopped him. "I'm the captain. You're seriously injured. Let me handle them." He then turned coldly to the boatman. "You are not my brother." The boatman smirked wickedly. "Your brother's skin came in handy." Then he ripped off a human skin mask. His skin was thick. It took me a long time to peel it off. The captain was consumed with rage. "I'll tear you to pieces." The water dragon gang saw his fury and panicked. All of them knelt and trembled in fear. "Greetings, Lord Captain." Turned out the captain was none other than Du Yizhang, who unified the Yangtze 20 years ago. Under his rule, the river guilds became a formidable force. The assassin sneered darkly. "Beishan Palace is about to dominate the martial world. Even you have no choice but to submit." Suddenly Woody grabbed Du Yizhang. "This one's mine." Then he yanked out the dagger from his chest. Du Yizhang quickly sealed his pressure point to stop the bleeding. "I'll return this blow. When I cut off your head, let's see if you'll still talk tough." Then his sword shot straight for Woody's throat. But Woody's figure flickered, leaving only a shadow behind. With a swift stab, his dagger pierced the assassin's heart precisely. It was over. Woody took out a jade pendant from his chest. It had blocked the fatal blow for him. A few days later, Woody arrived at an inn at the foot of Phoenix Mountain in Sichuan. From the innkeeper, he learned that the Tang family was in Chengdu, and that it was only 50 kilometers away. Woody was overjoyed to hear this. He would soon be reunited with his wife. Excitement kept him from sleeping. Suddenly, loud voices came from the room next door. With sharp ears, he caught the name Tang family. He moved close to the wall and began eavesdropping. To his shock, he heard plans to annihilate the Tang clan. Woody's face instantly darkened. Clearly, they were members of the Tang family's enemies, Five Venom Sect. The next morning, a group marched along Phoenix Mountain toward Chengdu. Elder Wu Jingguang of the Five Venom Sect said sternly, "There must be no mistakes in wiping out the Tang family." Bloody Venom Hand remained calm. "Don't worry. With the Poison Masters on our side, victory is assured. Once the Tang family is destroyed, the Five Venom Sect will take their place among the five great clans." Unbeknownst to them, a figure was tailing them closely. There were too many enemies. So Woody didn't strike recklessly. He planned to use ambush tactics to thin their numbers. With a swish, an invisible sword twisted through the forest and pierced straight through a Five Venom Sect disciple's chest. A strange group appeared on Phoenix Mountain. They carried coffin-like wooden boxes on their backs, with a murderous aura on their faces. They were members of the feared Five Venom Sect, led by their sect master, the Poison King, to destroy the Tang family. Little did they know, someone was secretly tailing them. As the Tang family's son-in-law, Woody couldn't just sit idly by. He gently pulled his bowstring and formed a sword from aura. A formless sword shot out like lightning. It twisted through the forest like a serpent, and pierced cleanly through a Five Venom Sect disciple's chest. The sudden strike threw the group into disarray. After each strike, Woody changed his position immediately. This made it impossible for the enemy to pinpoint the attack's origin. In the blink of an eye, dozens had fallen to this guerrilla tactic. The Poison King was furious, gritting his teeth. All the dead had a hole pierced through their chests, but no one could tell what weapon had caused it. Helpless, the Poison King ordered everyone to stay alert. Just then, a ghostly gleam shot like lightning toward Bloody Venom Hand's chest. Bloody Venom Hand reacted swiftly. He swung his sword and deflected the invisible blade. But he was deeply shocked inside. The strike made his arm go numb. Staying on the mountain any longer would be a disadvantage. He immediately shouted to the group, "Everyone retreat quickly down the mountain. We'll find him again in open space." Woody remained calm. He had already anticipated their movements. As they fled downhill at speed, countless wooden swords shot skyward from the forest. As the Chi fallen swords fell, Wails rang out as heads were pierced through. Everyone ducked behind trees. But it still couldn't shield them from the sword's might. Wu Jingguang knew he could no longer stay passive. He let out a loud roar and led his men toward the source of the attack. Wudi saw them coming in pursuit. Fortunately, he kept thinning their numbers while fleeing. This became a drawn-out battle. People kept falling during the chase. By now, Wudi had eliminated half of their force. Without realizing it, he had run back to the inn at the mountain's base. Suddenly, bang! Dozens of 5 Venom sect disciples burst out the doors. They surrounded him in a tight circle. The Poison King said grimly, "Who are you really? Why are you attacking us?" Wudi calmly replied, "I have my reasons. Are you that curious?" The Poison King clenched his teeth in anger. "Kill him!" Hundreds of figures slowly advanced on Wudi with swords drawn. Suddenly, Wudi appeared before one of them like lightning. With a flick of his fingers, he shattered the man's throat. With a cold face, he took the long sword. The others quickly swarmed him. Wudi raised the sword and blocked their combined strike. But he realized their strength was pitifully weak. He swung his sword and slew several of them. Then unleashed a flurry of attacks. They couldn't even fight back. This puzzled Wudi. With power like this, how did they dare challenge the Tang family? Meanwhile, the Poison King and his men were in shock. The 5 Venom disciples could release poison with their inner power. Yet this man wasn't affected at all. Could he be from the Tang family? Only the Tang family could resist poison so effortlessly. The Poison King roared loudly at the thought. His body shot toward Wudi like a cannonball. His poison-infused palm aimed straight at Wudi's chest. But the strike looked painfully slow in Wudi's eyes. He lifted his sword to strike the hand. But then he looked shocked. His sword hadn't even scratched the opponent's palm. He quickly backed off to avoid the next strike. The Poison King's hands radiated a sinister aura and unleashed a storm of shadow strikes. Wudi's movement technique dodged them all. The Poison King couldn't gain the upper hand. He poured all his inner power into one final move. Black Venom Heart Palm. A black poisonous whirlwind shot toward Wudi. Wudi didn't dodge. He thrust his sword fiercely forward. Violent inner power exploded, shattering the poison blast. The Poison King struggled to withstand the shockwave. As calm returned, his body was covered in wounds, bleeding non-stop. He couldn't understand why Wudi was completely unaffected by poison. Bloody Venom Hand said in shock. Could this be the legendary poison immunity? Seeing they still hadn't attacked, Wudi shouted, "Stop wasting my time. I still have places to be." The Poison King and his men turned grim. This man is too strong. Even if we win, the cost will be massive. Looks like we'll have to use our final resort meant for the Tang family. Under Wudi's puzzled gaze, the 5 Venom disciples carried coffins onto the field. Something inside gave off a sickening aura. One by one, the coffins were placed on the battlefield. They all emanated an unbearable stench. Seeing this, Wudi was filled with doubt. What the hell is in there? Suddenly, splat! A powerful force inside a coffin slammed the lid open. A group of foul-smelling poisonous zombies slowly emerged. As the Poison King whistled, the poison corpse's eyes glowed with a crimson gleam. They launched a fierce assault toward Wudi like lightning. Though they were fast, to Wudi, they were still as slow as snails. He dodged and slashed downward with force. In a flurry of sword strikes, he repelled the surrounding zombies. But he was secretly shocked. These zombies had bodies tougher than steel. They didn't even feel pain. Even if knocked back, they'd attack again relentlessly. He had to try a different approach. Wudi infused his inner power into his sword. A violent shockwave blasted forth. The powerful energy sent the poison zombies flying into trees. But the next second, Wudi looked speechless. The zombies staggered and stood back up. Even with broken limbs, they still charged at him. As long as they could move, they wouldn't stop. Thinking of this, Wudi redirected his attacks toward their heads. Only by decapitating them could he neutralize them. Suddenly, he felt a block in his energy flow. Damn it! I'm poisoned. It turned out the poison zombies released toxins through wounds. He had to finish them before the poison took hold. He kept slashing, cutting down the zombies in waves. The Poison King was shocked. These zombies were refined with 1,000 poisons. Before they're all gone, kill him. Wu Jingguang and Bloody Venom hand charged at Wudi. The two flanked him in an instant. A flurry of poisonous darts shot out. Wudi had to block them all with his sword, giving the poison zombies an opening. Though he quickly beheaded one of them. He got scratched on the arm by another due to the poison's effect. His energy circulation was increasingly obstructed. The venom on his wounds spread rapidly. He gritted his teeth and cut away the poisoned flesh. At a life or death moment, there's no room for hesitation. This fight had to end quickly. He unleashed a few sword waves, taking out the zombies charging at him. Wu Jingguang and Bloody Venom Hand were already closing in. Their blades clashed violently in the air. Wudi's unstable inner force sent him flying. He skidded across the ground before stopping. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then his eyes grew sharper than ever. His aura began to surge. Are you ready to die? His killing intent chilled them to the bone. Suddenly, Wudi pointed his sword at the heavens. His inner power surged throughout his body. With a deafening hum, an uncontrollable energy burst outward. Nearby zombies turned to ash in an instant. Divine Stealth Sword Technique, Move 3. Sword of the World God. A massive boom shook the heavens. All zombies were wiped out in that one strike. Everyone from the 5 Venom sect was stunned. Such a powerful sword technique actually existed. When the dust settled, a crater several meters deep formed around Wudi. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. He had almost no inner power left. He meant to kill them all with that move. But the zombies had weakened him too much. Now he couldn't even run away. So he gathered what little strength remained and feigned peak condition. He coldly said to the 5 Venom sect, I am the son-in-law of the Tang family. That's why I attacked you. If you abandon your plan to destroy the Tang family, I will let you live. Everyone looked at each other nervously. This man was too powerful. If they kept fighting, the sect might be wiped out. The Poison King reluctantly shouted, We're leaving. Late that night, Wudi meditated in the forest to recover. With the help of his breathing technique, he expelled all the poison by the next morning. His inner power even flowed more smoothly than before. Seems battle is the fastest way to grow stronger. A few days later, he appeared on the bustling streets of Chengdu. After asking around, he finally found the Tang family he longed for. The young man was locked in a dark prison cell, enduring torture that shattered his bones daily. His fingernails were even pulled out with pliers, and soaked in highly concentrated salt water. The inhuman torment left him in endless agony. And the one doing it was the fiancée he searched for over 2 years. He still couldn't understand why she turned so cruel. Just days ago, Wudi had finally reached the Tang family after many hardships. He was received by an exceptionally beautiful woman. The two went to a side room to await the Tang family patriarch. But when he learned her name was Tang Susu, Wudi was stunned. Wasn't this the fiancée he had been searching for? He quickly told Tang Susu the purpose of his visit. Tang Susu was taken aback. Why had her father never mentioned this engagement? Though he looked decent, his character was still unknown. So she asked Wudi to wait a moment, and went to ask her father about the engagement. But when the Tang patriarch heard this, he looked puzzled. He had never agreed to any marriage alliance. Nor did he have any close friends living on Changbai Mountain. Then something struck him. With turmoil sweeping the Sichuan martial world, all forces except the Tang family had fallen to the Beishan Palace. For this man to appear now was too suspicious. I have every reason to suspect he's a spy from Beishan Palace. Tang Susu grew angry upon hearing this. So he was a liar after all. She turned around to confront Wudi. I want him alive. Scene shifts. Wudi was tightly bound in iron chains. He only remembered having a few drinks in the room. Then his vision blurred and he lost consciousness. Now Tai Shui lay motionless at his feet. Just then, Two figures emerged from the darkness. Woody tried to speak, but was struck violently without warning. Tang Susu shouted angrily. Who sent you? What are you trying to do to the Tang family? Woody, bruised and battered, gasped. I just came to find my bride. Why are you doing this to me? Still lying at death's door, huh? Then came another round of brutal beatings. He heard the sound of his bones shattering. He had yet to recover from the fight with the 5 venoms. Now he had no strength to resist at all. Elder Tang Ji of the disciplinary hall stepped up coldly. Tell us your real goal. Your pet is still alive. But it must pay for scratching my neck. Woody, weakly, said. If you deny the engagement, I'll just leave. I don't want a filthy marriage like this anyway. The Tang patriarch approached coldly. What engagement are you talking about? Ungrateful dog. I have the betrothal token from your family in my pocket. Take it back. The patriarch searched him and found a jade pendant. He looked at it with doubt. I've never seen this before. Then crushed the jade with a dark expression. Your lies end here. What's the real purpose Bashan Palace sent you? Woody was stunned. Damn it, did Grandpa lie to me? Thinking of all the hardships, he was furious. Just to find this so-called fiancé. He traveled thousands of miles through peril. He helped the Nangang clan resist Bashan Palace countless times. And now he was treated like a dog and beaten. He might even die for a crime he didn't commit. The Tang patriarch sneered, turning to Tang Ji. Use every means to uncover his intentions. But how could Woody betray under torture? He fainted from pain again and again, only to be revived with cold water. In the end, he even prepared to die there. But the Tang family didn't stop. They used pliers to pull out his nails one by one. The searing pain made him scream non-stop. Soaking the wounds in salt water made it even worse. Yet still, he didn't break. Elder Tang had been so respected. Yet his descendants were so cruel and stupid. Tang Susu scoffed coldly. Still trying to drag my grandpa into this? Then Tang Ji pulled out a bottle. Inside was an unknown insect. I'll put this in your mouth. In 1 hour, it'll lay eggs in your belly. The larva will eat you from the inside out. Tang Susu added. This is your last chance. Tell us your objective. Woody's eyes were full of despair. I've told you everything. Do whatever you want. Tang Ji grabbed his head. Then die in endless pain. This was a terrifying insect. Once placed in the enemy's body. An hour later, the eggs will hatch in the stomach. The larva will tear the person apart from the inside out. And Woody is about to face this extremely cruel punishment. Just as Tang Ji was about to put the bug into his mouth, Ironblood suddenly burst up from the ground. Clawstrike slashed a deep wound across Tang Ji's face. He stood like a brave warrior, swearing to guard his master to the death. Seeing this, Tang Susu shouted, "Filthy beast!" A fierce palm strike blasted toward Ironblood. Facing such a powerful attack, Ironblood had no chance to dodge. With a shriek, he slammed hard into the wall. Tang Ji glared at him in rage. Then stomped on him and began grinding down. You dare attack me, beast? Woody kept screaming for him to stop. But Tang Ji only gave him a mocking glance. Crunch! He snapped Ironblood's wing. Then reached to twist off his neck. Woody roared in fury. Enough! I'll do what you say. Just let him go. Hearing this, Tang Ji grinned with satisfaction. Speak. Why did the Batiangong send you here? Woody, bleeding and weak, replied. Probably to attack the Tang family. Good. Our family head will decide your fate. As the chains were unlocked, Woody collapsed heavily to the ground. But he ignored his own injuries, dragging himself with his chin toward Ironblood. Suddenly, Tang Susu stomped on Ironblood's head. You think after injuring my hand like this, he'll be allowed to live? Then, amid Woody's heart-wrenching screams, Ironblood was kicked flying. His head smashed into the wall like a cannonball. As his body slowly dropped down, Ironblood finally lost all signs of life. Woody could only watch in despair, his heart filled with rage. Tang Susu had a vicious expression. This is what happens when you hurt me. Then she aimed at Tang Jidun. His claw isn't bad. Tang Jiwenyan understood instantly. He decisively cut off Tai Shui's claw. Let's go. Report back to the family head. Wu Di watched Tai Shui tremble uncontrollably. Bastard. Why did you come for me? Scenes from the past flooded his mind. From meeting to staying together. He never saw Tai Shui as a pet. But as family, his kin. Tears streamed uncontrollably. I can't die now, right? Tai Shui, who will avenge you if I die? He calmed down and tried to circulate the Wuji divine art. A trace of inner power began to gather. The torment Tai Shui suffered. I'll return it 100-fold. His arm bones and meridians were shattered. Now he had no time to restore more power. He had to escape before the Tang family head arrived. He bit the chain and crawled under the beam. Using his head, he swung the chain up. One end of the chain wrapped around the beam. The other end was around his neck. Then he threw himself toward the cell door with all his strength. Filthy Tang family. Even in death, I won't forgive you. The guard outside heard and opened the window. Wu Di kicked away the stool beneath him. He wore a pained expression, faking a hanging. The guard was startled. He must not die before the family head arrives. He rushed in after opening the cell door. While they tried to save him in a panic, Wu Di kicked one guard and broke his neck. Then he rammed his head into another skull. In the dark forest, the Tang family dispatched all elites to capture Wu Di. Tang Susu shouted to her subordinates. His aura lingers here. Seal all exits. Capture him at all costs. Tang Susu moved ahead. But the noise alerted the enemy. He had no choice but to keep running. Each step twisted his arm joints, causing unbearable, intense pain. Just then, Tang Susu used lightness skill to rush over. Out of my way. Wu Di's inner power was nearly exhausted. He had reached his limit. Suddenly, he stopped. A bottomless cliff lay ahead. Tang Susu approached with her sword in hand. Run, then. Let's see how far you go. Wu Di stared at the cliff calmly. You better pray I die here. Or I'll repay all this 1,000-fold. Without fear, he jumped off the cliff. Tang Susu rushed forward. Die, you bastard. With a sharp sound. Her sword shot out. It pierced through Wu Di's back. As Wu Di fell, his eyes burned with killing intent. Meanwhile, at the Zug family, Huang Zhang, leader of the beggar sect, brought great news. Beishan Palace's Wu Duman attacked the Tang family, but was repelled by a young man. He even destroyed the poisonous corpses. Tang Tianhao burst into laughter. That must be my grandson-in-law. Scene changes. The Tang family head arrives at the Zug family. After some greetings, Tang Tianhao eagerly asked, "Where's my grandson-in-law?" The Tang family head was stunned. "Father, what grandson-in-law?" Tang Tianhao beamed. "Didn't Wu Di go to the Tang family?" Tang Susu hugged her grandpa sweetly and showed off Tai Shui's claw marks. It was a Beishan Palace spy who did this. She even showed a bracelet made from the claw. Then she ordered a package to be brought in. These are the spy's weapons. But when the package was opened, the elders were all shocked. Nangong Wei stepped forward and asked, "You say the owner of this weapon is a spy?" Tang Susu smugly affirmed it, and said she had killed him and thrown him off a cliff. Nangong Wei trembled all over. He drew his sword and pointed it at Tang Susu's throat. He bit his lip and said each word slowly. "You deserve to die." But the Nangong family head scolded him harshly. "How can you be so disrespectful to our ally?" Nangong Cheng shouted in anger. "Shut your mouth." His expression darkened. There was no doubt. This bow belonged to Wu Di. The beast Tang Susu killed was Tai Shui. Guo Yang and the Wangfu family head also looked shocked and shouted angrily. "The Tang family dares to kill our hero?" Tang Tianhao glared sharply at them. "What on earth is going on?" The Tang family head broke out in cold sweat. She said Susu was his fiancé. But I didn't recognize the token. I never promised her anything. So I mistakenly thought he was a spy. The Wangfu family head was furious. Tang Tianhao also trembled with rage. Do you realize what you've done? You've made the Tang family eternal sinners. Tang Susu protested in dissatisfaction. Her internal power is weak. How could she be as powerful as you claim? Silence. All the Sichuan Shu families were destroyed. Why was the Tang family spared? Because for his bride. He faced the 5 forces attacking the Tang family. Alone. And wiped out all the poison corpses. He must have been seriously injured back then. Yet he died at the hands of the family he saved. Suddenly, Tang Tianhao drew the family head's sword. And threw it before them coldly. Tang family head and Tang Susu. End your lives to atone for Wu Di's death. Nangong Cheng tried to advise him. Even if they die, Wu Di won't come back. We still have to fight Beishan Palace. We should pull ourselves together. Tang Tianhao stayed silent for a moment. Our hero was killed by the Tang family. I'd rather die than face Wu Di. Get out of my sight. From now on, I'll no longer intervene in Tang family matters. The two lowered their heads in silence. Nangong Wei quietly held Wu Di's iron bow. Tears streaming down, he muttered resolutely. I believe you'll return. You definitely will. He had overwhelming power but a pure heart. Mistaken by his fiancée as a demonic cult spy. Locked in a dungeon. And tortured for days. In the end, he was forced to jump off a 100-meter cliff. To seize a sliver of hope. Tang Susu, listen well. If I don't die today, I'll repay all this 1,000-fold. A few days later, Wu Di was washed up onto a remote riverbank by the current. At this point, both his arms could no longer feel any pain. This meant the nerves were likely dead. Without urgent treatment, he may never recover. He staggered forward like a walking corpse. One thought filled his mind. Survive, and take revenge. He walked endlessly. Until he saw a figure ahead. Wu Di saw hope. And quickened his pace toward them. The terrifying sight frightened the woman. She screamed and ran away. Wu Di collapsed. Completely losing consciousness. The woman turned back to check. And accidentally bumped into a man. She saw who it was and quickly cried. Help me. The man asked with concern. What happened? She pointed toward Wu Di's direction. There's a strange man over there. Scene shifts. Wu Di was brought to a village clinic. The doctor was shocked by his condition. It's a miracle he's still alive. The woman asked in confusion. Did he get these injuries from a fight? No, he was tortured. His fingernails were pulled out one by one. Why would they be so cruel? Several days later, Wu Di jolted awake in shock. He found himself in an unfamiliar room. Did someone save me? He immediately checked the condition of his arms. There was still no sensation at all. Tears of grief and anger flowed uncontrollably. He had no idea how to avenge Tai Shui without his arms. At that moment, a man walked in happily. You're finally awake. My name is Fan Lei. This young lady is Zhang Sha. We found you unconscious by the river. Wu Di weakly expressed his gratitude. Then the village doctor came to examine his injuries. Wu Di asked worriedly. Can my arms recover? The doctor reassured him. No need to worry too much. There's a power inside your body. Trying to repair the damage. But it will take a long time. Your meridians are severely damaged. You might never be able to practice martial arts again. The news struck like a thunderbolt on a clear day. Wu Di seemed to lose all hope and said nothing. Fan Lei was also deeply shaken. To a martial artist, this was like a death sentence. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Di's body had recovered except for his arms. At this point, he couldn't even clench his fists. He knew the odds of recovery were slim. But he refused to give up. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. With Zhang Shao's devoted care, his injuries improved day by day. After spending a long time together, Wu Di and Fan Lei became like brothers. But Zhang Xiao looked at Wu Di with mixed emotions. Time flew by to the family cleansing ritual day. But Wu Di's arms were as dry and withered as dead branches. Though his bones and meridians had realigned, he still couldn't muster any strength. Wang Zhang tried to comfort him. Your muscles and tendons are stiff from long disuse. With enough training, you can fully recover. Since then, on the cliffside, a figure would appear daily. Withered arms gripped cracks in the rock, struggling to climb, though he fell into the rushing river every time from exhaustion. He still gritted his teeth and kept training hard. Day after day, over and over. Fan Lei and Zhang Xiao were very worried. But after Wu Di showed the results of months of training, they were overjoyed for him. He could finally clench his fists again. Zhang Xiao turned away, crying tears of joy. He prayed for Wu Di constantly. Every late night, Wu Di cultivated his inner power by the shore. Zhang Xiao silently stayed behind him. Whether in wind, rain, or freezing cold, Wu Di thought about the harm Tang Susu caused him. Though it was a misunderstanding, Tai Shui's revenge must still be fulfilled. Once he regained full strength, it would be time for vengeance. Suddenly, Zhang Xiao started coughing. Wu Di rushed to check his temperature. Damn it, you have a fever. He immediately carried Zhang Xiao to the clinic. This silly girl stayed by me every day out of concern. But I neglected her health. After the doctor's diagnosis, Zhang Xiao was very weak. And now she had caught a cold. The doctor told Wu Di, you must remove her clothes and use a wet towel to reduce her fever. Fan Lei worriedly said, isn't that inappropriate? Shouldn't we find a woman from the village to help? Wu Di calmly replied, there's no time. He ended up like this because of me. Now isn't the time to worry about that. If he's willing, I will marry him. Because I think I've fallen in love with him. What's coming next might not be your thing. Let me watch it for you. In the end, under Wu Di's devoted care, Zhang Xiao's condition gradually improved. And in front of Fan Lei, he officially proposed to Zhang Xiao. A match made in heaven. Their wedding proceeded as scheduled. Fan Li sat outside the bridal room, drinking gloomily. Pity me, handsome and talented. Why did he fall for that guy? His arms are crippled like withered branches. Yet he climbs a 100-foot cliff daily with sheer willpower. Even falling hundreds of times a day, he never gives up. At this moment, he has only one thought. To regain his strength and make his enemies pay. After months of training, he finally regained some strength in his arms. Then he let massive waves crash against him thousands of times each day, swinging his sword to slash through the waves 10,000 times. In 1 year of harsh training, Wu Di never forgot the hatred in his heart. Now, with one strike, he could repel river tides. He didn't know how strong he'd become. Only that his internal power had grown many times over. It meant it was time to seek revenge on the Tang family. The three of them set off together from their mountain home. But when they arrived at the Tang residence, it was deserted. This didn't surprise Wu Di. They must have gone to the Wuling Alliance. Looking at the familiar buildings, Wu Di felt a bit sorrowful. He asked his wife and Fan Li to wait outside for a moment. He went alone to the prison where he was once held. Tai Shui, I didn't die. I'm back. The day of vengeance is near. Wu Di walked out of the prison with a heavy heart. Let's go to the Wuling Alliance. But things weren't going well there. The demonic cult army was advancing toward the Yangtze River. Vice leader Zhuge Ting said solemnly. They're splitting into two forces. One will reach Wudang in 2 days. The other will attack Mount Hua in 4 days. But our current forces can't defend both sects. We must abandon one. Either Wudang or Mount Hua must be sacrificed. Only by concentrating forces can we win. If Mount Hua falls, Shaolin, based at Mount Song, will suffer a heavy blow. We must sacrifice the lesser to save the greater. All forces will be sent to Mount Hua. Meanwhile, at Shaolin Temple, An old monk passed on his life's martial arts to Miu Miu. This is the legacy of each generation's guardian. This war must be fought with all our strength to resist the demon cult. Scene shifts. Tang Ji and her squad were gathering healing herbs in the mountains. Suddenly, they were ambushed by Bow of Domination assassins. To protect the 3 herb gatherers, she chose to surrender her weapon. Just as the assassins were about to strike, a wooden sword pierced through her chest. When Tang Ji saw who it was, she was stunned. "You're alive?" Wu Di looked at her coldly. "Long time no see." The Bow of Domination killers roared in rage. "Get him! Kill him!" Wu Di pulled back his bowstring, launching an invisible sword. It instantly pierced through several bodies. Such a familiar move stunned them. "You're the ghost archer? You're not dead?" Wu Di said nothing. He drew his bow once more. Suddenly, Fan Li stopped him. "Enough. They've lost the will to fight." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then one of Tang Ji's comrades attacked. "I never said I'd let you go." But Fan Li blocked the attack again. "They're from the evil Bow of Domination. Let me kill them." Fan Li responded coldly. "Bow of Domination only worships strength. Just because they don't fit your standards, you label them violent and evil? I, too, am from Bow of Domination. You should kill me first. If that's the case, I'd be glad to start with you." Fan Li struck lightning fast, sending him flying with a punch. "Is this what you call justice?" Then he slowly drew his sword. Wu Di spoke up. "Enough. Stop." Fan Li sheathed his sword and said calmly, "The fight between Bow of Domination and Wulin Alliance exists because they walk different paths. Even without war, hasn't your central martial world always been at odds?" He coughed to cover up the awkwardness, then said to Wu Di, "Sorry, I didn't tell you earlier." Wu Di gave a faint chuckle. "Does where you're from really matter?" He turned to look at Tang Ji. His gaze gradually turned cold. Tang Ji was terrified. Debts must always be repaid. She lowered her head and timidly said, "Please don't hurt the others." With a thud, Wu Di's size 48 foot kicked her right in the face. Tang Ji's body flew like a ball. "Don't you find those words disgusting? Give me one reason not to kill them." Tang Ji coughed up a mouthful of blood. "They won't pose any threat to you." Wu Di let out a cold laugh. "Did Tai Shui pose a threat to you? Yet you still killed her. They have families and children. Please, spare them." Wu Di's eyes were icy cold. "If you can stay conscious until I stop, I'll agree. But if you pass out, they all die." With a thud, a heavy punch landed. She punched again and again in fury. The pain Tang Ji brought to her and Tai Shui, she would repay it in full today. Only the sound of fists hitting flesh and blood splattering could be heard. Tang Ji clenched her teeth and endured silently. Everyone watching felt a chill. But Wu Di's murderous aura remained. She picked up a sturdy wooden stick and smashed it hard on Tang Ji's shoulder. "Both my arms were broken back then. And today, I'll crush every bone in your body." Blows rained down on Tang Ji like a storm. The sound of breaking bones echoed. Zhang Xiao trembled beside the scene. She understood Wu Di's pain, but the current Wu Di frightened her. Tang Ji lay limp like a dead dog. But Wu Di wasn't done yet. She slowly drew her sword. Then a disciple of Manhua spoke up. "Isn't this enough already?" Wu Di's killing intent erupted. The man was immediately silenced in fear. "Don't worry. I won't kill her. She tore out all my nails and put ash in the wounds. I want her to taste that pain too." The man's pupils shrank in shock. What exactly did the Tang family do to her? Just as Wu Di was about to strike, Zhang Xiao suddenly hugged her from behind. "Please, stop. You're scaring everyone like this. I'm afraid hatred will consume you." Wu Di's killing aura slowly faded. She gently comforted Zhang Xiao. "Don't worry. It's fine now. then looked coldly at Tang Ji. Get lost. Never show up again. Tang Ji weakly said, thank you. You're going to Mount Hua? I'm from Ba Tian Gong. Following you will cause trouble. I'll find you after you're done. Hua Ba left with the assassins. News of Wu Di crippling Tang Ji spread quickly. Learning the ghost archer is still alive, Ba Tian Gong members turned solemn. Anyone who fought Wu Di had one thought. Run the moment you see him. Hearing the news, Nangong Wei became emotional. Tears of joy rolled down. Nangong Jing said worriedly. He crippled Tang Ji. Who knows what'll happen next? Nangong Hui's eyes turned resolute. Tang Ji deserved to die. If the Tang family dares touch Wu Di again, I won't stand by. Meanwhile, Wu Di and Zhang Xiao had reached the base of Mount Hua. Wu Di, worried his wife was tired. Let her rest for a moment. We should have bought a horse. That way you wouldn't be so exhausted. Zhang Xiao smiled quietly. I'm happy just enjoying the scenery with you. Suddenly, Wu Di sensed something behind him. He shouted loudly. Who's there? A loud laugh echoed from the woods. Are you the legendary ghost archer? Wu Di didn't respond and drew his bow. One on the left, two on the right. Whoosh! An invisible arrow shot toward the head. The man screamed and quickly dodged. Wu Di didn't give him any time to react. Another invisible arrow was released. Just as the man landed, he was scared again. It's me. I'm Huang Yu. He ducked to dodge the attack. But Wu Di's arrow could curve. It turned and came back at him. Huang Yu was chased for 18 blocks. He finally escaped by hiding behind a tree. He peeked out, annoyed. You did that on purpose. Wu Di laughed heartily with his bow in hand. Who told you to joke like that? I could smell the alcohol on you from 100 meters away. At that moment, Huang Fuzhang and Guo Jingming appeared. The four of them hugged with tears in their eyes. Bro, you're still alive. After their greetings, they looked at Zhang Xiao. Wu Di quickly introduced her. That's my wife. Whoosh! The three vanished instantly. Hello, sister-in-law. We're Wu Di's friends. Suddenly, Huang Yu remembered something. You got married. What about the male guild? Smack! Guo Jingming quickly covered his foul mouth. Can't you keep your mouth shut? After some banter, the group walked side by side. Huang Fuzhang asked seriously. We've heard what happened to you. What do you plan to do next? Wu Di replied with a dark expression. Debts must be paid, right? Tang Susu must pay for Tai Shui's death. We won't stop you. Your revenge against the Tang family is justified. But the martial alliance won't turn a blind eye. We brothers may have to stand against you. Wu Di said calmly. We'll see how things go then. They arrived at Mount Hua sect. Many familiar faces greeted them at the gate. Lan Gongwei stared at Wu Di's figure intently. Thank goodness, he really came back alive. Then, he noticed Zhang Xiao. Who is that woman? What's her relationship with him? Wu Di walked up and said softly. Thank you. For keeping my things safe. I'm glad to see you again. It's time to return them now. Thanks. That means a lot. After pleasantries, the leaders gathered in the hall. Mo Renyang, head of the Kongtong sect, said coldly. Was it you who crippled Tang Ji? Yes, I did it. One member of his team died at the time. I heard it was Ba Tian Gong's doing. And someone with you also claimed to be from Ba Tian Gong. How do you explain that? Wu Di replied expressionlessly. Yes, he did say he was from Ba Tian Gong. Mo Renyang stood up and shouted angrily. Why were you with someone from Ba Tian Gong? What's your relationship with them? Wu Di's face turned grim. Who are you? I'm the head of the Kongtong sect. The one who died was my disciple. He was like a sworn brother to me. So are you part of Ba Tian Gong too? Suddenly, bang! Lan Gongcheng shouted at Mo Renyang. You think you're the only one here? Mo Renyang finally fell silent. Wu Di didn't want to embarrass anyone. He saved my life. We became sworn brothers. That has nothing to do with his origin. Suddenly the doors opened. Tang Tianhao walked in, expressionless. Wu Di got up to greet him. Old Master Tang, are you well? Tang Tianhao lowered his head and said guiltily. Child, I've wronged you. I never thought it would come to this. I've brought the Tang family's sinner to you. Everyone then gathered outside the council hall. We were wrong to you. Their lives are yours to decide. The Tang family head and Tang Susu lowered their heads in silence. Wu Di looked at Tang Susu and sneered coldly. Good to see you again. Tang Susu. You haven't endured other suffering. So don't preach kindness. Listen carefully, Tang Susu. Everything you did to me and Tai Shui. Today, you will pay it back 1,000-fold. I've waited for this moment every second of my life. Whenever I could barely hold on. Whenever I was in despair. I thought of those who smiled. As they poured salt on my wounds. Wu Di's shocking scars. Made everyone tremble. What kind of pain did he go through? The Tang family head suddenly knelt to the ground. I'm willing to give my life to calm your rage. Please forgive the Tang family's mistakes. Tang Susu stepped forward with resolve. I'm the one who hurt you. I should bear all the consequences. Wu Di's gaze was ice cold. You should have died long ago. Suddenly, his wife's voice came from behind. They already realize their mistakes. Do you really want to kill him in front of his parents? I'm terrified that if war breaks out, I might lose you. I can't imagine our unborn child losing their father. Wu Di was stunned. What did you say? I'm pregnant. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Suddenly, Tang Tianhao knelt on the ground. The Tang family's mistakes are partly my fault. I failed in discipline. Let's go. I don't want to see them again. Wu Di intended to escort his wife back up the mountain before planning further. But he suddenly recalled what Tang Susu once said in the dungeon. His claws are quite nice. He turned around and stared at Tang Susu. That woman was still wearing a bracelet made from Tai Shui's claws. The bracelet struck his chest like a hammer. His fury surged with a chilling sneer. Didn't you say you realized your mistakes? If Tai Shui knew I backed down because of a few apologies. How would he mock me? Zhang Xiao hurriedly blocked his path. You promised me. Wu Di's bloodshot eyes were icy cold. Even the heavens can't stop me today. What I said was, I don't want you to get hurt. So, step aside. At this moment, Wu Di's rage reached its peak. He wanted to crush every bone in that woman's body. A terrifying murderous aura spread like stone waves. The pressure instantly made disciples from all sects gasp for breath. Nan Gengcheng was shocked. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Mo Renyang shouted angrily. You'd kill for a mere beast? Your selfishness is laughable. Then he attacked Wu Di with a full set of Tianxin sword techniques. But Wu Di didn't dodge. A beast? A flash of sword light slashed down from above Mo Renyang's head. Go atone in hell with Tai Shui. A sect leader was slain by Wu Di in one blow. Nan Gengcheng was horrified. He actually killed the Kongtong sect leader. Things had now gone beyond redemption. Though the 9 major sects often fought over power, they would unite when facing an external threat. Wu Di's issue had now gone beyond the Tang family. It had escalated to involve all 9 major sects. Disciples of Kongtong and Tang family charged forward in fury. Wu Di stood like a demon god, gaze icy cold. His suppressed rage fully exploded at that moment. He had only one thought. Anyone in my way, dies. Tang Tianhao clutched his head in anguish. How did it come to this? Wu Di stood unscathed on the battlefield. Behind him lay the corpses of 2 sects' disciples. Then came a crashing sound from behind. Nan Gongwei appeared, holding a longsword. He is a benefactor of the Nangong family. I can't just stand by. The sect elders were all stunned. Nan Gengcheng said sternly. That young man represents the stance of the Nangong family. The Huashan sect leader looked at Wu Di and said, though I don't wish to fight you. But under these circumstances, I must stop you. Guo Yang stood by his master's side. You once helped us. But I have no choice but to obey my master's orders. The leader of Kunlun sect also drew his sword. Faced with attacks from 3 top experts, Wu Di showed no fear. His raging inner force clashed fiercely with theirs. For a moment, he even seemed to have the upper hand. This scene left Huang Zhang, leader of the beggar sect, in awe. Someone who could endure the joint attack of all 3? Suddenly, he leapt out. I can't take it anymore. My blood is boiling. With a loud bang, the spiked mace came crashing down at Wu Di. Wu Di dodged swiftly under pressure. At that moment, hidden weapons suddenly shot out from the shadows. One struck Wu Di in the waist. He pulled it out. Turns out it was one of Tai Shui's claws. His eyes turned blood red as he glared at Tang Susu. So eager to die, are you? The 3 swordsmen realized things were going badly. But Wu Di had already raised his bow toward Tang Susu. The Tang family head shouted loudly. Run! Whoosh! Invisible swords rained down, reaping Tang disciples' lives. Tang Susu fled with the crowd. Wu Di shouted coldly. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of my way. Then he pointed his sword at the sky, releasing a terrifying aura. Divine Hidden Sword Technique, 3rd move, Infinite Sword. With a loud hum, furious sword energy burst forth like crashing waves. In a flash, a massive palace collapsed. Thick dust slowly settled. Before Wu Di lay a vast, leveled area. He calmly walked toward Tang Susu. Now, no one's here to protect you. Crack! Wu Di crushed her foot under his heel. Tang Susu screamed and collapsed. Then came her hands. Each finger twisted upward inch by inch. The sound of bones breaking echoed. The pain nearly made Tang Susu faint. Don't die on me too quickly. Not before I shatter every bone in your body. Mournful cries escaped Tang Susu's lips. Please, just kill me. At that moment, the Shaolin abbot shouted. Haven't you killed enough people? Shaolin can't stand by any longer. With a synchronized shout, the 108 Arhats leapt into battle. Forming the array of benevolence, they surrounded Wu Di. Wu Di let out a cold chuckle. The 108 Arhat formation? Losers once defeated by Jiu Yongpeng. Let's see how strong you really are. A casual yet powerful sword strike shot forth. The Arhats blocked it in perfect unison. Their staffs neutralized the attack. They stayed alert, waiting for a chance to strike. Meanwhile, 3 old monks hid in a corner watching. Seeing the Arhats join in, one monk grew anxious. Quick! Tell the abbot to stop. They're no match for Wu Di. Then came Tang Tianhao's voice from behind Wu Di. This all began with our Tang family. Let me say a few words to Tang Susu. He sat down in front of her. Susu. I hope you can forgive your grandpa. Suddenly, he crushed his granddaughter's throat. Before she could scream, Tang Susu died. Having done that, Tang Tianhao aged 10 years instantly. Cradling her corpse, he turned to the Tang clan coldly. Look closely. This is the result of one grave mistake. All of this is the Tang family's fault. No one is allowed to foolishly seek revenge for Susu. He dared not meet Wu Di's gaze. Let this be the end. Wu Di, I once thought we could be family. But now, I don't even have the courage to face you. Wu Di replied softly. I don't blame you. Let's end it here. At last, the revenge came to an end. Wu Di sat with the old monks at the table. He said he planned to return home with his wife. But the old monk asked him to stay a little longer. The disciples from all sects suffered heavy losses trying to stop you. Many wounded still need protection. You don't have to fight. Once they recover, you can leave anytime. He was once hailed as the legendary king of archers in the martial world. Once known as the king of archery. He once fought Jiu Yangpeng, princess of Ba Tiangong, to a draw. Later, he helped Jiu Yangpeng found Ba Tiangong. The gray-bearded old man before us is that very Bo King. Though long withdrawn from the world, he came to Ba Tiangong's base. He had only one goal. To meet the legendary ghost archer. The Bow King spent his life obsessed with archery. He didn't expect such an exceptional young archer to emerge. Since their last battle, Wu Di had stayed on Mount Hua for half a month. He decided to bid farewell and return home. But halfway down the mountain, he saw Fan Li and the Bow King walking up. Ji Yu Yongpeng clutched his head, sighing. I knew the Bow King would come for you. Fan Li greeted Wu Di warmly. The Bow King cupped his hands toward Ji Yu Yongpeng. Long time no see. Princess, I'm relieved to see you're still alive. Ji Yu Yongpeng smiled wryly. If not for brother Wu Di, I'd already be dead. The Bow King said sternly. Though Guan Pei is ambitious, he wouldn't truly kill his master. Ji Yu Yongpeng sighed at Fan Li. Is that what your father really thinks? Wu Di and the others were stunned. Fan Li is Guan Pei's son? The Bow King turned to Wu Di and said calmly. So you're the rising ghost archer? May I ask why the Bow King seeks me? Only the two of us are known for archery now. I'm curious how strong you really are. Knowing this duel was inevitable, Wu Di told his companions. Wait here. I'll be back soon. The scene shifts to a clearing. The Bow King handed Wu Di an arrow. This will be a true archery duel. I hope you give it your all. The two faced each other solemnly. The Bow King said to Ji Yu Yongpeng. This boy's strength is no joke. I might embarrass myself in front of you today. As the two drew their bows, their probing shots were ready to launch. Whoosh! 3 arrows from each side shot out like lightning. The tracking arrows flew around Wu Di like they had eyes. Both were masters of archery. Tracking arrows were the most basic of techniques. They handled them with ease and confidence. First dodging, then countering each strike. They knew continuing to test was pointless. Wu Di shouted and fired an invisible arrow. The Bow King admired the energy-forged arrow technique and responded with a charm-infused shot. But he underestimated the power of the invisible arrow. His arrow was instantly destroyed by Wu Di's shot. Startled, the Bow King leapt high to dodge. Before he could react, another invisible arrow was upon him. The Bow King reacted swiftly. He deflected it with his bow. But Wu Di didn't let up. 2 more arrows fired in rapid succession. The light sealed off all escape routes. The Bow King cursed, damn it. No choice but to use that humiliating move. He rolled on the ground repeatedly. The move was called, Lazy Donkey Roll. Ji Yu Yongpeng and Fan Li were stunned. Though useful in a pinch, it was disgraceful for a true expert. The Bow King gave Wu Di a thumbs up. You're incredible. This is the first time I've been forced into such a state. Wu Di responded humbly. It's only because you went easy on me. The Bow King said solemnly. You're a respectable expert. I once tried to forge arrows from energy, but the internal force required was immense. So I created my own unique archery technique. Wu Di's eyes lit up. Please, teach me if you would. This was the greatest archery duel in history. Whoosh! Both unleashed their deadliest techniques with immense power. The Bow King's 3 arrows split into dozens of red lights before Wu Di. Wu Di couldn't tell which were real. Only 3 were real among them. Realizing this, Wu Di closed his eyes. He knew only his senses could save him now. TSSSH. Wu Di tilted his head, dodging the deadly shot. Then blocked the second with his bow. But he couldn't dodge the 3rd arrow in time. It pierced straight through his thigh. Meanwhile, the Bow King easily dodged all 3 invisible arrows. Just as he thought victory was his, 2 arrows suddenly turned back and struck from behind. Twin sprays of blood burst forth instantly. He was hit in the waist and thigh. Fan Li and the others were utterly shocked. The Bow King actually lost the archery duel. Clutching his wounds, the Bow King asked Wu Di. How did you do that? As Wu Di pulled out the arrow. I used tracking arrows while launching the invisible arrow. The Bow King was shocked. Forging arrows from energy alone consumes immense inner power. And yet you had enough left to use tracking arrows? Kid, you're a monster. Wu Di replied humbly. Your illusion arrows are truly the pinnacle of archery. I've learned so much from you. Meanwhile, Wu Di's companions waiting in the forest were suddenly ambushed. Dozens of figures appeared and surrounded them. Yang Shuo of the Five Venoms sect grinned. So that's the ghost archer's wife, huh? Hand her over. And I'll let the rest of you leave unharmed. The others quickly shielded Zhang Sha behind them. We must stall for time. Wu Di will be back soon. The Five Venoms disciples charged in. They specialize in poison. But they're not tough in close combat. And we have detox pills from the Tang family. Sooner or later, the Sword and Fist Kings will come for you too. Wu Di sighed in frustration. All he wanted was to return home safely with his wife. Fan Li chuckled and said, Wu Di's swordsmanship is even more amazing than his archery. The Bow King was stunned. Really? He turned to Ji Yu Yangpeng. How does it compare to yours? Ji Yu Yangpeng said seriously. I can't guarantee a win. The Bow King looked at Wu Di and said sternly. May I see your swordsmanship? Wu Di was speechless. This old man really is a battle junkie. Left with no choice, he agreed. Fan Li handed his sword to Wu Di. The blade let out a deafening ring as it was drawn. Wu Di looked at the sword in admiration. What a fine sword. A duel between sword and bow was about to begin. 3 sharp arrows shot out first from the Bow King. His illusion arrows became countless sword lights. Wu Di's aura surged rapidly. He raised his sword and unleashed a fierce wave. Divine Hidden Sword Art, second move, Ruthless Blade. Buzz! The powerful energy shattered all of the Bow King's illusions. The Bow King was stunned. He never thought his strongest move would be so easily broken. Wu Di flashed forward like lightning. So fast the Bow King couldn't react in time. A sword light slashed across his chest. Wu Di calmly sheathed the sword. Shush clink! The Bow King's robe was torn in a cross shape. He couldn't believe it. Had this been a death match, he'd be dead already. Wu Di handed the sword back to Fan Li. I could feel the power of wind in this blade. But what he didn't know was that his companions were in grave danger. Because the Five Venoms sect had summoned something terrifying. The Hulk wandered into the wrong show. It was a fearsome green poison zombie. Refined from thousands of poisons. Its body was as hard as steel and immensely strong. Worse still, it felt no pain at all. Huang Yu struck at its throat with all his might. But the blow left his arm numb. Guo Wu knew they couldn't stall anymore. He shouted loudly. And unleashed a powerful sword wave. But the zombie simply raised its arms and blocked it. Not even a scratch. Guo Wu quickly closed in again. His sword stabbed at the zombie's heart like lightning. But he still underestimated its toughness. The blade got stuck, unable to go deeper. A green fist smashed him away. Before he could stabilize, the zombie's huge body charged at him. Thankfully, Huang Yu pushed him aside just in time. Then Guo Jingming launched a double kick to its face. But was sent flying by a single punch. He slid along the ground and only stopped after hitting a tree. Yang Shuo stomped on his chest and sneered. Hand over that woman and you can leave. Why suffer unnecessarily? He then ordered the poison corpse beside him. Kill him. The poison corpse lifted Guo Jingming high into the air. Just as it was about to crush his skull. A sharp invisible sword shot down from afar. A powerful force struck the poison corpse squarely. Wu Di flashed over and caught Guo Jingming steadily. He turned urgently to Huang Yu. Help stabilize his injuries. Yang Shuo mocked as Wu Di appeared. So you're the ghost archer? Wu Di's eyes turned ice cold. Who are you? I'm the new leader of the Five Venoms sect. Disciple of the Poison King. You destroyed more than half of my sect. Wu Di realized. So you're with the Five Venoms sect. Yang Shuo's eyes burned with killing intent. Today will be the day you die. With a sharp command, the massive poison corpse charged at Wu Di. Seeing this, Huang Yu quickly threw his spiked mace to Wu Di. Wu Di caught it midair and charged power into it. With a bang, the poison corpse's head burst into blood. The small hammer shattered. Yet the unfeeling corpse didn't hesitate. Its muscular arm struck at Wu Di. The two forces clashed with a loud hum. The poison corpse staggered backward upright. Wu Di looked at his darkened palm in shock. Yang Shuo let out a loud laugh. That's our latest modified poison corpse. How does the poison feel? Wu Di answered coldly. So confident. Why attack when I wasn't here? If you'd kept running, using guerrilla tactics like before, wouldn't my men have died for nothing? At that moment, Bo King walked up coldly. So you used me as bait? Yang Shuo quickly cupped his fists and explained. I wouldn't dare. I was simply acting on instinct. Fan Li looked at Wu Di's palm with concern. Wu Di calmly said, this level of poison can't hurt me. He channeled inner force to expel the poison instantly. Yang Shuo was shocked. Could it be pure Yang flame? At that moment, Guo Jingming let out a weak sound. Wu Di hurried over to check. Guo Jingming gasped weakly. We held on until you came back. I have no regrets in this life. I'm glad to have you as my brothers. Wu Di's voice trembled. Don't talk. Let me heal you. Guo Jingming's eyes dimmed. It's no use. Take your wife back to your hometown. This place was never meant for you. The painter Guo Jingming then closed his eyes. His death hit the trio like a hammer. Wu Di wiped his tears and stood up slowly. Killing intent surged in his eyes like a torrent. Only to see Yang Shuo's sword at his wife's throat. One more move, and she dies in front of you. Wu Di's aura surged upward. If that happens, I swear the Five Venoms sect will be wiped out. Are you threatening me? Suddenly, Bo King stepped in. I won't blame you for using me. Let his wife go and leave with your men. With Bo King's assurance, Yang Shuo sheathed his sword. But Wu Di's killing intent didn't waver. Did I say you could leave? Jiu Yangpeng shouted urgently. Now is not the time to fight. The poison is spreading in your brothers' bodies. We must get them treated immediately. It might be too late if we wait. Wu Di glared at Yang Shuo coldly. Let go of her. Then get lost. I'll come for you later. Yang Shuo shoved Zhang Sha back. Next time we meet, I'll have a huge surprise for you. Scene shift. Wu Di returned to Mount Hua with Guo Jingming's body. The others rushed over to check on him. Wu Di lowered his head sadly and said calmly. He was attacked by poisoners while protecting my wife. At that moment, the Nangong family head ran out angrily. Damn it! The poison in their bodies is extremely hard to cure. Wu Di urgently asked about his brother's condition. The Tang family is working to detoxify them. But their lives are still in danger. Suddenly, Miu Miu rushed over shouting loudly. Miss Zhang Sha fainted from poisoning. Wu Di was shocked to hear this. How could that be? He hurried to Zhang Sha's room. She was clutching her chest, her face full of pain. Wu Di quickly asked what was hurting. Zhang Sha, covered in cold sweat, said weakly. It feels like something is gnawing on my organs. She then let out a painful scream. And passed out from the pain. Tang Tianhao walked in and said seriously. She might have a parasite implanted in her body. I've brought someone who knows about parasites. I hope you don't mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Ji, now disabled, was wheeled into the room. She softly said to the stunned Wu Di. What's between us is over. I won't do anything against you again. Wu Di let his guard down upon hearing this. Yes. There's no grudge between us anymore. Tang Ji looked more and more serious at Zhang Sha's state. Then suddenly turned to Wu Di. You're quite familiar with this parasite. Wu Di looked alarmed. I once showed it to you at the Tang house. Wu Di's pupils shrank at the news. The same parasite Tang Ji once held. A parasite capable of eating a person alive in 3 days. A parasite that struck terror into all who heard of it. Once implanted in a person's body, it lays eggs within an hour. The larvae eat their host from the inside out within 3 days. Tang Ji grew increasingly grim looking at Zhang Sha. There is currently no cure for this parasite. And having your organs slowly eaten is a pain no one can endure. I think it's best to end her suffering early. Considering the agony Zhang Sha is enduring right now. Wu Di's eyes flared with murderous rage. If anything happens to her, I swear I'll annihilate Ba Tian Palace. Ji Yu Yangpeng responded with a sharp gaze. I've already cut ties with Ba Tian Palace. Do as you see fit. If there's really no way, let Miss Zhang Sha go in peace. Wu Di stormed outside, murderous intent surging. Why did it come to this? Why? All the rage he had suppressed finally exploded. In the gathering square, the trees collapsed with a loud crash. He sat on the ground in despair. His mind was blank, unable to decide. In the room, Tang Tianhao asked Tang Ji. Is there a way to temporarily ease her pain? Tang Ji pondered for a moment and replied uncertainly. Perhaps there's one method we could try. Insect's weakness is fire. We might try burning the parasites inside her. Tang Tianhao replied calmly. That can only be done with pure yang flame. Tang Ji looked concerned. Zhang Sha's body is too weak now. She won't survive killing the mother parasite with that fire. For now, we can only kill the larva to prolong her life. But she'll still endure unimaginable pain. The old monk turned to Miu Miu and instructed. Go get Wu Di. Meanwhile, in Beishan Palace's hall, Yang Shuo smirked smugly. That Zhang Sha won't last more than 3 days. Fan Li frowned in confusion. What did you say? I implanted a parasite inside her. No one in this world can save her. Using such a vile method. Against a girl who can't even fight? Yang Shuo scoffed. This is between me and Wu Di. You have no right to interfere. Fan Li drew his sword in anger. He is my sworn brother. Zhang Sha is my friend. Yang Shuo's face darkened at this. I don't want to fight people from Beishan Palace. But if you side with him, then I won't hold back. With a buzz. Before anyone could see Fan Li move, several people had already fallen to his blade. Yang Shuo was shocked. This guy's got some skills. Then he gathered black poison quickly into his palms. The black venom palm. Dark poison clouds shot at Fan Li like missiles. Fan Li remained calm, weaving through the toxic fog. Do you think Beishan Palace fears your poison arts? He suddenly unleashed several blasts of sword energy. In a flash, they reached Yang Shuo. Boom! Such power was beyond Yang Shuo's defense. He was blasted back like a kite. Before he could react, another sword strike came like lightning. At the critical moment, a poison master appeared and punched the sword away. Is this poison warrior your trump card? Yang Shuo laughed in contempt. If you want to live, kneel and admit your fault. Fan Li didn't respond. His aura kept rising. His sword, Feng Hun, carved a deep groove into the ground. The Sword King beside him was shocked. That's Ji Yu Yangpeng's ultimate technique. Boom! The poison master charged at Fan Li. His massive poison palm aimed at Fan Li's head. Fan Li's eyes flashed coldly and he shouted. Clang! His sword rang out. An unstoppable strike pierced the poison master. A cracking sound followed. The 5 Venom sect disciples were horrified. The unbeatable poison master was reduced to a pulp by one strike. Fan Li pointed his bloodied sword at Yang Shuo's forehead. You must pay for what you've done. Suddenly, Elder Li Shushan appeared. That's enough. Fan Li responded coldly. He deserves to die. Li Shushan looked displeased. The 5 Venom sect and Beishan Palace are allies now. Even if you're the princess's son, you can't act recklessly. Yang Shuo was stunned to hear this. He's the princess's son? Fan Li replied coldly. Wu Di only wanted to return home and stay out of the alliance's affairs. But because of your foolishness, you've brought powerful enemies upon Beishan Palace. Then he kicked Yang Shuo violently. I won't kill you. My brother will take your pathetic life himself. Scene shift. Wu Di decided to use pure yang flame to stabilize Zhang Sha's condition. Gu Yongpeng was more skilled in guiding internal energy flow. As the energy entered Zhang Sha, it turned into pure yang flame. The unconscious Zhang Sha was jolted awake by the pain. It was a long and extremely painful process. After a night of torment, the larvae inside her were finally burned away. But this method can only extend her life by a few days. We must find a way to expel the mother parasite. Meanwhile, in an unknown inn, Wu Zun was listening in shock as a passerby recounted Wu Di's heroic deeds. The title Ghost Archer filled him with pride. But when he heard that Wu Di had been mistaken as a spy by the Tang family and tortured to death under orders, Wu Zun stood there frozen, as if struck by lightning. Damn the Tang family. Old man, I'll be coming for you soon. He was once a peerless sword god, but had lived in seclusion deep in the mountains for decades. Now just after descending the mountain, he heard that his grandson had been tortured to death. With bloodshot eyes, he swore to avenge his grandson at the Tang residence. After much hardship, he arrived at an inn in Sichuan. Unexpectedly, there he heard shocking news. Did you hear? The ghost archer nearly leveled Manhua. Hearing this, Wu Zun anxiously stepped forward and asked, "Wasn't the ghost archer dead?" "You don't know?" Everyone thought he was dead. But he came back alive for revenge. Wu Zun suddenly dropped to the ground on his butt. So it was a false alarm. That brat actually dared to scare his grandpa. Wait till I break his legs. He cursed as he stomped off toward Mount Hua sect. Suddenly, dozens of figures sprang out, forming a circle and surrounding Wu Zun. Wu Zun looked confused but calm. He calmly asked the Kongtong sect disciples, "What do you want?" Wu Sheng saw him unfazed facing so many people. Could he really be the legendary Bo King? Wu Zun frowned at his opponent. "If there's nothing, then get out of the way. What kind of dog blocks a path like this?" But Wu Sheng was having an inner struggle. Maybe I can last a few minutes against the Bo King. Long enough for our experts to arrive. Then my heroic act will spread across the entire martial world. He shouted and drew the long sword from his waist. "Disciples, hear me. Use all your strength to hold off the Bo King." The sudden attack left Wu Zun confused. These people don't even know to respect their elders. Meanwhile, a scout had arrived at Mount Hua to report. The Bo King came alone to Mount Hua. Kongtong sect disciples are fighting him. Everyone rushed out at once toward the scene. But when they arrived, they saw Wu Zun slapping Wu Sheng again and again, one after another. In no time, he had turned him into a swollen pig, foaming at the mouth. Seeing everyone arrive, Wu Zun angrily said, "These people are so rude. Ganging up on an old man like me?" Kongtong disciple Mo Qing said nothing, and charged at Wu Zun with breakout-level force. Wu Zun drew an invisible bow with bare hands. "So, you're in on it with him too?" Swoosh! 3 invisible sword auras blasted out violently. Mo Qing quickly leapt to dodge. Guo Yang and the Nangong Patriarch were shocked. "Isn't that Wu Di's one chi sword?" Both of them burst into laughter. "Now we know who he is." Meanwhile, Mo Qing struggled under the tracking sword attack. Though he used all his evasive techniques, he was still disarmed by one strike. Wu Zun stood tall with his bow in hand. "Try again and I'll shoot an arrow through your skull." At that moment, the Nangong Patriarch quickly stepped in. "Excuse me, are you Wu Di's grandfather?" "Yes, you know my grandson?" Scene shifts. They had no choice but to tell the truth. "All right, there was never any engagement. We only said that to trick you into going down the mountain to train." Wu Di was furious at those words. "Do you know what I went through because of that lie? Don't you think all this is ridiculous? If you wanted me to train, why not just tell me?" Grandpa's face turned stern. "I'm truly sorry this happened. But back then, when I tried hard to make you leave the mountain, you didn't budge at all. Ever since you came back from the ancestral tomb, you've just been idling at home. If I hadn't made up that lie, you'd probably still be on that mountain, living like a carefree hermit." Then he suddenly burst into tears. Wu Di's expression remained cold. Because of your lie. I went to protect the Tang family. But Grandpa shouted even more sternly. I told you to keep your distance when fighting with a bow. But you were arrogant enough to engage the Five Venom sect in close combat. In the end, your serious injuries led to Tai Shui's death. Did you think that learning the hidden sword technique made you invincible? You had no real combat experience. Who gave you that confidence? You're reckless. The barrage of scolding left Wu Di speechless. He was the one who lied. Yet he put all the blame on me. Suddenly, Grandpa changed the subject. By the way, are you married? After Wu Di replied, he burst out laughing. Where's my granddaughter-in-law? Hurry, let me see her. Wu Di replied coldly with a grim face. She's been implanted with a parasite. Grandpa was shocked to hear that. Take me to see her immediately. The two of them went to Zhang Sha's room. The parasite inside her had begun multiplying again. She was writhing in pain. Grandpa quickly stepped forward to check. He pulled out a box of silver needles. I can take away her pain. As the needles pierced her body, Zhang Sha finally stopped crying out. When she realized Grandpa had arrived, she struggled to get up to salute him. But Wu Di stopped her. At that moment, Wu Zun spoke. Help her up so she can bow properly. Under Wu Di's support, Zhang Sha respectfully bowed to Wu Zun. Wu Zun looked at her solemnly and said, You are my granddaughter-in-law. I will do everything I can to help you. But the cure is difficult. Zhang Sha weakly touched her belly and asked, What about my baby? Grandpa looked sorrowful upon hearing that. The second is to endure unbearable pain every day, until the child is born. But you'll die after giving birth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sha's eyes became resolute. I want to give birth to this child. Are you sure? In the next few months, you'll have to endure being burned 4 times a day by pure yang flames. This is Wu Di's and my child. As long as the child can live, I'm willing to do anything. Even give my life. After Zhang Sha rested, grandfather and grandson walked through the forest path. Suddenly, Grandpa whistled into the air. A sharp eagle cry rang out. An eagle swiftly landed on Grandpa's arm. Wu Di was shocked to see it. Is that Tai Shui? Grandpa glanced at him and said, That's Tai Shui's child, Tai Claw. Before Tai Shui left, he brought back a female eagle. He didn't even wait for the baby to hatch before he went to find you. Months later, Wu Di waited anxiously outside the wooden house. Jiu Yongpeng carried a midwife on his back, rushing through the forest. Hurry, hurry. Zhang Sha is in labor. She is a great mother. Despite being gravely ill to give birth, she was willing to give her life. Wu Di stood outside the house looking sorrowful. Although it was her choice, he still hoped for a miracle, one that could let her survive. After a tortuous wait, a loud baby's cry suddenly came from the house. The sweaty midwife opened the door. Congratulations, it's a healthy baby boy. Wu Di broke down in tears. He knew exactly what his wife had sacrificed. A frail but smiling Zhang Sha held the child in her arms. She turned to Grandpa and said weakly, I'm sorry I couldn't do more for you. Tears welled up in Grandpa's eyes. Don't say that. You've already shown 100, 1,000 times more filial piety than most. Then, Zhang Sha gently kissed the child's forehead. My child, you must be obedient and grow up healthy. Don't be sad just because you won't have a mother. Wu Di held Zhang Sha painfully in his arms. You've already done more than enough. There must still be hope. Wu Di, I have one last wish. I hope you won't hate Brother Fan Li. Even if one day you must fight to the death. Her pupils began to fade. And in Wu Di's arms, she drew her final breath. Wu Di let out a heart-wrenching roar. It was full of grief, helplessness, and endless fury. In the next 6 months, the child grew up healthy under the nanny's care. Soon the little one could even eat porridge. That's when Wu Di proposed leaving the place. After visiting Mount Hua, I'll head to the Wuling Alliance. Grandpa asked solemnly. Do you plan to get revenge on Beishan Palace? Wu Di glanced at Jiyu Yangpeng. Jiyu Yangpeng got the message and smiled. I have no ties to Beishan Palace anymore. Do as you wish. Scene shifts. Since the battle at Mount Hua, Wuling Alliance and Beishan Palace were at a stalemate. To ensure the safety of supply caravans, each sect assigned disciples to guard them along with escort agencies. The 1,000-mile escort agency, which had close ties to Wu Di, was led by Wu Shang of the Kongtong sect. His arrogant and disdainful behavior made everyone quite annoyed. Even the disciples from Qingcheng sect, who were traveling with them, were irritated. The leader of the escort agency was having a headache. Just bear with it a little longer. The mission will be over soon. Suddenly, a figure blocked the road ahead. The man claimed to be the leader of the Bloodkill assassin group. Pei Ming. You all may leave. The escort leader was alarmed. Bloodkill was the largest assassin organization in the martial world. At that moment, Wu Shang charged forward and shouted, Attack! Protect the goods! Kill them all! Suddenly, bang! A clawed figure leapt out of the ground, launching fierce attacks at Wu Shang. Wu Shang raised his sword to block the claws. But the attacker suddenly changed form. The claws slid down the blade, slicing lightning fast across Wu Shang's neck. Fortunately, he dodged in time and wasn't fatally wounded. But before he could react, the sharp claws were already slashing at his face. Suddenly, the escort leader struck the assassin's throat, sending him flying with internal force. Pei Ming roared in anger. Everyone, attack! Dozens of black shadows sprang up from the ground. The escort team was thrown into chaos. Wu Di and his group appeared on a cliff in the distance. He also noticed the flag of the 1,000-mile escort agency. He handed his child to Jiyu Yangpeng and dashed toward the battlefield like lightning. He fired 3 sharp arrows mid-air. Several assassins were instantly pierced through. Pei Ming was shocked. Watch out! There's an archer. The arrows came from that direction. Find him. The assassins rushed toward Wu Di, but they couldn't outrun his arrows. The faster they charged, the faster they died. Pei Ming couldn't believe what he was seeing. At this rate, his men were dying in vain. He quickly ordered them to regroup. Form up. Stick together. Watch the direction of the arrows. But he still couldn't guess Wu Di's next move. Suddenly, countless arrows rained from the sky. Each attack carried unstoppable power. The assassins were immediately thrown into disarray. The survivors had to hide behind trees to evade. Just then, a baby's cry came from behind. Wu Zun and Jiyu Yangpeng tried to soothe the baby. Meanwhile, Pei Ming returned with more assassins, shouting at them. Were you the ones who ambushed us? The 2 elderly men looked helpless. Jiyu Yangpeng shouted toward Wu Di. Aren't you going to come help? Wu Di leaned lazily against a tree. Can't you figure it out yourself? Jiyu Yangpeng was speechless. He handed the child to Wu Zun, then vanished from sight like lightning. With 2 fingers, he struck and crushed a throat. He grabbed a longsword and said with a smirk, After losing an arm, this is my first time fighting again. Even with 1 arm, his power was immense. He remained calm as dozens of assassins surrounded him. With each flash of movement, enemies fell one by one. His ghost-like movement made him impossible to catch. Pei Ming raged as he saw his men drop like flies. He slashed at Jiyu Yangpeng with all his might. Jiyu Yangpeng casually tilted his head and dodged it with ease. You're just a little better than the rest. The Qingcheng disciples watching were full of admiration. Is this the martial realm we've been pursuing? Suddenly, a disciple from the Kongtong sect pointed and shouted. Look! Isn't that the ghost archer? The 2 were shocked. So he really is the famed ghost archer. Wu Shang saw their admiration and scowled. One day, I'll surpass your fame. After a short warm-up, Gu Yongpeng proudly walked over. The escort leader quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists in thanks. After some polite exchanges, Wu Di asked, "How is everyone after I left?" The escort leader looked downcast. "Everyone else is dead. After you left, we continued transporting supplies for Wuling Alliance. But we were ambushed once. And everyone else died." Wu Di was stunned. He recalled how the escort agency once helped and looked after him. At that moment, his killing intent burst forth uncontrollably. It scared the child in his arms into wailing. "I'll settle this debt for them." After a short reunion, Wu Di decided to say goodbye and move on. The two Qingcheng disciples watched them leave. Chen Jian softly said to his junior, "Will he join the Wuling Alliance? I hope he'll fight alongside us. That would be a huge help to the alliance." Just then, Wu Shang scoffed. "If he joins the Wuling Alliance, our Kongtong sect will never accept him." Kui Yuan replied coldly without emotion. "That only shows how narrow-minded you are. The future of the Kongtong sect looks bleak." Meanwhile, in Beishan Palace, news of Gu Yongpeng's involvement reached Guan Pei's ears. Guan Pei said sternly, "I've decided to launch another attack on Wuling Alliance tomorrow." Everyone was shocked. "Isn't that decision a bit rushed?" Guo Jia stood up and explained to the group. "Right now, Wuling Alliance's forces are all gathered in Henan. We'll send assassins to attack the other branches of Wuling Alliance. If their headquarters wants to help, they'll need to split their forces. Then we'll launch a full assault and take their headquarters." Late at night, at a Wuling Alliance branch in Hubei, two guards silently fell into pools of blood. The leader of the assassin team sneered. "This place now belongs to the Shiying group." As a flood of assassins surged in, the screams of the guards echoed through the courtyard. A bloodied guard rushed into the family head's quarters. "Master, the Shiying group is attacking. Our people are being slaughtered." The family head looked solemnly out the window. "We can no longer stop them." Then he turned to the chamber next door and said, "Mu Yang, we must alert headquarters immediately." Mu Yang pulled out a carrier pigeon and handed it over. He cupped his fists and said, "Take care. Wuling Alliance will avenge your fallen." Meanwhile, the Shiying group launched surprise attacks on other branches. Wuling Alliance HQ was filled with concern. The Zug family head said darkly, "I never thought we'd lose over 10 branches in one night." Nangang Cheng spoke gravely. "This may be our final battle." Zug family head quickly devised a plan. Have the attacked branches avoid direct confrontation, and lure the enemy to the Li family. There, we'll set up an ambush. Scene shifts. Wu Di and his group appeared in a small town in Henan. Suddenly, Wu Sheng from Kongtong sect appeared before them. "Long time no see, everyone. I'm here to deliver a message from Alliance leader Fu." Wu Di opened it without hesitation, only to find that Zhu Yangyang was asking for help. The letter said that Huang Yu, Guo Wu, and Nangang Wei would be leading a team to resist Beishan Palace. This news made Wu Di uneasy. He shared a life-and-death bond with his brothers. Guo Jingming even saved Zhang Shang with his life. Now that they were in danger, he could never sit idly by. At that moment, Grandpa suddenly snatched the child. "I won't let you take my great-grandson to a place where you might die." Though Wu Di was extremely reluctant, he had no other choice. "I'll wait for you in Shaolin for half a year. If you don't return or die, I'll raise the child myself back home." Scene shifts. Huang Dao led the Blood Shadow group, rushing toward Wuling Alliance. But ahead of them was a horde of green poison zombies. The sect disciples stood firmly under the city gates. The Zug patriarch shouted loudly, "Stop the poison zombies and keep your distance." The disciples charged forward fearlessly. Kill them. But what they faced were poison zombies immune to blades and spears. They suffered heavy casualties under toxic gas and brutal attacks. Everyone was furious. Damn it! The ambush traps were completely ineffective against the zombies. Zhuge Yangyang immediately gave the order. Have them retreat to both sides. Get out of the zombies' range. As the rider's signal flared up, the disciples began to retreat backward. Unexpectedly, the Blood Shadow group had anticipated this. Countless assassins blocked their retreat. The scene left the elders deeply alarmed. We must find a way to retreat, or we'll be completely wiped out. Suddenly, a new team arrived on the battlefield. Kongtong sect disciples, follow me. It was Chen Feng, elder of Kongtong sect. He attacked with decisiveness and fury. In no time, the Blood Shadow group was thrown into chaos. He let out an inspiring battle cry. We shall defend Central Plains martial world with our lives. Patriarch Peng's blood surged with passion. Our target is the poison zombies. Let them feel the Peng family's wrath. Peng disciples tied down a poison zombie with ropes. Patriarch Peng seized the chance and beheaded it. As the zombie's head rolled to the ground, Wuling Alliance disciples raised their fists in morale. Wu Di, watching from a tall tree, remarked, Peng's method of killing poison zombies is actually quite effective. He stood up and began scanning the area. He spotted someone playing a flute in the enemy camp. That must be the one controlling the poison zombies. He trained in martial arts at age 7, swordplay at 17. By 20, he became the feared ghost archer of the demon sect. Now, to avenge his wife, he resolutely joined the resistance. He coldly stepped forward before the demon group. Where is Yang Shuo? Send him out to die. The enemy growled in rage. Who do you think you are? Kill him! As the flute controlling the zombies played, the green zombies circled tightly around him. Wu Di didn't waste a word. His bowstring flashed, severing a zombie's head. Though these zombies were immune to blades and laced with poison, they were no threat to the current Wu Di. He drew his bow barehanded like a full moon and fired like a meteor. Invisible arrows shot out, piercing zombies instantly. The demon sect members were horrified. The feared poison zombies were utterly helpless. The ghost archer's appearance disrupted Kwang Dao's plans. Damn it! We have no way to stop him. Wu Di gave them no time to react. 2 more invisible swords shot forth. They grazed 2 zombies' heads and aimed for Kwang Dao's trio. The 3 leapt away in haste. But what they didn't expect was that Wu Di's real targets were the 2 zombies behind them. He stared at them coldly and said, Tell me, where is Yang Shuo of the 5 poison sect? Kwang Dao's aura rose sharply. You think Beishan Palace would betray its own? Then he roared fiercely and slashed his broadsword straight at Wu Di. Whoosh! Wu Di vanished, reappearing meters away. His speed stunned Kwang Dao. Teleportation? Wu Di's figure landed lightly on the ground. This movement technique is called wolf step. His legs suddenly stomped the ground and launched out like lightning. A terrifyingly powerful aura burst forth. Just one glance made the 2 members of Mad Blade tremble with fear. But Invincible's target wasn't the 2 of them. It was Elder Shu Feng of the 5 Poison Sect, who was controlling the toxic corpse. His reaction was also extremely fast. He controlled the corpse to charge at Invincible almost at the same time. Invincible pulled his bowstring with a cold gaze. The arrow flew like lightning, piercing through the corpse's chest. The power didn't wane and shot straight toward Shu Feng. With a swoosh, Shu Feng's abdomen was pierced with a large hole. Invincible walked up to him and said coldly, Where is your sect master? He's waiting for you at the Beishan Palace base. That will be your burial ground. The 5 Poison Sect will stop at nothing to erase you. Shu Feng laughed wildly as he collapsed. Invincible expressionlessly muttered, I'm curious to see what surprise he has for me. He then fell into deep thought. Looks like Huang Yu and the others went to the Beishan Palace base. While thinking, he realized the Mad Blade members had surrounded him. I don't want to waste time here. Do you all want to die? Blood Demon let out a loud roar. Today, I'll slit your throat. He then dashed forward with a longsword. He was met by Invincible's invisible sword. Blood Demon raised his sword to block and let out a loud clang. That powerful strike numbed his arm. Invincible gave him no chance to breathe. 3 invisible swords shot out. Though Blood Demon quickly blocked 2 of them, the third still tore through his shoulder. He crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Seeing this, Huang Dao was deeply shaken. He knew that if this continued, he'd die for sure. Blood Demon shouted at Huang Dao. "I'm going to die here. You guys get out of here." Suddenly, Invincible sensed 2 powerful auras behind him. A fat and a thin elder slowly walked over. "Are you the ghost archer?" Invincible replied coldly. "Are you from Beishan Palace too?" Beast Tiger calmly responded. "Sorry. We were hired by someone. We can't let you leave alive today. You're strong. So we have to join forces. Rest if you're tired." Invincible raised his guard. These 2 are even stronger than the Bow King. "I must handle this carefully." With a sharp, cold gaze, he said, "Come at me." The 2 immediately drew their weapons. Beast Tiger's meteor hammer coiled like a snake around his arm. Fat Dragon wielded twin golden axes that gleamed coldly. With a loud boom, the meteor hammer slammed toward Invincible like a cannonball. Invincible dodged sideways and thought to himself, "That hammer can strike targets more than 30 feet away. This is the toughest battle since I came down the mountain." The duo's coordinated attacks were seamless. Invincible could only dodge quickly. There was no chance to counterattack. Whenever he dodged one attack, the other would immediately follow up. He hastily fired 3 invisible arrows. But they were all blocked by the opponents. This greatly shocked Invincible. He'd never met opponents who could neutralize his invisible swords so easily. Not until now. As he thought, Fat Dragon's axes and Beast Tiger's hammer struck again. Invincible knew that endless dodging would lead nowhere. So he used his bow to deflect the axe back toward Beast Tiger. Beast Tiger's eyes flickered. He quickly ducked to avoid the spiritual strike. "Couldn't dodge it, so you redirected it at me?" "Impressive." Fat Dragon pulled his embedded axes from the stone, stunned. These were made from 10,000-year-old black iron. Yet his bow left several chips on them? What is this bow made of? He then gathered internal energy and hurled his axe. "Try this move." Invincible fired an invisible arrow to intercept it. The 2 attacks collided with a loud bang. Unexpectedly, the axe neutralized the arrow. Then suddenly curved back toward Invincible again. Invincible was startled. "It's guided by aura?" No time to think. He quickly deflected it with his bow. Fat Dragon caught the axe and laughed loudly. "You think you're the only one with long-range attacks?" As he spoke, the twin axes flew out again with aura energy. Invincible drew his bow fully and shot 2 invisible arrows to block them. Just as the invisible arrows knocked away the axes, Beast Tiger's meteor hammer suddenly shot in from the side. Invincible was just about to block with his bow. But the real goal was to snatch the bow from his hands. Beast Tiger held the bow up and taunted. "No bow, you lose." The demonic cultivators cheered from their positions. Mad Blade shouted to the 2 elders. "Elders, finish him off quickly." Invincible looked at the crowd with a dark expression. "You think an archer without a bow has no other means to fight?" Fat Dragon sneered sarcastically. "Still talking tough after losing your strongest weapon? With your skills, you probably can't even protect your own woman." Those words struck Invincible's deepest pain. His eyes instantly shot out killing intent like blades. "You fat pig, you're dead." He reached out and grabbed a longsword off the ground. "You're about to hear the most tragic pig squeal in history." Fat Dragon was furious. He began spinning his axes rapidly. "I'll tear you into pieces." But Invincible dashed forward like lightning along the ground. So fast that Fat Dragon was too shocked to react. Squelch! The longsword sliced across his shoulder in his terrified gaze. A spray of blood burst out violently. Beast Tiger immediately struck to intercept. His meteor hammer coiled around Invincible's sword like a snake. But this time, Invincible was prepared. He gave no chance to disarm him. "You think I'll fall for the same trick again?" Suddenly, Fat Dragon roared and struck quickly. Invincible's aura erupted explosively. Ruthless sword. Boom! The violent energy surged like a tidal wave. Fat Dragon's arms were instantly torn to bloody shreds. A pig-like scream of agony echoed to the sky. Beast Tiger gritted his teeth in rage. He swung his meteor hammer with all his strength at Invincible. Invincible ducked low to evade. Wolf step. Slash. Blood sprayed high from Beast Tiger's chest. He coughed up blood and smiled bitterly. I don't regret dying at the hands of a martial artist like you. He slowly crawled toward Fat Dragon. He too drew his final breath and collapsed. The Martial Alliance members raised their arms and shouted, cheering the name of the Ghost Archer. Mad Blade realized things had gone south and retreated with the Shiying group. What was once an overwhelming advantage was completely reversed by Invincible alone. The clan leaders asked him, where will you go next? Invincible replied coldly, to the Beishin Palace base. That's where my brothers are going. And where the 5 Poison sect is. Scene shifts. The Beishin Palace princess receives a challenge letter. The Ghost Archer will challenge the 108 strongest guards of Beishin Palace. Guan Pei couldn't help but laugh out loud. The 108 guards were established by Jiyu Yangpeng after defeating the 108 Arhats of Shaolin back then. Is he trying to imitate my master? To make a name for himself? Captain Song of the Guard shouted angrily. Does he think he's truly invincible? Please allow me to accept this challenge, princess. At this, the Guo family elder advised sternly. We must not let the guards leave the Beishin Palace base. Knowing Invincible as I do, he's unlikely to send a challenge letter. If it's a trap by the Martial Alliance, and the guards are ambushed on the way, we'll be in trouble. But Guan Pei still agreed to let Song accept the challenge. The challenger is only one man. If I don't accept, wouldn't we become a laughingstock? A few days later, with Wu Shang leading the way, Invincible headed for Beishin Palace. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura rushing toward him. The next moment, countless figures appeared. It was the guard squad led by Brother Song. He sneered at Invincible and said, so you're the one who challenged Beishin Palace? The so-called Ghost Archer? Invincible calmly replied, what challenge letter? He's powerful and righteous. End of segment. He single-handedly made the demon sect tremble in fear. But now he's been used by schemers, becoming a decoy to stall the strongest guard unit of the demon sect. The captain of the guard pointed at Invincible and shouted, we've decided to accept the challenge you sent. Today, your life ends here. Invincible's face turned grim. Vice Leader Zug is truly a cunning schemer. Trying to completely rope me into the Martial Alliance? He then said calmly and coldly, I didn't send that challenge. And I don't plan to fight you. My target is the 5 Poison sect. But Brother Song ignored his words. Trying to flee now? Attack him. Invincible's face turned cold. The guard unit is the personal force of Fan Li's brothers. If I kill them, I'll become a pawn in the Martial Alliance's plan. As he thought this, a dark figure charged with sword in hand. Invincible was planning to just walk away. But Wu Shang suddenly rushed forward without hesitation. Filthy demon sect. I'll deal with you. Invincible sighed helplessly. You really like meddling, don't you? Then, Vice Captain Song Zhang drew his weapon and coldly said to Invincible, your opponent is me. Invincible kept waving him off. I said I don't want to fight you. So, bye-bye everyone. His move left everyone dumbfounded. Song Zhang laughed at the dazed Wu Shang. Your companion ran off. Now it's just you. Wu Shang gritted his teeth and roared. Even if I die, I'll take a few down with me. A dying man sure talks a lot. Song Zhang attacked fiercely with both swords. Wu Shang couldn't handle the ferocious attacks. After a few rounds, he was kicked flying. Fortunately, Invincible caught him in time. You've got just 2 limbs. How can you fight so many people? He turned to the guards and said calmly, I don't want to kill you because I refuse to be used. My only target is the 5 Poison sect. He disappeared with Wu Shang in a flash. The speed left Brother Song stunned. This guy really is as powerful as they say. Suddenly, a terrible thought struck him. He turned and shouted. It's a diversion tactic. Return now. Meanwhile, inside the Beishan Palace base, Guo Jia was urging Guan Pei to evacuate just in case. Wait until the guards return. Guan Pei confidently replied. This is my battle. After all these years fighting the Martial Alliance. It's time to end it, isn't it? Guo Jia was shocked and exclaimed. Don't you realize if you fall, everything we've built will be for nothing? At that moment, the Martial Alliance's elite raiders had assembled outside the stronghold. Nangong Cheng sternly ordered. Split into 2 groups and attack from both flanks. Turns out the challenge letter was sent by Zhu Yangyang in Invincible's name. The goal was to lure away the guards and launch an attack on Beishan Palace. He was sure that once Invincible found out, he wouldn't take part in the battle. By the time the guards return, it will already be too late. This battle is crucial to the Martial Alliance's future. They had no choice but to manipulate Invincible. As the sounds of battle broke out, Beishan Palace instantly turned into a blood-soaked battlefield. Most of their elites were out, attacking the Martial Alliance's surrounding forces. Faced with an overwhelming assault by top experts, Beishan Palace began to fall back and collapse. At the cost of 40 elite fighters, the Martial Alliance wiped out hundreds and gained the upper hand. This greatly boosted the morale of their disciples. Everyone grew more fierce and motivated. Nangong Cheng shouted to everyone. The real battle has just begun. Our target is their leader. Everyone yelled in response and charged toward the main hall. That's the main hall ahead. Brothers, push through in one go. Standing guard outside was Zheng Wen, head of the Dark Hall, looking murderous. The Dark Hall vows to defend Beishan Palace to the death. Even in death, we'll fall with honor before the princess. Their fearless resolve made even the Martial Alliance pause in awe. Guo Hua from Mount Hua sect looked at Zheng Wen seriously and said, I'll be your opponent. Zheng Wen drew his sword coldly and said sternly, Come, I'll fight you to the death. With a whoosh, Guo Hua shot up like a cannonball. Their sword moves clashed repeatedly in midair. Their attack speed was lightning fast. Next, I'll unleash my full power. His aura surged violently all of a sudden. His inner force gathered tightly onto his sword. Plum Blossom sword style. Whoosh! In an instant, their figures passed each other. Zheng Wen spat out a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest, he knelt to the ground. I lost. Without hesitation, Guo Hua turned and slashed. Goodbye. Thrust. Zheng Wen's head hit the ground. Seeing this, the Dark Hall members charged down fearlessly. Let's follow the Hall Master. A fierce battle erupted again. Clashes of swords and blades echoed constantly. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Guo Jia looked at Guan Pei in pain. Zheng Wen has fallen too. But Guan Pei remained calm. Do you think I was too reckless? My decision led to this outcome. You can't accept it, can you? Go find the elders. For the future of the Dominator Palace. They need you. Guo Jia was shocked and quickly said, I can't leave you behind. But Guan Pei's face turned solemn. This is my final order. If anything happens to me, the Dominator Palace will depend on you and Fan Li. Meanwhile, the battle outside raged on. Suddenly, a powerful sword energy shot out. Its force shocked everyone present. Nangong Cheng's face grew grim. He's finally here. Guan Pei's presence exuded a terrifying aura. Like a demon god descending, she looked down at the Martial Alliance. She was the peerless expert seeking to unite all of Central Plains martial arts. Even facing thousands of Martial Alliance fighters, she showed no fear. She charged into the crowd, slaying enemies left and right. Guo Hua roared and sprang up with his sword. Mount Hua's 36 Plum Blossom sword style struck fiercely. But Guan Pei simply waved a sword energy and sent Guo Hua flying dozens of meters back. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Guan Pei said emotionlessly. Not bad. You withstood a tenth of my strength. At the same time, inside a cave at the Dominator Palace base, Yang Shuo, the poison sect leader, rose from a vat of green poison. His voice hoarse like a devil's. I've finally succeeded. His figure dashed toward the battlefield with invisible speed. Like a bloodthirsty beast diving into the crowd. Boom! A massive explosion erupted. Violent force blasted out in all directions. Countless Martial Alliance members died instantly in agony. He then bowed toward Guan Pei and said, Princess, I'm late. Their power is too great. Let's retreat for now. Guan Pei smiled lightly and replied, I'm the Princess of Dominator Palace, am I not? How could I flee the battlefield? If I fall, go regroup with the others. Yang Shuo gave a cold laugh. I'll run. But I'll soon meet them again. Everyone from the Martial Alliance was shocked. That guy actually turned himself into a toxic zombie. Nangang Cheng said to Guan Pei, Princess, let's end this between us. As you wish. Elder Nangang. Knowing Guan Pei's strength surpassed his own, Nangang Cheng unleashed all his inner power. The force shook the air violently. He didn't hold back his ultimate move. Heavenly Sword Technique, Ultimate Form. The fearsome energy made Guan Pei admire inwardly. Worthy of a top master of the previous generation. She let out a shout and struck to meet the attack. Their powers collided violently. The clashing inner energies exploded with thunderous force. Boom! Nangang Cheng was thrown back violently. Severely injured, he collapsed into the arms of the Nangang Patriarch. Blood poured from his mouth uncontrollably. He's even stronger than I imagined. Whereas Guan Pei only staggered back a few steps. At that moment, Miu Miu stepped out from the crowd. Sir, how about letting me be your opponent? Guan Pei's face turned serious. My dream is to defeat the Shaolin Guardian and surpass my master. Today is the perfect chance to prove myself. Miu Miu slowly drew his sword. You attack first. Guan Pei gathered all her inner power to its peak. I will use the sword technique my master created after losing to the third generation of Bodhidharma. With a fierce gaze, she shouted. Twin Dragon Riot. Two massive blue dragons rose into the sky with surging force. With a thunderous roar, they dived at Miu Miu like lightning. Miu Miu calmly raised his sword to block. In mere seconds, dozens of sword strikes shattered the dragons. But Guan Pei's ultimate technique was still charging. Eliminate the third generation. First move. 1,000 Sword Wave. Buzz. A massive wave of sword energy surged up tens of meters high, crashing furiously toward Miu Miu. Miu Miu remained unfazed and met it head-on. Third generation of Bodhidharma. First move. Boundless Blade unleashed. A golden inner force formed a giant eagle that blocked the wave. Seizing the chance, Guan Pei leapt into the air. Second move. 1,000 Shadowless Blades. Suddenly, countless blades rained down from above. Miu Miu's eyes sparkled. Is this an illusion technique merged into forbidden swordsmanship? His aura surged. And he shouted. Second move. Primordial Sword. A shield of sword energy enveloped his body. It blocked all incoming blade attacks. The impact was so intense that Miu Miu coughed blood. Guan Pei was also injured and thrown back. She suppressed her injuries and leapt up again. Let's end this. Eliminate the third generation. Third move. Heavenly Annihilation. Miu Miu knew this was a life or death moment. With a loud roar, he leapt into the air. Third generation of Bodhidharma. His gaze dimmed as he lowered his head. Seems I've lost. Miu Miu rose with difficulty, panting heavily. If not for absorbing my master's energy, I would have been a corpse already. Just then, Guo Jia rushed toward Guan Pei. Princess, are you all right? Guan Pei smiled faintly and said, My master's technique still couldn't surpass the third generation of Bodhidharma. Tears streamed down Guo Jia's face. We won't lose. We'll unite the Central Plains and defeat the Shaolin Guardian. Guan Pei muttered sadly. You mean Fan Li? Maybe, with her strength. She's a poor child. Guan Pei collapsed and passed away. Guo Jia cried out in grief to the crowd. You've won today. But the strongest force of Dominator Palace will come for you soon. I'll watch from the heavens as the martial alliance falls. Squelch. Guo Jia plunged a blade into his own chest. With loyal resolve, he followed the princess in death. Scene shifts. Fan Li was training non-stop in a courtyard. Then, the royal duke brought her a letter. It contained news of Guan Pei and Guo Jia's deaths, and urged her to fulfill their wish to unify the Central Plains. Fan Li was devastated upon reading it. That old fool was truly ignorant. In the following days, Fan Li sat idly in the courtyard, in despair. The light in her eyes seemed to have faded. Outside, 8 elderly men were deeply worried. They hoped she would recover soon. Each of them was once a martial legend. The Resurrection Miracle Doctor, Assassination King Song Mu, Martial Sage Tang Ji, Smiling Tiger Zhao Wei, Blood River Shang Yuyang, and the Blade King, Bow King, and Fist King. Meanwhile, the Martial Alliance members retreated with the wounded. Nangong Cheng was still unconscious from his injuries. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out nearby. Did you think you could escape? Yang Shuo slowly approached, exuding a terrifying aura. I told you I'd be coming for you soon. The Yanwang sword wielded a horse-slaying blade and roared. Today, you will be buried with the princess. Enemies glared at each other with intense hatred. Both sides erupted into battle. The Nangong Patriarch, after placing his father down, roared in fury. The martial world of the Central Plains will never back down. At this moment, Yang Shuo was no longer the man he used to be. After becoming a poisonous corpse, his power skyrocketed and he became invulnerable. He seized the moment when the Nangong Patriarch was open. 2 sword lights flashed across his chest like lightning. Blood gushed violently from the Nangong Patriarch's chest. He collapsed to the ground and lost all signs of life. Yang Shuo let out a bloodthirsty laugh, eyes glowing red. Kill them all. He then slowly walked toward Nangong Cheng. So you're not dead yet. The nearby Nangong Wei and others panicked. Stop, you monster. Yang Shuo sneered and grabbed Nangong Cheng by the throat. Then crushed his windpipe with a sudden squeeze. Nangong Wei and Huang Yu attacked in rage. But how could they be a match for Yang Shuo? He slashed with his poisonous claws, flashing cold light. The two were struck and sent flying. Black energy from their wounds quickly spread through their bodies. At that moment, Guo Wu rushed to Huang Yu. Close your eyes. I have to remove the poisoned part of your body. With a scream of agony from Huang Yu, his poisoned left leg was severed from his body. Nangong Wei leaned against a tree, gritting his teeth. Am I going to die? Is he okay? How great it would be to see him once more before I die. Perhaps heaven heard his wish. Wu Di suddenly appeared behind him. You're badly hurt. The poison has already reached your shoulder. Wu Di then used his powerful inner force to purge the toxin. Having escaped death, Nangong Wei clung to hope again. He suddenly lunged into Wu Di's embrace. But Wu Di looked confused and completely unromantic. Guo Wu shouted at the two of them. Now's not the time to get mushy. Both Nangong leaders have been killed. Seeing Huang Yu's condition, Wu Di erupted with killing intent. Let's settle all our old and new scores. I hope you don't die too fast. Because I'll let you suffer the most painful death imaginable. Though a peerless warrior, he was doomed to misfortune. His wife was murdered in his arms by a traitor. Now, his closest brother lost a leg because of the same foe. Yang Shuo smirked and said to Wu Di, How does it feel watching your wife tortured to death? Wu Di gritted his teeth and growled. I'll make you suffer 100 times worse. He then unleashed an invisible sword strike like lightning. A sharp burst. The invisible sword blasted into Yang Shuo's chest like a cannonball. The force sent him staggering backward. But Yang Shuo steadied himself and smirked again. Is that all you've got? Wu Di was a bit surprised. This guy's defense is much tougher than that poison master's. Yang Shuo unleashed a fierce sword wave. Now it's my turn. Wu Di leapt and easily dodged the strike. You're just tough-skinned. Still slow as ever. Now I'll take my time with you. Hope you don't die too soon. Whoosh! Wu Di redirected his sword. The arrow-like blade shot into the sky. It made 18 sharp turns mid-air. Then dived straight at Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo panicked and raised his sword to block. But the blade suddenly sped up and pierced through his shoulder like lightning. Yang Shuo winced but sneered coldly. You think that's enough to kill me? Wu Di smirked playfully. That was just the appetizer. Buzz. 3 invisible blades shot out in unison, constantly changing directions in midair. They charged at Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo frantically dodged, blocking one strike. The other 2 curved back beautifully and struck again with force. The invisible swords pounded his body like hammers. There were no wounds, but the shockwaves made him cry out in pain. Nangong Wei looked at Wu Di with concern. Wu Di's attacks don't seem to be doing much damage. Will this be dangerous? Guo Wu said seriously. He's playing cat and mouse. Wu Di isn't using full power in his swords. He's just toying with him, draining his energy like a predator. Clearly, Yang Shuo realized this too. He shouted at Wu Di angrily. Are you mocking me? Wu Di still wore a mischievous smile. You just realized that? Suddenly, several wooden swords made from upright branches appeared in his hand. I figured this method would be better to torture you. As Invincible released the bowstring, the wooden swords shot out at an imperceptible speed. But when they reached Yang Shuo, the number of wooden swords suddenly multiplied. It was the same illusion shot once used by the Bow King. The sudden scene left Yang Shuo unable to react. He could only slash frantically in front of him. Even so, 2 swords still pierced through his body. The intense pain left Yang Shuo horrified. How could you break through my defense? Invincible mocked with a grin. Even a random branch can pierce you. Hearing that, Yang Shuo flew into a rage. He roared and charged straight at Invincible. I'll tear you to pieces. Invincible fired another invisible sword from his bow. But Yang Shuo had grown careless toward it. He leapt into the air and slashed recklessly at Invincible. As the invisible sword grazed his arm, a shriek of agony burst from Yang Shuo's mouth. The arm holding the blade detached in a spray of blood. Invincible's expression turned grim. That strike was for brother Guo Jingming. Yang Shuo, enduring the pain, staggered forward. Even if I die, I'm dragging you to hell with me. Invincible shot another arrow, expressionless. This one's for brother Huang Yu's leg. With a thud, Yang Shuo's left leg snapped. Invincible had already drawn another arrow. I won't let you die too easily. Then came the sound of Yang Shuo's right leg breaking. He collapsed in screams of agony. Trembling, he said, I'm not willing to accept this. I turned myself into a poison corpse just to kill you. Suddenly, he launched a desperate strike. His sword flew toward Invincible at high speed. But Invincible easily caught it between 2 fingers. Zhang Sha endured 10 months of torment. And in the end, I could only watch him die in despair. Invincible kicked Yang Shuo away with force. With a slice, he severed his remaining arm. Then threw the sword aside and growled. Every time I saw Zhang Sha scream in pain, I wanted to tear you limb from limb. He stepped on Yang Shuo's severed wound, crushing the bone upward inch by inch. Yang Shuo howled in agony non-stop. The sight left Nangong Wei and others terrified. When Invincible stopped, Yang Shuo, panting heavily, burst into crazed laughter. Too bad I couldn't avenge my brothers. But I won't die by your hand. Suddenly, Yang Shuo's body swelled like a balloon. Invincible's heart sank. Run! He's going to self-destruct. A massive explosion rocked the forest. Yang Shuo ended his life in this violent way. Everyone hid behind the trees, unharmed. With his revenge complete, Invincible's burden was lifted. At that moment, Tang Tianhao rushed over covered in wounds. Their group had also been ambushed along the way. They mourned their fallen brothers. Losing old comrades deeply pained Tang Tianhao. But what they didn't know was, Fan Li and her group were rushing through the forest. Behind her were 8 top martial arts experts. After the battle with 5 poisons sect leader Yang Shuo, Invincible finally avenged his fallen comrades. Then they followed the martial alliance toward HQ on high alert. But on the way, they were ambushed by the demon sect. Countless swords flew out from the shadows. The martial alliance was caught off guard, suffering heavy losses. Then came sharp darts and hidden weapons, launched from such tricky angles that it was hard to locate the attackers. At that moment, Invincible leapt into the air. The dense forest hid the enemy's presence. He closed his eyes tightly. Seems I'll have to sense them by aura. 2 invisible aura-guided swords burst out. They flew through the trees, piercing precisely those hiding behind them. With each strike, he shifted positions. His fluid movements gave the enemy no chance to fight back. With the final 2 aura swords released, the demon sect's ambush squad was wiped out on the spot. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Invincible hadn't acted, their fate would have been sealed. Huang Zhang said grimly, "It's still a day's journey to the rendezvous point. But Batiangong's guards could catch up at any time. In our current state, we can't resist them." Just then, Invincible sensed a powerful aura beyond the trees. And it belonged to the guards they'd previously encountered. Looking at his injured comrades, Invincible fell silent. He patted Huang Yu on the shoulder and smiled. "You guys be extra careful. I still have somewhere to go." Without hesitation, Invincible flew off into the distance, watching his back as he left. Lan Gonghui's eyes were filled with worry. The scene shifts. Brother Song led the guards to briefly rest in the forest. He spoke with a grim expression. "We'll catch up to them soon. They must pay with their lives for the princess." At that moment, Invincible was hiding in a tree hollow nearby. "There are 108 of them. I have to conserve my strength and stay sharp." Whoosh! A wooden sword shot out with a piercing sound. Brother Song reacted quickly and dodged. But the wooden sword sharply turned and grazed his scalp. Then it flew like lightning into the crowd behind him. Cries of agony echoed among the trees. Several guards collapsed instantly. Brother Song urgently shouted, "Hold formation. Prepare to engage." But Invincible was already hiding in a pile of branches. 3 wooden swords shot out simultaneously, accurately piercing through 2 men. But this exposed Invincible's location. Brother Song pounced like a tiger, swinging a heavy sword horizontally at Invincible. Invincible leapt up, dodging instantly. His exposed position drew fierce counterattacks. He used hit-and-run tactics, attacking as he fled. Guards kept falling under invisible sword strikes. His movement was fast and agile, darting through the forest. Though Brother Song pursued with all his might, he couldn't catch him. Suddenly, something felt off. Was Invincible faking a retreat to buy time? Was he covering the Martial Alliance's escape? Realizing this, he shouted, "Stop chasing him! Go after the Martial Alliance!" He immediately led the group toward the left. Seeing this, Invincible sighed. They caught on so fast? Lan Gonghui's team is injured and moving slowly. The guards will catch up in no time. He rushed after them. Invisible swords kept flying at the guards. He had to weaken them before they exited the forest. Soon, the guards reached an open field beyond the woods. Brother Song steadied himself and commanded, "Form up. Get ready for battle." Invincible slowly walked out of the forest. "We meet again." Brother Song growled in anger. "Now that you've lost the forest cover, what tricks do you have left?" He ordered his men to launch a full assault. 2 invisible swords burst out from Invincible's bow, piercing several chests with thunderous force. A squad leader mocked loudly. "Surrounded by dozens of us. Your skills are useless now." Invincible sneered coldly. "You sure about that?" He removed the bowstring from his bow. The 200-pound bow snapped instantly. "Do you think a tiger fears a pack of dogs?" The squad leader charged with a smirk. "Still running your mouth before death?" Slash! The sound of a sword breaking rang out. The bow handle slashed across his neck. He died not knowing how a bow handle could be that sharp. Brother Song and another were shaken. Their third strongest had just been one shot. By a single strike. Invincible charged in like a tiger in a sheep pen. Slaughtering freely. Using only basic sword techniques. But still causing the sounds of shattered weapons and gore to echo. If this continues, the guard squad will be wiped out. Realizing this, Brother Song roared. Use blood rain witness. At his words, the group formed up. They quickly surrounded from both flanks. Invincible's eyes gleamed. He closely watched their every move. Suddenly, a figure shot up behind him like lightning. Invincible reacted swiftly. He spun and struck the attacker's head. But before the body hit the ground, another attacker came charging in. Invincible kept slaying the ambushers. He knew he had to reduce their number to under 30. Or he'd face danger like against the Five Poisons sect. Suddenly, the arrival of Brother Song and Song Zhong caught his attention. Taking advantage of his distraction, a sword was suddenly thrust at him. Luckily, Invincible reacted in time and was only stabbed in the foot. He lifted his bow and slashed the attacker's head. His gaze then turned razor sharp. Looks like it's time. Brother Song said grimly. You've run out of options. Just hand over your head already. Meanwhile, at the forest entrance not far away, Fan Li quietly observed the fierce battle. Only the Blade King remained by his side. The other masters had vanished. Blade King looked ahead and chuckled. Aren't you going to stop them? Fan Li calmly replied. I'm not worried about Brother Invincible. I'm worried about the guard squad. Invincible raised his bow to the sky. A fierce aura radiated outward. Several guards charged forward shouting. A deadly light flashed in Invincible's eyes. Even the shockwave alone sliced open their throats. His immense inner power began to condense wildly into his bow. Fan Li's expression changed. He's using that move? The pressure was overwhelming, causing fear in the hearts of Brother Song's men. Invincible let out a terrifying roar. Divine Concealment Sword Style, Third Form, Limitless Sword. A massive explosion erupted. The ground beneath their feet shattered violently. The sheer power of that strike was enough to split even an emperor in half. Even the Blade King was dumbfounded. Impossible. As the dust settled, Brother Song struggled to his feet in tatters. To die from such a powerful move is an honor in itself. But we won't back down. We fight for honor. The few who remained stood up despite their serious wounds. Song Zhong shouted with all his strength. Brothers, this will be our grave. They charged at Invincible without fear of death. Invincible roared back. Then I shall grant your wish. Buzz. A torrent of sword energy erupted like a tidal wave. The guards' figures vanished within it in an instant. As the dust settled, only Invincible's demonic silhouette remained. Seeing the guards wiped out, the Blade King drew his sword and stepped forward. But Fan Li stopped him. I've already lost the guard squad. I don't want to lose you too. Grandfather Blade King. Hearing this, Blade King halted. You think I'd lose? You think you can win? Suddenly, Blade King tossed aside his sword. Yes. I can't beat him. If I'm the Blade King, then he's worthy of being called the Sword God. I'm truly ashamed. Fan Li then walked toward Invincible. Long time no see, brother. Invincible scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Fan Li rubbed his forehead and sighed. It's just the cost of war. His eyes then filled with sorrow. I've already heard about Zhang Sha. Invincible's face darkened. I've avenged him. Zhuge Yangyang has been using me to help the Martial Alliance, threatening me with my brother's lives. Fan Li's eyes flashed. So Zhang Sha and the others met Yang Shuo as part of a plan to control you? That woman is truly ruthless. She even sent a challenge letter to my father in your name, luring the guard squad out of the base and ambushing him. Invincible was stunned. You're saying your father is dead? Yes. We were all fooled by her. Zhang Sha was just a pawn to use against you. I know you held back for your brother's sake. But I'll be the one to kill her. At that moment, Tang Tianhao and his group rushed over. Guo Wu stared at the bodies of the guards, in utter shock. Meanwhile, Invincible stood silently, staring at Tang Tianhao. Zhuge Yangyang's figure suddenly appeared in the ranks. But if I strike now, the brothers will definitely get involved. Nangang Wei rushed over to Wudi with concern. Are you hurt? Then noticed the bow grip in Wudi's hand had no string. Your bowstring snapped again. I've got a spare one on my horse. Hua Beibin turned and walked toward the horses. Meanwhile, Fan Li told Wudi he needed to leave immediately. Then Zhuge Yangyang stepped forward and said calmly, You must be the young master of Beishan Palace. Fan Li smiled calmly and said, You want to take my life here? I only wish to invite you as a guest of Wuling Alliance. Until the war ends. If you refuse, we'll resort to force. I forgot to mention. I'm Zhuge Yangyang, deputy leader of Wuling Alliance. When Fan Li heard her name, he laughed angrily. So you're Zhuge Yangyang. You've walked right into my trap. He then drew his demon sword, Wind Soul, and roared. Anyone related to Wudi, stand aside. Or don't blame me if my sword shows no mercy. Fan Li, the young master of Beishan Palace. How strong is he really? Facing dozens of Wuling Alliance elites, he showed no fear. Anyone related to Wudi, get out of my way. Or don't blame me for being ruthless. The disciples of all sects drew their swords and charged bravely. This is no place for you to act wild. Fan Li swung his sword twice, sending out 2 sword lights. In an instant, several were slain on the spot. Nangang Jing roared fiercely and leapt up into the air. He launched the Nangang family's ultimate skill, Heavenly Sword Technique. Fan Li's face was icy cold. Then don't blame me. Their sword moves collided with a thunderous boom. The blast shook dust and debris into the air. Nangang's golden core shattered under the blow. Blood gushed wildly from his mouth. Zhuge Yangyang rushed over to check on him. But Nangang Jing had already lost consciousness. Everyone, attack! Kill him! The disciples of all sects charged once more. Guo Wu at Fan Li's side sighed helplessly. How did it come to this? No matter what, we can't let Fan Li kill the deputy leader. Even Nangang Wei gave his all to stop Fan Li. This scene gave Wudi a headache. They were all sworn brothers who had faced death together. He didn't want to see any of them hurt. Tang Tianhao beside him wanted to help, but was held back by the presence of the Blade King. He dared not act rashly. Let the younger generation settle this fight. Don't you agree? Tang Tianhao could only withdraw his intent. The Blade King was the strongest among the martial kings. Even he couldn't last long against him. Corpses now lay piled around Fan Li's feet. He looked calmly at Guo Wu and the others. You're Wudi's brothers. I don't want to hurt you. Guo Wu's face grew serious. We don't want to fight either. Please stop. Fan Li was furious. You used Wudi to lure away the guards. Then ambushed Beishan Palace and killed my father. What right do you have to ask me to stop? Guo Wu was deeply shocked by those words. What do you mean by, used Wudi? Fan Li pointed at Zhuge Yangyang and said, It was all that woman's plot. She'll do anything for her own benefit. She used your brothers Guo Jingming and Zhang Sha's lives to push Wudi into opposing Beishan Palace. Then leaked your attack plans to her side. You are Wudi's brothers. So she had no choice but to fall into the trap to escort you out, which forced her to eliminate the entire guard unit. She is your sworn sister. And my blood-sworn sister. Caught between both sides. Did you ever think about how she felt? At that moment, Zhuge Yangyang suddenly stepped forward. Enough, all of you. Then she smiled bitterly at Fan Li and said, I miscalculated. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. So for the sake of your brothers, come back to Wuling Alliance with me. Fan Li's rage flared. You have no right to speak of Wudi. Don't you want to admit what you did to her and Zhang Sha? Zhuge Yangyang sneered as she toyed with the jade pendant on her chest. I don't understand what you're saying. Tang Tianhao was shocked to witness this. No. Stop. But it was too late. Zhuge Yangyang shouted and crushed the jade pendant. A cloud of dark red poisonous mist burst out from within. Fan Li quickly raised his arm to shield himself. Damn it! I was careless. Whoosh. Wudi and the Blade King instantly shielded Fan Li. Wudi's eyes turned icy cold. What did you do? Zhuge Yangyang sneered and replied. This is a Wuling alliance matter. It doesn't concern you. Tang Tianhao's gaze was dazed and disturbed. That's the Tang family's secret poison, corrosion venom. I gave it to the deputy leader, who doesn't know martial arts, for self-defense. Wudi replied coldly. Give me the antidote. Tang Tianhao lowered his head in despair. This poison is extracted from corrosive blood. There's no cure in this world. Suddenly, Fan Li let out a scream of agony. The poison had already invaded his organs. Zhuge Yangyang wore a vicious smile. Not even pure yang fire can expel this poison. Accept your fate and die in endless pain. Hearing that, Wudi exploded with killing intent. You bastard! He then seized Wind Soul from Fan Li's hand. I knew every step of your plan. But I still came for my brother. Even knowing I was the bait. I endured it for the people I care about. I couldn't bear to lose another brother. But what I got in return was your further betrayal. Wudi's terrifying aura made Zhuge Yangyang panic. What are you trying to do? She spoke while retreating into the crowd. The killing intent in Wudi's eyes grew stronger. Step aside. Or you'll die too. Wudi, calm down. We can't just watch you kill the deputy leader. Wudi's sky-piercing inner force surged outward. Guo Wu, get out of my way. Buzz. A wave of sword energy blasted out like a tsunami. The terrifying force knocked everyone flying. Zhuge Yangyang, who had lost her shield, glared at Tang Tianhao with a pale face. Tang Tianhao, horrified, muttered. Don't count on me. Not even the guardian of Shaolin could stop him. Wudi stood before her and said coldly. Ready to die? You wrote those letters with your own hands, didn't you? Two sword flashes struck Zhuge Yangyang like lightning. With a blood-curdling scream, both her arms were severed and flew off. She collapsed, letting out shrill howls. Wudi stood holding his sword, eyes crimson like a demon. Such a loud scream. Truly fitting for a con artist like Zhuge Yangyang. Swoosh. His sword pierced cleanly through her chest. Wudi, like a demon, pulled the blade out. Just as he was about to strike again, Guo Wu rushed up and grabbed him. Wudi glared murderously at Guo Wu. I said get out of the way. Guo Wu shouted back angrily. You want to kill me too? Calm down. She's already dead. Only then did Wudi regain his senses and lower his sword. He walked over to Fan Li and asked with concern. How is he? Tang Tianhao said in shock. I gave him an antidote that suppresses common poisons. But he's actually using internal force to suppress the corrosion venom. The Blade King said calmly. Don't worry. Take him back and let Spirit Healer treat him, he'll be fine. Tang Tianhao was shocked to hear this. Could it be that the legendary Spirit Healer is also an elder of Beishan Palace? Their influence has grown so powerful. The Blade King suddenly yelled at Fan Li. You brat. Get up. With your poison-immune body, stop faking it. Fan Li rubbed his forehead and stood up. I just felt a bit dizzy. Then smiled at Wudi and said. I plan to go to Shaolin Temple. What about you? Wudi replied with a smile. What a coincidence. My grandpa and the kid are at Shaolin Temple too. Guo Wu stepped forward and asked. You're heading to Shaolin Temple? My grandfather is waiting for me there. Help me pass the message to the brothers. Nangang Wei looked downcast and said. Are you really leaving just like that? Wudi looked helpless. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Nangang Wei pressed him. Are you really leaving like this? That, well. Please answer me. Are you really leaving? Sorry. I need to find my grandfather and the kid. We'll meet again. Woody didn't stay and walked over to Fan Li and the others. Poor Nangong Wei stood there, tearful and forlorn. The scene shifted. The Beishan Palace army also began advancing toward Shaolin Temple, with the elders joining the fight. Wuling Alliance's remaining strength couldn't resist. In just 4 days, the Wuling Alliance headquarters was taken. Now, the Guardian of Shaolin Temple was their final line of defense. Soon, Woody and Fan Li arrived at the foot of Mount Song. Fan Li had to join the Beishan Palace forces, so the two parted ways there. Woody soon arrived at the gates of Shaolin Temple. The air was filled with an atmosphere of grim determination. At the gate, Woody met 2 familiar temple guards. He was swiftly brought to the elder monk's quarters. Those around whispered as Woody passed. He killed Zhuge Yangyang. Will he still side with the Wuling Alliance? Meanwhile, under the old monk's guidance, Muumu's skills had grown rapidly. Woody bowed in greeting and said softly, I hope everyone's been well. The old monk was overjoyed to see Woody arrive. Woody eagerly took the child from his grandfather's arms, lovingly hugging and squeezing the child. Then the old monk asked, Did your brother Fan Li come too? Woody answered, Yes. The Beishan Palace troops are at the foot of the mountain. The old monk's face turned grave. Looks like they'll challenge us very soon. Sure enough. The next day, Fan Li and his men arrived at the arena. He put his palms together and said to the abbot, I am Fan Li, the new prince of Beishan Palace. I'm here to challenge Shaolin Temple. The Zhuge family leader spoke up. State your terms. Fan Li stood tall and calm. If I win, Beishan Palace will take over the martial world of the Central Plains. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. If I lose, Beishan Palace will withdraw and never step foot in the Central Plains again. The Wuling Alliance had no reason to refuse such terms. It was the only way to prevent more bloodshed. The final showdown would take place at Shaolin Temple. The Wuling Alliance sent out their only hope. Shaolin Temple's guardian, Muumu. Princess Fan Li of Beishan Palace versus Shaolin's guardian. The ultimate battle was about to begin. This would determine who ruled the Central Plains. Both sides would fight with everything to protect their honor. They moved with incredible speed. No flashy moves. Only the most practical combat techniques. In moments, the two had exchanged thousands of strikes, still evenly matched. The sound of their clashes echoed through the hall. Outside the hall, a massive crowd had gathered. This battle concerned the fate of the martial world. All sect disciples waited with serious expressions. But what they didn't expect was that a more thrilling battle was unfolding deep in the forest. Jiyu Yongpeng's furious sword strikes rained down on Woody. Come on, I can't wait anymore. Woody used wolf step to keep his distance. You Beishan Palace guys are all the same. You always need to settle everything with a duel. The clash of invisible sword and sword aura roared. Jiyu Yongpeng beamed with excitement and said, That's it. My blood is boiling. Woody's aura suddenly surged upward. This won't be easy. Buzz. 3 waves of sword energy blasted at Woody like lightning. Woody roared and launched 3 swords in return. Don't think I'll go easy on you just 'cause you're old. The two forces clashed instantly. The violent shockwaves shook the area violently. Jiyu Yongpeng said solemnly to Woody, Now show me your true sword style. Woody helplessly took off his bowstring. Don't blame me if I accidentally kill you. At the moment the bow handle broke. Woody's aura suddenly shifted. Hidden sword style, second form, merciless blade. Furious sword energy surged toward Jiyu Yongpeng like a tidal wave. Jiyu Yongpeng gathered all his internal energy into his sword. Annihilation of 3 ranks, first form, 1000 sword wave. A violent explosion rang out in the forest. The terrifying force flattened all the trees nearby. Yet Jiyu Yongpeng didn't stop his attack. The second form, shadowless 1000 swords, shot toward Woody. Within the dark red sword glow were countless sword auras. Woody's eyes lit up in realization. It's the same principle as illusion shot. Only one of them is a real attack. The rest are fakes. He shut his eyes, letting the sword auras pass by. With precise chi sensing, he struck down the only real attack among them. Jiu Yangpeng was shaken. He shattered a technique he'd trained for decades with such ease? He suddenly burst out with a wave of inner force. Annihilation of 3 ranks, 3rd form, Heaven's End. His blade shot from his hand instantly. A bolt of lightning aiming straight at Woody. Terrifyingly, it split into countless sword auras midair. And each one carried real spiritual power. Woody stopped holding back. Hidden sword style, 3rd form, Infinite Blade. A loud boom echoed. The Infinite Blade shattered Heaven's End in a single strike. The residual force split the field down the middle. As the dust settled, the two faced each other. Clearly, Woody held the absolute upper hand in the fight. Meanwhile, Fan Li faced his strongest challenge yet. Mumu used Dharma's 3rd form, Universal Salvation, to strike. Fan Li shouted and responded with his sword. The two flashed past each other like lightning. When they steadied, Mumu coughed up blood. The victor was clear. As the closed doors opened, the old monk walked out slowly with the two. He faced the gathered disciples and solemnly declared, "The winner of this match is Fan Li of Beishan Palace." At those words, everyone stood frozen like thunderstruck. Fan Li raised his voice. As agreed, the martial world of the Central Plains will now be ruled by Beishan Palace. Everyone lowered their heads in disappointment. But Fan Li's next words left them stunned. "I will only rule for 4 days. After that, Beishan Palace will return to its rightful place." Scene shift. Woody and his group were heading down the mountain. Woody deeply admired Fan Li's decision. Fan Li smiled and said, "Ruling for 4 days fulfilled my father's wish, didn't it? Right? But how strong are you really? You left Grandpa Jiu limping." As Woody joked about the old man Jiu Yangpeng, his son suddenly burst into loud crying. The two quickened their pace. But to their surprise, the child ran straight into Fan Li's arms. Woody was bewildered. This kid is strange. He chose a stranger over his father? Grandpa sighed and muttered, "You silly child." Then turned to Jiu Yangpeng and said, "Should we tell him the truth? That child is named Guanya, right?" Meanwhile, at the Nangong family. Under Nangong Jing's guidance, Nangong Wei decided to search for Woody. "This time, I won't let you leave me again." He was once the undisputed #1 fighter. Crowned best in the martial world before even turning 20. Now he lives reclusively in the mountains, content with raising a family. 20 years passed in a flash. Woody's son, Wu Kei, had reached adulthood. Under his father's training, he showed even greater talent than Woody himself. Whether tracking with sword, or transforming chi into sword, he'd mastered them. A blast rang out as the invisible sword pierced a rock. Wu Kei proudly picked up 3 shattered stone pieces. At this rate of progress, even Woody was inwardly shocked. It had taken him 10 full years to fully master his family's martial arts. This kid did it in just 5. To keep Wu Kei from getting arrogant, Woody ordered him to begin a mountain climbing training with 100 jin weights. But this unfilial son scoffed at it. He thought taking a nap was more worthwhile than going through those old-fashioned training methods. This action infuriated Wu Di. He threw a punch infused with inner energy straight at Wu Kei. But Wu Kei calmly caught it with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Wu Di shouted in anger. His right leg lashed out like a whip. Wu Kei sprang up with a swift wolf step and laughed loudly. "Father, you're no match for me now." Wu Di gritted his teeth and said, "When I was your age, I had already met your mother. Yet you're still hiding at home leeching off us." At that moment, Grandpa walked in slowly from behind. "Weren't you just like him back then? You two are like peas in a pod." Scene shift. The whole family was happily having lunch together. Suddenly, Wu Di spoke sternly to his son. "Tomorrow, you're going to Hainan. Wu Kei was shocked upon hearing that. He quickly asked what for. To bring back your bride from the Hainen sect. This marriage was arranged when you were a child. As soon as he said that, even Guan Ya and Nangong Wei looked puzzled. But Wu Di remained serious. The Hainen sect leader is a blood brother of mine. His daughter is your bride. He then took out a dragon-shaped jade pendant. This is the token of your engagement. But Wu Kei sneered. You think I don't know? You were tricked down the mountain by great-grandpa back in the day. At least come up with a believable excuse if you want to trick me. Wu Di scolded him angrily. Do you really think I'd use such a lame lie to deceive you? Guan Ya looked mocking. Only you could come up with such a bad lie. If it's true, why have you never mentioned it all these years? Nangong Wei covered her mouth, laughing. Even Wu Ling wouldn't believe such a story. Even Grandpa and Ji Yu Yangpeng looked at him like he was an idiot. Everyone's reaction made Wu Di furious. What's that supposed to mean? He grabbed the pendant and said solemnly. Everyone knows the Hainen sect symbol is a dragon. This dragon on the jade is their emblem. And it's made of the hardest jade. Even a hammer couldn't break it. Wu Kei snatched it and tried to crush it with all his strength. But it didn't budge at all. Not even a crack. Wu Di then took out a bamboo tube. I received a letter a few days ago. Ji Yu Yangpeng examined it seriously. This is eternal bamboo, unique to Hainen. It's even harder than steel. Wu Ling looked amazed. There's bamboo harder than steel? That's so cool. Then Grandpa pulled out the letter inside. From the content of the letter, this marriage might be real. Guan Ya glanced at it and said happily. It says the wedding will be held mid-next month. Faced with solid evidence, everyone changed their attitude. Hainen is far away. There's not much time left. You'll leave tomorrow. Even if Wu Kei was reluctant. It was pointless now. The next day, he boarded a merchant ship to Hainen. Luckily, the journey was calm. He didn't suffer his father's tragic fate. But he did have severe seasickness. After over a month of seasickness, Wu Kei finally arrived at the Haiko Pier. Setting foot on solid ground. Felt like being reborn. He headed to a restaurant to feast. While he was eating his fill, he overheard a conversation next door. They were talking about the Hainen sect. Today's wedding will be grand. Wu Kei was stunned. A wedding today at the Hainen sect? He quickly turned and asked. Whose wedding? You don't know? It's the daughter of the Hainen sect leader, Lu Yan. And her senior brother. The wedding was supposed to be held a few days ago. But it got delayed until today for various reasons. Wu Kei gritted his teeth in anger. I'm just 2 days late from the agreed date. How could they do this to me? Letting out a shout, Wu Kei dashed toward the Hainen sect like the wind. He dashed off at full speed, leaving only one sentence behind. Screw your damn wedding, echoing through the street. Meanwhile, at the Hainen sect, everything was set for a joyful celebration. The bride and groom were already bowing to each other as husband and wife. Wu Kei appeared at the entrance, full of rage. The guards rushed to stop him and asked who he was. Wu Kei threw an uppercut, knocking the guard's banner pole flying. Get the hell out of my way. This instantly caused a large number of guards to swarm in. How dare you, you madman? You dare disrupt our Hainen sect's wedding feast? As the son of the world's #1 martial artist, in just 5 years, he had mastered the secret arts of his clan to perfection. Now on his first journey down the mountain, he learned that his fiancée was marrying someone else. His movements were ghost-like, charging into his fiancée's clan. Any guards in his path were sent flying. Hainen sect. Today I demand an explanation. The fierce battle forced the wedding to halt temporarily. The groom Zhang Zi was furious and shouted. What the hell is going on? Zhang Cheng from the law enforcement hall led his men in. I don't care who you are. Disrupting a Hainen sect wedding? He slashed out with a wave of spiritual sword energy. Wu Kei sneered coldly at the sight. He picked up a long sword from the ground. The ones who should pay the price. Are you liars who broke your promise? With a loud boom, Wu Kei's sword energy completely shattered the enemy's attack. The momentum didn't stop, and slammed straight into Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng was sent flying, vomiting blood. What kind of monster is this guy? The disciples rushed forward. Wu Kei darted through them like lightning. Each sword swing sent someone flying. Suddenly, a booming shout made Wu Kei freeze. A middle-aged man in ornate robes slowly approached. I am the Hainan sect leader. Who the hell are you? Wu Kei tossed over the jade pendant. Do you recognize this? Lu Zhang caught it and examined it carefully. I've never seen this pendant before. What are you getting at? Wu Kei spoke slowly and firmly. Then what about the marriage promised to its owner and your daughter? Lu Zhang was furious at this. Utter nonsense. You think flashing a random jade pendant gets you my daughter? You think my Hainan sect has no standards? Wu Kei's aura surged with fury. So you're saying you won't honor your promise? With a loud thud, Lu Zhang soared into the air. You're too arrogant. Today I will take you down and judge you later. A violent wave of sword energy came crashing at Wu Kei. Wu Kei raised his sword, inner energy surging. A golden wave of sword aura burst forth. That move. It's the Nangong family's heavenly sword technique. With a flash of golden light, the sword strikes from both sides vanished. Lu Zhang looked shocked. Is he from the Central Plains? Just then, 4 elders appeared with swords drawn. Attack together and subdue him first. With a sharp buzz, 5 streams of sword energy shot toward Wu Kei. Wu Kei poured all his energy into his blade. Divine Hidden Sword Style. Form 2, Merciless Blade. A thunderous blast erupted in the courtyard. The sheer force cracked the ground. As the dust settled, Wu Kei stood unscathed in the center. His aura surged like a tidal wave. You gang up on me, huh? Another thunderous shock rang out. Debris from the shattered ground flew into the air. The overwhelming power made everyone's heart sink. Can we block this strike? If not, we'll all die here. Wu Kei let out a deafening roar. A monstrous force erupted with a burst of light and debris. Just as Lu Zhang and the others braced to strike, they realized the fatal blow had stopped short. Wu Kei's expression twisted in surprise. His sword shattered like glass in his hand. He had used too much power. The sword couldn't withstand his inner force. And in his moment of daze, the opponent's longsword took the chance to strike. As the sound of his sword breaking echoed, Wu Kei suddenly held an iron bow in his hand. He pulled the bow with bare hands and sneered. You guys like sneak attacks, huh? Just as they were wondering why he drew an empty bow, an invisible sword shot out like lightning. It was so fast they couldn't react in time. And it pierced the elder's shoulder. Lu Zhang rushed over and caught the injured elder. All of you, attack! Take him down! Dozens of figures shouted angrily and charged at Wu Kei. But Wu Kei's movements were ghost-like. They fell one by one without even seeing his shadow. He leapt into the air and mocked them. At your speed, you couldn't even catch a turtle. 2 invisible swords shot from his hands, striking their limbs without hitting vital points. Zhang Zi, nearby, was terrified. How could a 20-year-old be this powerful? What kind of monster is he? Wu Kei's bow was now aimed right at him. So, you're the one who stole my bride? Lu Zhang shouted in fear. But the arrow-like sword shot straight at Zhang Zi. It blazed toward him like a released arrow. The sight made the bride, Lu Yan, scream. No. Wu Kei hesitated slightly. This wedding wasn't Zhang Zi's fault. Just like how I was suddenly ordered to come to Hainan. With a whoosh, the invisible sword curved and grazed past Zhang Zi's ear. Wu Kei yelled angrily. You bastards owe us an explanation. Suddenly, a sword strike of spiritual power slashed at his side. Wu Kei instantly raised his bow to block. The strong force made his arm go numb. It was Lu Wei, the former sect leader. So strong, even at a relatively young age. May I ask where you're from, young man? Wu Kei frowned and replied. Can't beat me, so now you send the elders? Lu Zhang stepped forward in rage. Father, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a madman. Wu Kei roared back in fury. You're the madman. I was only 2 days late. And you already swapped out the groom? Then he looked in Lu Yan's direction and blinked. He suddenly saw a young woman who looked a lot like Lu Yan. Could it be, you have 2 daughters? His attitude instantly flipped. I sincerely apologize. I thought the bride today was the one promised to me. Lu Yi blushed and covered her mouth. What nonsense is he talking about? Lu Zhang raised his sword furiously. What does it matter how many daughters I have? Are you trying to humiliate me? Lu Wei stepped forward to stop him. Wait a minute. There may be some misunderstanding here. He then asked Wu Kei calmly. What bride were you talking about? Wu Kei once again handed over the jade pendant. My father said this represents the Hainan sect. Lu Wei looked at the jade, puzzled. This isn't from our Hainan sect. Wu Kei froze. That's impossible. He turned to Lu Zhang and asked. Didn't you meet my father while traveling? Didn't you agree to this marriage back then? Lu Zhang responded coldly. I never made such a promise. And I've never traveled outside Hainan. Wu Kei's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, he finally understood. It was a ploy by his father and great-grandfather to get him down the mountain. He let out a bitter, sorrowful laugh. You 2 bastards tricked me. I ruined the wedding for no reason. Injured countless disciples of Hainan sect. And now I'm overwhelmed with guilt. Blood surged to his heart, and he spat out blood. He then said weakly to everyone. I'm sorry. I made a terrible mistake. He collapsed and fainted. Scene shifts. The Hainan sect convened a meeting to discuss Wu Kei's actions. Fortunately, only about 100 disciples were injured. No one was killed. Lu Wei said seriously. Since it was a misunderstanding. And no serious harm was done. Once he wakes up, a light punishment will suffice. Suddenly, a disciple burst in, face full of panic. Something terrible has happened. A group of Woku forces is attacking our northern territory. Everyone was shocked upon hearing the news. Lu Wei stood up in fury and roared. Those who offend China shall be punished. Lu Zhang shouted angrily. Everyone, listen up. The law enforcement hall stays behind. Everyone else, come with me to fight. Meanwhile, Wu Kei opened his eyes. And saw Lu Hui's pretty face right in front of him. Her voice was wary and sharp like eagle's talons. Your pressure points are sealed. Don't think about doing anything reckless. Your actions were simply too outrageous. But you can still move your body. Faced with a beauty, Wu Kei shamelessly said. Then, can you give me something to eat? Lu Wei was speechless. You really are shameless. You injured so many of our people, and you still make demands? Wu Kei scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. Aunt Lu, strong and bold, teased him. Why are you acting like a child? She immediately ordered the maid to bring food. Unexpectedly, the maid brought enough for 5 people. Bai was stunned and said, Isn't this way too much? The maid pouted in anger. See for yourself. Wu Kei was already wolfing it down. Almost burying his head in the rice bowl. After he was full, Aunt Lu said sternly. Wait here for the sect master's punishment. Wu Kei lowered his head apologetically. I understand. Suddenly, a figure burst in. Junior sister, come with me. People from Tianlong sect suddenly came to provoke us. The gates of Hainan sect were already packed with people. Zhang Cheng looked warily at Dahei Island. Why did Tianlong sect bring so many here? Sect Master Du Long burst out laughing. I heard Hainan sect sent its forces north to fight the Japanese pirates. How could we Tianlong sect miss this chance? You had a wedding yesterday. By the time they return, it might be for your funeral. He drew his sword and ordered his men. Before Lu Zhang returns, burn Hainan sect to ashes. The martial world has always been full of deception. Tianlong sect attacked to solidify their power. They seized the chance while Hainan sect was away at war. Only the enforcement hall's few dozen troops remained to defend. Against hundreds, they stood no chance. Even Zhang Cheng was struggling under their assault. Suddenly, a sword pierced through the enemy silently. Lu Yi appeared, holding her bow with valor. Arrows flew like lightning at the Tianlong disciples. Zhang Cheng shouted in shock. "Run! Don't worry about us." Just then, a lewd man blocked her with a laugh. "A girl playing with bows? Come have fun with Grandpa instead." Lu Yi shouted angrily. "You filthy scumbag!" She fired a sword arrow in rage. But he dodged it with a flash of his body. He grabbed Lu Yi's wrist tightly. "Come with Grandpa now. I won't mistreat you." He stuck out his long tongue toward her face. Just then, a big hand grabbed his tongue. Wu Kei frowned and said coldly, "You really are disgusting." Lu Yi gasped and said, "Your acupoints aren't undone yet. Run, this isn't your fight." Wu Kei replied coldly, "I already undid them long ago. You treated me to a meal. I owe you this." Bam! He punched the man flying. Then reached out to Lu Yi. "Let me borrow your sword." Lu Yi handed him the quiver without hesitation. 3 arrows were knocked at once. They flew like lightning toward the Tianlong disciples. Screams erupted one after another. Bodies fell like birds. Under Wu Kei's indiscriminate attacks. They were like headless flies, helpless. Du Long saw his disciples falling and shouted, "How is this possible?" Wu Kei then realized the quiver was empty. Du Long yelled in fury, "He's out of arrows. Kill him now." Dozens of men charged at Wu Kei. But Wu Kei pulled an empty bow under Lu Yi's shocked gaze. 3 invisible sword arrows shot out like lightning. Several men screamed and were blown away. Wu Kei moved fluidly, wasting no motion. His inner power kept launching invisible blades. Du Long realized this would lead to a massacre. He ordered 4 elders to go and kill him. Wu Kei turned to Lu Yi and said softly, "They're dangerous. Stay here and don't move." He took down the bowstring and wrapped it around his arm. Wu Kei launched himself with a double leg burst. "I'll send all of you to hell." 2 elders screamed as they fell. His bow sliced through their bodies like blades. Wu Kei didn't stop and charged at the next wave. Meanwhile, the rest of the Hainan sect rushed back through the forest. Damn Tianlong sect dared to attack our Hainan sect at this moment. Meanwhile, Wu Kei fought more fiercely with every strike. His techniques endless and overwhelming. He kept collecting the insignias of Tianlong sect disciples. His swordplay shocked even the great elder of Tianlong sect. Could this be the princess's sword technique? Just then, a loud shout forced Wu Kei to stop his attack. Someone had a sword held against Lu Yi's throat. "Move again and I'll kill her." Everyone in Hainan sect was shocked. Tianlong sect scum. Shameless cowards. Du Long now spoke with renewed confidence. "If you don't want her to die, drop your weapon and surrender." Wu Kei's fierce aura suddenly surged out. "Before that happens, all of you will die." He reattached the bowstring to the bow. Drawing the bow fully, he stared coldly. "Don't doubt my words. I guarantee none of you will leave alive." Du Long exploded with fury. "Kill him!" Just as he said that, an unmatched power burst forth from Wu Kei. The mere shockwaves forced everyone to retreat. Wu Kei roared at the heavens. "All of you, die!" Doomsday sword. An invisible blade shot upward like a missile. The glare blinded everyone's eyes. Boom! The invisible sword exploded like fireworks in the sky. Countless sword energies rained down. This was a doomsday strike fused with heaven's wrath. Tianlong sect had no escape. The rain of sword energy pierced through their bodies. When the dust finally cleared, Wu Kei stood like a demon god atop a pile of corpses. Only a few from Tianlong sect remained. All severely injured and unable to fight. Du Long stared blankly at the scene. Just one strike had wiped out nearly all his men. Wu Kei looked at them and said coldly, "Kneel and beg for forgiveness. And I might spare your life." Du Long trembled uncontrollably. "I'll drag you to die with me." The great elders suddenly said, "Mr. Wu, please spare us." Wu Kei chuckled. "How do you know my surname is Wu? Only the ghost archer could use such powerful swordplay. And you used the shadow sword technique. I even saw Princess Fanlai's moves in your style." Wu Kei's expression grew cold. "Who are you?" The great elder's eyes filled with sorrow. "I was once a member of Ba Tian Gong. I trained many lords on the battlefield. Please let us go. From the moment you joined the battle. It was already over, wasn't it?" Wu Kei put down his iron bow. "Go. For the sake of Mother Guan, I'll spare you." The two turned and left solemnly. Not long after, Aunt Lu opened her eyes and woke up. She suddenly sat up and asked Wu Kei, "Are you all right?" Zhang Cheng smiled nearby. "Thanks to Wu Kei, our Hainan sect avoided a disaster." Wu Kei scratched his head awkwardly. "Just take it as me making up for ruining your wedding." Aunt Lu looked at him tenderly and said, "That was just a misunderstanding. Thank you for saving us." At that moment, Lu Wei arrived with others, anxious. "What happened? Where are they?" Zhang Cheng quickly explained everything. After a moment of shock, Lu Wei thanked Wu Kei solemnly. "By the way, with such strength and martial luck, what's your relationship to ghost archer Wu Di?" Wu Kei calmly replied, "He's my father." Everyone was stunned in disbelief. "So the ghost archer sent you to Hainan sect?" Wu Kei shouted proudly. "Yes. He sent me to fetch my bride." His voice pierced Aunt Lu's heart like Cupid's arrow. Her face blushed a shy crimson. Everyone knew Wu Di's path was full of tragedy. At age 7, he trained in archery under his grandfather. By 17, he had mastered all his family's secret martial arts. But after returning, he became lazy and ambitionless, spending his days idly on the mountain. This infuriated his grandfather to the point of stomping and grinding his teeth. He tried many times to persuade him to leave the mountain and travel. But Wu Di was like mud that couldn't stick to a wall, completely lacking spirit. For a martial arts family, without combat experience, no matter how high the skills, it's all just empty shell. The story didn't delve much into Wu Di's father. But according to speculation, his father must have also been a peerless martial artist. He died in a duel during his travels across the Central Plains. Wu Di learned the wolf step in just 7 days, while his father took 2 months to master it. Even 2 months was already considered miraculous by his grandfather. For a martial artist, only by challenging strong opponents can you grasp the essence of martial arts. This was perfectly embodied by the masters of Ba Tian Gong. But Wu Di, despite his great skills, only dreamed of a life of ease and comfort. His grandfather was deeply worried. With no other family, it was just the two of them. At this rate, their bloodline would end. So he lied that they were marrying into the Tang family to force him down the mountain. Thinking with his current skills, as long as he was cautious, it wouldn't be too dangerous. At the very least, he might bring back a wife. That's how Wu Di was tricked into descending the mountain. What started as a joyful journey to find a wife unexpectedly turned into a conflict with Ba Tian Gong's invasion of the martial world. His youthful spirit led him into several tough battles. He forged deep brotherhoods with young heroes from various sects. And he came to understand the harshness of the world and the warmth of friendship. But the actions of the Tang family completely altered his destiny. For the so-called fiancé his grandfather spoke of, Wu Di single-handedly intercepted a 5-Venom sect team heading to attack the Tang family. But due to lack of experience and planning, he was fatally poisoned by their attacks. Even after detoxification, he was still severely injured when he reached the Tang family, hoping to find the so-called fiancé. Had he taken time to heal instead, what followed may never have happened. The Tang family, already gripped by fear amid the Ba Tian Gong War, mistook the mysterious Wu Di as a demonic spy. This wasn't entirely unreasonable. But they should not have, without investigating his identity, tortured a gravely injured man who couldn't fight back. And they even cruelly killed Tai Shui. That planted the seed of hatred deep in Wu Di's heart. turning his joyous quest for love into a path of vengeance. Fortunately, Wu Di survived falling off a cliff and met Fan Li and Zhang Sha. Under their care, he gradually regained his peak condition. He became sworn brothers with Fan Li and married Zhang Sha. To Wu Di, they were lifesavers and the most important people in his life. But once he stepped on the path of revenge, Wu Di fell into deep confusion again. The martial alliance had united to fight Ba Tiangong, and the Tang family was a key member. So revenge meant becoming the enemy of the entire martial alliance. If it were just the martial alliance, he wouldn't hesitate. But his brother's loyalties made him hesitate. In such a situation, his brothers might have no choice but to draw swords against him. He had only his grandfather growing up, so he treasured every comrade who had fought beside him. When torturing Tang Ji, she offered no resistance after learning the truth. She only begged him to spare the others, willing to atone for her sins. Wu Di never intended to kill her out of rage, only to repay her torture twice over. He shattered all her limbs and made her a cripple. Even without Zhang Shao's intervention, he wouldn't have killed Tang Ji, for Tang Ji only ever tortured him. The true killer of Tai Shui was Tang Susu. To cripple a martial artist and let them live in shame, that was more painful than death. When facing Tang Susu, Wu Di unleashed all the pent-up rage inside. But upon learning his wife was pregnant, he decided to lay low for now, and planned to send his wife back to her hometown. But Tang Susu showed no remorse. She still wore a bracelet made from Tai Shui's claws. That ignited Wu Di's fury beyond control. Even facing opposition from sect elders, he fought his way out with all his might, and ultimately tortured Tang Susu into a monstrous state. Things had escalated to this point. The 9 great sects would no longer stay silent. After all, Wu Di wasn't part of the martial alliance. If they let him kill Tang Susu, they would be the laughingstock of the martial world. If things continued, Wu Di would face the combined attack of all their top experts. Even with unmatched power, he couldn't survive. Tang Tianhao, feeling guilty toward Wu Di, chose to kill his own granddaughter, to put an end to everything. This shows Tang Tianhao's sense of justice and ability to distinguish right from wrong. Zhang Sha, however, is one of the most criticized Holy Mother characters in the comic. She always intervenes at crucial moments of Wu Di's revenge, which made many viewers dislike her. But we must understand one thing. Zhang Sha was originally just a weak village girl. She was terrified and fled when she first saw Wu Di. She knows nothing about martial arts or the grudges of the Zhonghu. What woman would want to see her husband in constant danger? And when she was pregnant and infected with a parasite by the 5 Venoms sect, faced with a choice between easing her pain and extending her life, or suffering daily torment just to save the child, she resolutely chose to give birth. A woman becomes strong when she becomes a mother. She's just an ordinary person, but a qualified mother. Wu Di brought her to the martial alliance for revenge, because she firmly believed the alliance would never harm her. She had done good deeds for the alliance long before the Tang family wronged her. Most people in the martial alliance wouldn't allow such harm anyway. But it was a different story when Wu Di went after the 5 Venoms sect. She entrusted the child to his grandfather, then went alone to find and kill Yang Shuo. Now let's talk about Fan Lei, also known as Guanya. As the young princess of Ba Tiangong, she was just like Wu Di, lacking ambition. She disguised herself as a man and traveled the world, avoiding faction disputes. Only the elders of Ba Tiangong knew her true gender. She developed feelings for Wu Di during their time together. When Wu Di married Zhang Sha, she could only hide in the shadows and silently offer blessings. Only when Wu Di killed Zhuge Yangyang for her sake did Guanya decide to fulfill her father's wish. She let go of everything and confessed to Wu Di. Her martial arts were formidable. Even the new Shaolin guardian god wasn't her match. She grew up under the guidance of 8 elder masters, each of whom was a top-tier figure in the martial world. After fulfilling her father's dream of uniting the Central Plains, she and Jiyu Yangpeng returned home with Wu Di. It was then she resumed her identity as a woman and married Wu Di. Nangong Wei, the most beloved female lead of the story, secretly admired Wu Di after he saved the Nangong family. When she learned what Wu Di endured in the Tang family, she immediately drew her sword against Tang Susu's throat. If not for family pressure, Tang Susu might have died right then and there. Nangong Wei has always supported Wu Di silently. When Wu Di fell off the cliff and was presumed dead, she held on to his iron bow like a treasure. When Wu Di returned for revenge and faced opposition from all sects, while all clans stayed silent, she stepped forward to help him without hesitation. She even carried his martial manuals with her, ready to assist him at a crucial moment. But she couldn't leave with Wu Di right away. Most of the Nangong clan's leaders had died in battle. The clan's rebuilding needed her. Eventually, with Nangong Jin's support, she dropped everything and rode off in pursuit of Wu Di. Luckily, Wu Di's group had just left Shaolin Temple. She wasn't too late. And just like that, Wu Di married 2 wives and lived a happy 20 years back home. Everyone's curious. Who gave birth to Wu Ling? The original comic never specified. But judging by the hair color, Wu Ling's hair matches Guan Ya's. So we can conclude that Guan Ya is her mother. As for Wu Kei's story, opinions vary widely. Many people's first thought was that the author was repeating old tricks. But I see it differently. Let's not even mention Wu Kei's greater talent. She mastered all the family's martial arts within 5 years. Now think about who her teachers were. Besides Wu Di himself, she learned from Ba Tiangong's ex-princess Jiyu Yangpeng's killing techniques, Guan Ya's mysterious style that defeated Shaolin's guardian, and Nangong Hui's heavenly sword art. All of these are top-level martial arts in the Zhonghu. Clearly, Wu Kei is even more powerful than young Wu Di. Yet her personality is just like Wu Di's youth. She hides at home despite her world-shaking abilities. So Wu Di, her grandfather, and Jiyu Yangpeng teamed up to trick her into going to Hainan to find a bride. It wasn't that Wu Di wanted her to repeat his path. With her strength and peerless reputation, no family would reject a marriage alliance. And when she heard there was a wedding at the Hainan sect, she rushed in and started fighting without saying a word. Though it was a bit reckless, she showed more decisiveness than her father. This was evident when Lu Yi was taken hostage, because she was strong enough. After all, she had merged the formless sword of the third heavenly extinction. She could wipe out the entire field in an instant. If Wu Di had been strong and decisive enough when Yang Shuo of the Five Venoms sect held Zhang Sha hostage, Zhang Sha wouldn't have been infected with the parasite. In the end, Wu Kei defeated the enemy without suffering a single injury, winning the beauty Lu Yi's heart. Wu Kei's story can be seen as making up for Wu Di's regrets. And I believe the biggest winner of the whole series is the Hainan sect. With a powerful clan like Wu Kei's as in-laws, it's hard not to prosper. This comic isn't about killing anyone in sight. It's filled with martial chivalry. For his brothers, Wu Di stepped in many times to fight against Ba Tiangong. For Fan Li, he ignored opposition from his allies and slew Zhu Yangyang in anger. Caught between 2 factions, Wu Di felt helpless. His sword was merciless, but his heart was not. Had his brothers not stopped him, he would have slaughtered them all without hesitation. The people of Ba Tiangong weren't evil. They just wanted to challenge the Central Plains martial world. After Jiyu Yangpeng founded Ba Tiangong, he kept that desire in check. But Guan Pei was not content with peace. He ousted Jiyu Yangpeng from Ba Tiangong. The Ba Tiangong leaders didn't stop him, and Jiyu Yangpeng didn't blame them. Ba Tiangong has always been a place where strength reigns supreme. It was only natural that suppression led to betrayal. But whether by schemes or ambition, Ba Tiangong never brought war beyond the martial alliance. Now, let me fill you in on what happened over the next 20 years.